13 is unlucky for some, but on day 13 of the Fancode European Cricket Series, we'll see Group B return to the stage. Pack I Care are ruling the roost at the moment, but can any team pose a challenge? After Monday was ruined by rain, I'm sure all of the teams in this group will be ready to get out there and show what they can do. This is the Fancode European Cricket Series Spain, and it starts right now. Good morning, wherever you're watching around the world. It's Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, and welcome to day 13. It's Wednesday here of week 3 in the Fancode European Cricket Series. Today we'll see 5 T10 matches, matches 61 through 65 on the calendar. Beginning with match 61 is Pack I Care versus Paxalona. Let's hand over to the match referee.
Heads is the call. And tail is there. So Pack I Care won. We will bat first. We will bat first. Pack I Care won the toss and they are going to bat first.
Well, there you have it. Pack I Care winning the first toss of the day. They're going to bat first. I think they'll be relying on Mohammad Ihsan to make a lot of their runs. There's a few outs for Pack I Care today. Mohammad Yassin and Mohammad Jaffrey not in the lineup. So very interesting to see if that gives Paxalona a look in. Now, speaking of Paxalona, their captain Raja Khalik, he told me that he probably would have batted first as well, but he'll be hopeful to keep Pack I Care down to a reasonable score and hopefully chase it down. Of course, this group very open with the rain on Monday. It's thrown it into a bit of chaos because of the no results. But anyway, the good news is the weather today, we're expecting a maximum temperature of 15 degrees, currently about 13 in Barcelona. And the main thing is the rain should stay away. And as far as the pitch, well, the groundsman, again, Rob, he's done a very good job getting this surface ready for play. And I would have batted first on it as well, to be honest, because the dew isn't really a factor, and even the areas around the pitch, they've dried out nicely. So it's going to be a great day of action here on the European Cricket Network. We hope you stay with us. Let's go over to Rico Full, who's in the commentary box.
Buenos dias, Vinny, and yes, welcome everybody to the Fancode European Cricket Series here in Barcelona. And well, we're in for a very exciting day, and if you're wondering where we are, well, that gives you a good idea. Lovely location here on top of this hill, Montjuïc, and we're in the Olympic ground and we're overlooking the harbour. It's a fantastic setting, very close to the Olympic Stadium, you can see there in the background. Well, talking about Olympic, let's have a quick recap of the day we had yesterday, day 12, and what a day it was. It was a record-breaking day where history was being made, a lot of good performances. Over 1,000 runs were scored in the day, and the likes of Omar Ali, Kuldeep Lal, Shankar Kaligatla, and also Mustansa Iqbal, all scoring 50s, but the day really belonged to two gentlemen. First of all, it was Govinda Bajwa scoring a record-breaking 156 runs in just 45 balls, and that was for his team Gracia against the unlucky Fateh. And well, that knock broke the previous record, and well, no one individual has scored more runs in a European Cricket Series or a European Cricket League match. So well done to him, and he's a very nice, down-to-earth gentleman as well. So it couldn't have really happened to a nicer guy. And then, of course, Yasir Ali, he decided it was time for him to break onto this big scene as well. He scored some runs, but yesterday, 116 of 33 balls for his team, Catalonia Tigers, against the XL Stars. And well, the record in that game was the most runs scored off and over, and it was the unfortunate Ali Ahmed who was smashed for 39 off just one over, and that also the European Cricket Series record, one that he'll want to forget. So to give you an idea, top batsman in the series so far, Govinda Bajwa, 286 runs. He scored an average of 95.33 strike rate, 288. Eshjad Butt, not too far behind, but having played the game more, 266. Good average for him as well, 88.66. And then with that knock yesterday, Yasir Ali of the Tigers, 245, averaging 49, a good strike rate, 231. And well, bowlers, we just got time to give you those. No surprise there. Sonu Jangra, the man who does the Bhangra, he's there with 12 wickets. Gurang Mavanashi, well, he's doing very well. 11 wickets to his name, the little spin maestro. And Kuldeep Lal, he had a very good day yesterday. Not only did he take 3 wickets each in both of his games, but also scored a 50, giving him the man of the match performance. So he had a very good day as well. So 55 off 17 balls against Bengali, and he's there on 10 wickets. So, well, we've passed 10,000 runs scored in the series so far, and I get a feeling that there's going to be a few more runs scored here today. But, you know, shout out for the bowlers as well. Historic it was yesterday. Razakat Ali, 5 wickets for 7 runs against the Stars for Catalunya Tigers. So well done to him too. But our focus is now on this day 13, match number 61. We welcome back Group B. As Vinny reminded us, first day of Group B activity this week was cancelled due to the weather. So all those matches abandoned. But, well, there's no danger of that today. It's going to be a beautiful day. The sun will be shining in, I reckon, about half an hour's time. It's going to be a glorious day, glorious setting. And the batsman will want to try and repeat what some of the batsmen did yesterday in Group A. So, Pak Ikea, they've elected to have a bat. Strong team. Now, they're going to miss, I think, Mohammad Jafri. He's been a very good bowler for them. He's taken 8 wickets. Also a very useful batsman as well, though he's not been in the best of form lately. But though he is out, they do have their regular captain back in terms of Mohammad Babar, so that's a good inclusion for them. And of course, you've still got Mohammad Ishan is playing now. He's a man who is in very good form. He scored 188 runs so far. He's averaging 94, and well, if he gets going, you know that we're in for a big score here as well. And then don't forget, you also have Mohammed Cameron, though he's very useful with the ball. He can fire a few shots of his own as well. He's a master blaster in his own right. So we're getting ready to go, and we're off. Day 13, first ball, and that's just enough contact and fine enough to go all the way to the boundary. So we start with a boundary. That's 4 runs straight away. Perfect start. So Shoraz Ahmed is up and running, and the non-striker Umair Ahmed, and Mohammed Amir sees his first ball straight down the leg side, being put away for 4 runs. In he comes again. That's Fuller, but smashed away. There is a fielder there. Oh, and he's totally misjudged that. Just watch this again. It was firmly hit. And, well, you'd expect the fielder to do better there. I mean, it is not easy because that ball bouncing on the clay surface of the baseball area, so sometimes quite difficult to judge. But wasn't in the best of positions, didn't get his body behind the ball there. And this one's hit towards us. It's going to go all the way. Balle, 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 as it goes straight into the scorer's marquee. So, what a start here. We've had 4, 4 and 6. Well, we had all this excitement in match 59 and 60 yesterday where those runs were piled on. Surely we're not going to start off with a similar game here this morning. Well, here goes another one. Hit hard. And it hasn't gone all the way for 6, but a couple of bounces and 4 runs. Well, the day 13 here has started with a flurry of boundaries. Terrific shot that. So, Shoraz Ahmed. Now, he's certainly in the mood to party this morning. He's obviously had his Weetabix. की पता वीटेपेक्स का क्या है कि परोंठे लग रहा, and it's just drifting down the leg. The bowler asking the question, the umpire not interested. So leg by, well, that breaks the pattern of boundaries. Racing along, that takes them to 19 with the ball to go. And one thing that we do know that well, Pakai Care do, and that's they take full benefit of the power plays. And swing and a miss. Last ball of the over, so 19 of the first over. What a fantastic start for Pakai Care. Not the one that Barcelona would have wanted. And well, that sometimes has been their issue. Barcelona just not got the bowlers, and the captain bringing himself straight on. Now we know what he bowls. He just gets the ball up there, sort of bit of loopy spin, and well, it's a gamble. Certainly in the power play, only 2 men out. This can go horribly wrong. And well, before the start of this over, we welcome back Vinny, welcome back to the house.
Thanks very much. Good morning, Rico. Good morning, viewers. Wherever you're watching around the world, it's great to have you on company here on the European Cricket Network. And again, Pakai Care. We missed out on seeing them on Monday, didn't we, because of the weather? But they look like they've come ready to play this morning. 19 off the first over. And I don't mind this from bringing Raja Khalik, bring himself into the attack straight away. We saw pace was not causing too many problems, but let's see how he goes.
Wow, what a way to get out. It was an absolute dolly of a delivery. It should have been smashed away. A slow, looping full toss on the legs, and somehow the batsman managed to hit it at the back of his bat and gets caught behind. This is unbelievable, but it just goes to show what can happen in this form of the game. This is what it's all about. And wow, he's quick fire 18, and then he gets out in the most unusual of fashions.
Well, Shiraz Ahmed, now he's wondering whether he should have stayed in bed, because this is a re-gift. The gift came his way, and he gave the gift straight back. It was a full toss outside the leg stump, and you're just wondering, even Shiraz Ahmed was thinking, how far will I hit this? But it just happened to go straight with the air. And look, that can happen. Again, breaking concentration. And that was created, in all seriousness, by the type of bowling. It was slower. It wasn't the same kind of bowling you faced last over. And just forced a break in concentration for that split second. That one almost off the back of the bat, wasn't it? And good awareness by the keeper, you'd have to say as well, Waqas Shahzad.
Oh, he's wanting another one there. Just drifting down the leg stump. So Mohamed Asim is the new batsman.
Yeah, but I can say that I've been out in a similar fashion. It's no fun when you think you face off some quite challenging bowling and then you get out something like that.
Trying to work this away in the gap there, but they come through for the single.
So Raja, that's just what they needed, isn't it? Barcelona, they needed something to stop the bleeding. We saw a couple of innings get out of control yesterday, to say the least, Rico, and looks like this could be going that way, but Khalik coming on, getting the wicket first ball.
That short he's hit that well, and that's gone all the way over. Seis carreras, good shot. And well, Umair Ahmed now in on the act, and that's his first ball, and he smashes it away for 6 runs. So he's wants to take over from where Shiraz Ahmed left off, and straight away a change in the field. So the man in front of us comes inside, and another one down on the leg, and he puts the same ball in again, tries the same shot, but missing out.
Yeah, and Mohamed Azim Butt giving a chance as well. You'd have to say they're gonna go for it, especially in the power play. We saw how aggressive they like to be in the first 3 overs. Pakai Care certainly batting that way this morning.
This one's hit straight. He just didn't quite time it. Was trying to hit that through between the gap of those 2 fielders on the boundary.
Yeah,
well,
yeah, it was a good comeback, wasn't it, from Barcelona that over. Only 8 runs off it and a wicket. So after 2 overs, it's 27 for 1.
Yeah, it just goes again to demonstrate what can happen if you just take the pace of the ball. It'll be interesting now whether that's something that they stick with or they go back to the seamers. It looks like Mohamed Amir is going to finish his spell. 19 off his first over, so mind you, he's bowling to a different batsman. And there could be another chance here. It's up in the air. Fielder getting round. Looks really comfortable, but oh, it's looked like he did all the hard work, got himself into position, and then in the end, the ball literally going straight through him. Let's watch this again.
Yeah, Karam Javid, backward point. You're right. He had to judge it. In the end, he was just a couple of inches short of where his hands needed to be, but still, the chance is coming. That one not taken.
And, well, asking the question there, it has been given as a leg by, so this will be interesting to see again. I mean, he is coming around the wicket, has to be said. But, well, looking at that from that angle.
Pitch that side leg stump. Only by a stump or two, but still.
Yeah.
It's going to be difficult to get an LBW.
That's right.
Still, you don't want to get hit in the pads. In this form of cricket, the umpires aren't shy to give them either, are they? This one, again, you can see this one's missing by a long way. Just a reminder, wherever you're watching around the world, please jump into chat. Leave your questions and comments. It's great to hear where you're watching from, and we do welcome your input. More work for that man, Javid. Nice work that time. Good recovery. Keeps it to the single.
Yeah, I mean, early on in the mornings, it's a little bit slower out there. The sun will dry it out. Do a little bit of dew out there, Vinny, when you were having a look at the pitch.
Yeah, not as much as usual, actually, Rico. Funny you mentioned that. And the pitch was bone dry. So I think pretty good conditions for batting. Sometimes we've seen the pitch, especially when the rain was around on Monday, some water sneaks in under the covers, or they sweat under the covers, and just makes it a bit of a greasy surface where the ball can skid on early in the day, but look absolutely dry, and it's a testament to the groundsman as well. Rob, getting this ground ready for play every day. Of course, there's a converted baseball ground. There was Olympic baseball played here in 1992. And well, certainly looking forward to the permanent pitch being here in Barcelona, but until then, this one's holding up pretty well.
Is the player going to get to it? No, he's not. He sees it go over his head, but he's able to stop the boundary. So, well, a few chances going up in the air. We've seen one go down and a couple that have been saved, but that is the end of the over. 32 off the power play. 3 overs gone. 1 wicket down.
Yeah, that's a good comeback from Paxalona. It was 19 off the first over, then 8, then 5. And, well, you saw some of the Pakakare power plays in week 1. They're in the 60s or even almost nudging 70 or even over a couple of times. So looked like it could be a kind of power play that might be in the 60 region. In the end, it's 32. But Paxalona, they do need more wickets, and to get into this middle over of Pakakare, they haven't had a lot of batting during this tournament. It's going to be Ali Imran to bowl the 4th over. Yeah,
well, change in the batting lineup here for Pakakare. Yeah. Obviously, we haven't seen Mohamed Ishan come out yet, and Mohamed Babar as well. The captain can bat a bit now. That's a nice shot. That's been clubbed away, hit hard and straight. Captain caveman style, I would say, that shot. So that's 4 runs. So that's a nice one for Umar Ahmed. But I'm just wondering whether they've had a look at the table. They're 3 points clear at the top. They've got another game after this as well, which we'll go into in a bit. That stayed really low. And I was going to say that it bounced a couple of times before it got to the wicket. So that's a good call.
This is a rule change, actually. It used to be that it could bounce twice before reaching the batsman, in which case this would have been out. But the rule was changed a couple of years ago, and the bowler realising now if it bounces more than once before reaching the batsman, then it will be deemed a no ball, and then therefore a free hit. Oh, that was pretty close because the batsman came out and met it. But regardless, here's a free hit. So, batten down the hatches. This one's going to fly.
Well, the ball didn't fly. The fielder did a little bit. Lost his footing there. Did well to keep an eye on the ball. No damage done. It just gives you an indication that in some parts it is still a little bit soft. Not wet. I think the word is soft. Soft under your feet. Some parts of this ground. And that's Fuller. And it should be a catch. Are we going to see a second wicket? We are. A second wicket off a Gandhi ball. It has to be said. So it seems to be that the full tosses are getting the wickets here this morning. So that was a nice catch taken there. So sends the second one back. And that was Taheeb Hassan. So well taken.
Well done. And we saw him take a couple of good catches the other day, Taheeb Hassan. This one, again, this is not an easy catch. It looks easy on the television, but I'm telling you, it's still pretty freezing down here. Well, I won't say freezing, it's 13 degrees, but for me that's freezing. And these balls are very hard in these conditions. So well done to Hassan holding into that one. He's just checking his fingers are all still there as well. I think it might have just clipped one of his fingers on the way through. And well, we've seen some injuries from the fielders as well, damaging the webbing or perhaps getting one on the end of the finger, but he well to hold on to that one. He may just need a little bit of attention. Hassan, again, just pulling the shot slightly, giving the fielder a chance. He's trying to get it straighter, I think, but it's the end of Mohammad Azim Butt.
Yeah, and we see Mohammad Hassan. He does come out now. He's at the non-striker's end because the batsman did cross.
So this is a key partnership to break, I think, for me, Rico.
Oh, that's hit. Whoa, how about that? Toma, what a catch. Fantastically done. Well, who needs two hands when you can catch one-handed like that? That's magnificent.
Wow, what a catch this was. And that is the zone, isn't it? Down there at deep mid-wicket. It was an amazing catch. Mohammad Amir, well, just keeping his feet inside the field of play and says, well, how about that? I don't think he could believe it. You have to say, Umar Ahmed can't believe it either. Just stuck out the 1 mid. And, well, again, one of the best catches we've seen in the Fancode European Cricket Series. You saw it right here in match 61.
Well, that was just incredible. And he didn't look like he was in the right position. He was struggling because I thought for one moment he'd come in too far. The ball was going to go over his head, but he's just stuck the hand out. Well, it has to be said, it's one of those that when they stick, they're absolutely magical. And what a moment that is for him.
He's on a hat-trick now. It's going to be a difficult one.
Well, he could be. It's to the same man, and there we have it. We have a hat-trick. Unbelievable.
And look who it is as well that's disappearing. It is a huge wicket, Mohammad Ihsan, who's gone first ball and cannot believe it. And what a hat-trick. It's the third hat-trick, a hat-trick of hat-tricks in Barcelona. And what a moment for Ali Imran. Well, he started a bit shakily, but he's come back and more than succeeded in this over, taking the third hat-trick of the Fancode European Cricket Series. And it was all done by some good work on the boundary by his fielders, 3 consecutive catches. And this one, well, probably the easiest of the 3, but he still had to take it. And wasn't he happy about it? So congratulations to Ali Imran on taking a hat-trick.
Wow, absolutely overjoyed. And I think the bowler was looking at the field and saying, please use 2 hands for this one. And he thought, okay, I'll use 2. As is the hat-trick ball. Wow, how about that?
Thought he might go behind the back or something. He's just ramping up the party tricks. But this is the kind of action you can see here. We saw a very batsman-friendly day yesterday, but the bowlers, well, they're on top early. Can he get 4 in a row?
Shot down the ground this time from Mohamed Kamran. Well, Mohamed Kamran has rescued Pak Ikea a number of times when they've been in this sort of situation. Well, he's going to have to do it now. What an over that was. So 39, it's 4 wickets down at the end of the 4th. And Ali Imran, take a bow because you've just entered yourself in the European Cricket Series Hall of Fame with a hat-trick. Wonderful stuff, wonderful scenes.
Just shows you, just when you think you know what's going to happen. And we saw that first over go for 19, didn't we? And it was Pak Ikea all on top. But then just shows you how quick things can change. And 4 wickets, including a hat trick. Even that over, you felt like you knew how it was going to go. The first ball disappeared, but 3 balls disappearing into fielders' hands, or hand, singular. The second catch was something else. That's the kind of action you'll only see it here in the Fancode European Cricket Series. But again, these players, no slouches with the bat. Mohamed Kamran facing up. It's going to be Adalat Ali to bowl.
Well, I mean, sometimes, I wonder if Pak Ikea will be looking at this and saying, well, okay, if there's a lesson to be learnt here, it's no matter what, you don't mess around with the batting order. You know what your batsmen are. Mohamed Ishan is an opening batsman, and well, he's sensational up there up the order, coming in down the order, and well, his first ball going for the big shot being caught on the boundary. Who would have thought it?
Yeah, well, it's one of those interesting things. They're missing a couple. They thought maybe they'd put him in there, give some other guys an opportunity at the top of the order. Obviously hasn't worked, but he's in there now with plenty of overs still to play, so these two are very capable with the bat. Pakistan have to keep taking wickets.
And well, this one should be taken. It's gone a long way up, and it has been grabbed, and there's another one, and it's the captain, Mohamed Babar. Now he's gone. Very first ball as well. This is absolutely incredible.
Mohamed Adil, and I've got to have to be honest with you, Rico, I gave him no chance because it was so high in the air. He had to make the ground. He was almost thinking, why me? He was the only one with a chance to catch it, and he got there, and he was able to hold on. So another wicket goes down, a fifth. Can you believe it? Pakai Care, they're 40 for 5. Wow, I'm speechless. It doesn't happen very often, but there you go. What do you think if you're watching on the European Cricket Network? Let us know your thoughts. Bye-bye. Well, you said he was the man for the situation, but he's disappeared, and it's been all the fielding. We've talked a lot about the fielding, haven't we, in the Fan Club European Cricket Series, how important it is to take those catches, to hold on to the chances. Pakistan, well, they've missed one or two, but I tell you what, some they have taken have been first class. And now Pakai Care, 5 wickets down and only the 5th over.
Yeah, Mohamed Atif, the new batsman. And he will be on strike now. Mohamed Kamran, well, we've seen him score runs in European Cricket Series before. We know he's scored a very good 70 when his team were in difficult situations in a semi-final. Well, he needs to come back with something here. But Barcelona, well, good on them. They've just kept the pace of the ball, bowled it in the right areas, and well, the Pakai Care batsmen just have not been able to deal with it.
You can see it affecting how Pakai Care have to approach the rest of this innings, because I'm sure both these players are capable with the bat, but they do have on their mind the 5 wickets lost. Yeah, a bit of a sloppy one. An extra run's given away, but and that won't hurt too much. But it's one of those situations where you always have to reassess your expectations. I'm sure Pakai Care had visions of 120, perhaps even 140 plus the start of this innings. But now, almost halfway through, they're going to be around the 45 mark to 50 mark into this over you'd expect. So perhaps need to reassess and just take 100 and have something on the board.
Well bowled, well dug up. Yeah, I mean, they can recover from here, and I'm pretty sure that these two batsmen now have had a chat with each other and say, look, we still got half the innings, well, over half the innings before the start of this over to bat. Let's be sensible for 3 overs, keep our wickets intact, and then have a flurry in the last couple, and that should still get them to the 100 mark. And a couple of magic overs. I mean, at the moment the magic overs have been for the fielding side for Barcelona, but if they can get a couple of magic ones in, then the 110 certainly is still on the cards.
Yeah, absolutely, but it's all about holding your chances, and we saw some huge scores yesterday, but you'd have to say there were some chances missed in those matches as well. It's the end of the over, so 45 for 5 at the end of 5, halfway through this innings. Yeah, but if you hold your chances, anything's possible, and even these good teams do like push the what's the word? Like push the button onto super aggressive, and that's going to create chances. And if you don't hold on to them, well, you're going to have a long day in the field. You have to win or lose a lot of balls, but if you can hold on to them, we've seen how quickly the game can change, and you'd have to say, Barcelona on top after 5 overs.
Yeah, and here he is, Ali Imran, the hat-trick hero. He's taken 3 wickets for 7 runs. Here he comes for his second over. And, well, how will Mohamed Kamran deal with him? Is he going to take him on? Well, that one's hit hard out to... Oh, the fielder got lucky there. Very lucky, the ball. He misjudged the bounce. He missed his hands completely, but his right foot just happened to be in the right place.
Yeah, look at this. What a trap. Bush stopped it dead. Don't think it was intentional, but still, that's effective.
Oh, and Imran bowling this over a little bit flatter than the over before, not giving it so much flight, and a little bit more zip about him.
Yeah, I'd love to get a fourth or even a fifth. Keep taking wickets, keep the pressure on.
Well, there's that man that's done the work for him out there brilliantly. He's taken the magnificent one-hand catch.
How's the highlights already? And we're only about 20 minutes into the day's play. I just can't believe some of the cricket we're seeing. That one-handed catch.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to have your fielders in the right place, right? Well, it's another one, and it's another full toss, and it's another wicket. This is just crazy stuff here. And this time it's Mohammad Amir taking the catch, and Mohammad Kamran has to go. That's his fourth wicket. Incredible.
Well, we don't even need a pitch if you're Barcelona. It's another full toss, and you can see the batsman taking up the challenge. If you don't quite get it in the middle, the fielder's in play, and they've moved Hassan out of that position. I think might be struggling with that finger, but the man there, like you say, Mohammad Amir replacing him, doing the work. Now, he might have had one of his fingers blown off as well, so he's just going to go off for some attention. But it's great to see them holding on to these chances. And can you believe it? A 6 wicket goes down. It's 47 for 6. You just never know what you're going to see in the Fan Code European Cricket Series. That's why it makes it unlike any other cricket competition on the planet. And you're watching it right here. And thanks for joining us. If you've gotten up early to watch this, you certainly won't be upset with yourself. See 6 wickets being lost. And we've seen 6 catches as well taken.
Mohammad Afzal. Well, how can he deal with this demon, Ali Imran? He's taken 4 wickets for 9 runs.
Got the hand grenades out, and he's blowing up this Pakai Care lineup.
Can we see another 5 wickets here? That'll be something.
Got 2 balls remaining.
Razagat Ali of Catalonia Tigers taking 5 wickets for 7 runs yesterday. That's the first 5-wicket haul that we've seen in this Fan Code European Cricket Series. Ali Imran just drifting down the leg there. And that will be the end of a fantastic spell of bowling. Ali Imran, 2 overs, 9 runs and 4 wickets, including a hat-trick. Well bowled, sir.
The 3rd hat-trick of this Fan Code European Cricket Series. Spain, that's the end of the over, 47 for 6. And this is where I like to do my 6-over check-in. And well, with 6 wickets down, you kind of have to reassess. I still think the 10 and over is possible. Perhaps you're looking at that to get you to 87 or something in the 80s. I do think with the Pakai Care, some of their bowling options, we might see Mohammad Kamran bend his back a little bit. There's not as many runs on the board, but smart captaincy from Raja Khalika Rahman. Bring himself back. Similar kind of bowler, just taking the pace off.
Yeah.
And now, if you Pakai Care, nothing's easy. Still taking a big risk. You're going to go after the big shot.
Well, this one, he's cleared the man. He's hit as well. It's gone all the way over. Seis Guerreras. Badly needed runs. They badly need a couple of big hits. A magical over that will really get them towards posting a decent score. I mean, at the moment, it's all Barcelona. And, of course, with 6 wickets down, they're limited to how many risks they can take.
Yeah, Atif Mohammed, that was a nice shot, though. And he can bat. He bats quite low for Pakai Care, but I know in his junior career he's been an opening batsman, so he's no slouch with the bat. Here's Raja Khalik.
Ooh, well, that could have been curtains, couldn't it?
Have a look at this one. I think he did just fall forward out of his crease. We'll have a look on the replay. And my keeper not quite up to the stumps enough to affect the stumping.
Wow, that's a loose one. That is a Gandhi ball, and this time it does get put away. 4 runs. Well, we've seen a couple of full tosses get wickets here today, but this time that was short and horrible, and that will take a little bit off the pressure off. So Atif Mohammed, is he going to be the man who's going to score?
They've already got the 10 off the over that we talked about.
Yeah.
So they're all bonus from here. Khalik's got to get it right.
Ooh, once more, that foot's definitely in the air there, and the ball goes through to the keeper.
Yeah, I think if I was keeping, I'd be right up there. You see the keeper just giving him a bit of extra time to catch the edge, but I'd be right up to the stumps.
It's good batting.
And smart, because there are 2 balls left in the over. So obviously, Atif Mohammed, he's decided he's the man that's going to score most of these runs for Pakai Care. So he's going to be down the striker's end if this ball is not scored off.
He's launched it in the air. Look who it is, getting under it, and there you go. And, well, he's got fingers strapped up and everything, but he's doing it for his team. And, well, Mohammed Amir takes a hat-trick himself, a hat-trick of catches.
Well, you see that when the moment came, he was up to it again. Mohammed Amir, there's going to be a few sore hands at the end of this innings, but it's going to be worth it when you hold on to the catches. And Raja Khalik, well, got that one in a pretty good spot. Forced the aggressive shot. The batsman not able to hit it down to the ground. Instead, he was caught by Mohammed Amir. And like you say, 3rd catch of the innings for that gentleman. So another one goes down, a 7th catch and a 7th wicket. Pakai Care at the end of 7 overs. They're 58 for 7.
58 for 7. And, well, there's many a person, including myself, that didn't imagine to be seeing this kind of scoreline in this fixture.
Well, a few people just joining the chat.
Asking the question, and the umpire decides yes, he's got his man, and LBW in front. It took his time to give the decision. And, well, that could be it. I think he was Atif Mohammed looked to be the man that was going to try and make something out of this innings, but he's on his way.
All right, Adelat Ali comes around the wicket. Let's have a look at this one. Pitches in line, hitting middle stump. There's a nice little cameo from Atif Mohammed, but he has to go. This one just playing across it slightly, and the bowler pleading with the umpire and then saying, yes, I knew it all along. So, of course, he's happy, and isn't it great to see Paxalona out here? We've seen them take a pasting once or twice in the Fanco European Cricket Series, but they're giant killers this morning again. Only half the job done. Pakai Care, they're 58 for 8.
Wow, they've crumbled away, and, well, you can see, well, I can see they're not going to make the 10 overs here. They're going to really have to pull something out the bag. It's a new batsman. That's Samiullah.
All right, let's see what he can do here. 8 wickets down.
And he's hit that to a fielder. They've got to take the single. They do. Raja Khalik, the captain, doing the fielding.
It broke the run of 7 catches as well. I don't think I've ever seen 10 catches in T10 before, but still, can you believe it, guys? If you're watching, you're being treated to some very interesting cricket. Good morning if you just joined us. I see Simon's joined us. And Joseph in there again, making some good comments, saying pace-off seems to be the key. Bravo to the bowler and fielders.
Hassan Ali, the left-hander on strike. And that's a wide ball, so Ali to Ali. Let Ali just struggling with getting his line right to the left-hander, down the leg side.
All right, still they can't take anything for granted, Paxalona. 2 wickets to get. Have to get them as quickly as possible.
Flight it up. That's a good-looking shot. I think they're going to split the fielders. That's nicely played. He waited for it, got into a good position, and hit it firmly for 4 runs. So Hassan Ali, at the moment, seems to be up for this.
Yeah, and look, if they get to 80, I think it's going to be a very interesting chase as well, because we know Pakai Care, they're very strong in the field and with the ball as well. So even missing a couple of options, they'll back themselves to defend 80, I'm pretty sure, if they can get there.
Short. And, well, this could be another catch. He's got in position. And there we go. There's another wicket gone. And it is, of course, it had to be another catch. He stuck Nazir this time in on the act. Another wicket goes down.
Well, seeing is believing in the Fan Code European Cricket Series. Another one just not getting the elevation. And Ishtiaq taking a safe catch. Good technique. I like that. Fingers pointing down, but it was straight into the breadbasket. And a 9th wicket goes down. So Pakai Care, one ball to go in the 8th over. They are 68 for the loss of 9. Wow, that's all I have to say. We saw a lot of runs yesterday, but we've seen some amazing fielding principally from Barcelona, holding on to their catches. It's such an important aspect of the game. We've seen it improved. A wicket for Adelaide Ali. He's got a third one now.
Sam Mueller, batsman playing and missing, and that wasn't too far away. Well, Barcelona are in real trouble here. Who would have thought it, a team with a batting lineup as they have? I mean, okay, they've got Mohammad Jaffrey missing, but they had their captain, Mohammad Babar, come into the team. Oh, Phipps a good throw. No, I think he's comfortably in there. Really struggling at the moment, struggling to score any type of runs. I mean, the score that they're on here, they normally would score in the power play as that over comes to an end. So it's 65 for 9 after 8 overs.
I think, honestly, this game is not over by any means. I think it's going to be an interesting second half of the game as well, because Pakai Care, they're undefeated. They'll be fighting like crazy to defend however many they have on the board.
Yeah.
The train's off the rails, no doubt, in their batting innings. But if they can scrape to 70 odd, if they can scrape to 75 or 80, still 2 overs to go. But we've just seen everything's gone right, hasn't it, for Barcelona. And Pakai Care, we're hitting a few shots and they've been taking their chances. Here's Rafiqur Rahman.
Starting with a wide, and just go back to that very first over. 19 without lost. 18 was scored by Suraj Ahmed. He then goes to the other end and then receives, just watch this ball, and it's going to be a no ball this time. So a free hit. So a little bit of relief here for the Pakai Care batsman and team. So they've turned that into 2, free hit coming up.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that very first ball from Raja Khalik, it was a full toss on the legs that just needed to be smashed away, and he managed to get a back of the bat to it and caught. And after that, it's been all downhill for Pakai Care, and it just goes to show how little things can make such a big impact on a match.
And they all add up. I mean, they lost 45 for 9 to Pakai Care. But anyway, this is a free hit. He won't be out because he can't be stumped off free hit regardless. Again, missing out on that one. I'm telling you though, we saw it yesterday as well, some teams just dragging their score up into the 80s, and it is competitive. We've seen 63 defended successfully already in the Fancode European Cricket Series, and when you've got one of the best bowling lineups in the tournament, albeit missing Mohammad Jaffrey today, but you do wonder, Barcelona, this is no gimme. At first, they have to try and close out this innings.
Well, that's on the legs, and that's a gift of a delivery, but there is a fielder there. He's a little bit camouflaged behind the dugout.
Yeah.
He comes up, keeps it just to 1.
This is the difference, though, when you got number 10 and 11 batting, and a little bit scared to take the risks as well, because they know if they get out, well, it'll be all over, and they'll waste all those balls at the end of the innings. They won't get faced. So
this could be close. It was straight, and yeah, straight. You're right in front on the back foot. You've got to go. Easy decision for me, for the umpires. And that's the end of Pakai Care's innings. And it is 69 all out. And they did not bat the 10 overs. So that's an absolutely amazing, great effort from Barcelona. You have to say they just never gave up. And well, how about this?
oh, we saw a flurry of runs as 19 were taken off the first over. And we thought, well, we know how this is going. We saw it yesterday. The first over of balls were disappearing all over this Montreal Olympic ground. But then things were going to take a very surprising turn. And it wasn't balls disappearing, it was batsmen disappearing. And it all started here with something out of nothing. Shiraz Ahmed, he looked very good. But then, one after another, the chances were given. And what was so fantastic for Barcelona, the chances were taken after a couple of early slips. You'll see it started off and it was Hassan at long on, picking this one up. That was a good catch. Just straightening his finger back out after that one as well. But then this one, if you don't mind, it's the super glue hands. And what a catch that was in the deep mid-wicket boundary. That's the zone of spectacularity, Rico. But then time and time again, the chances were taken. And that was the hat trick And can't believe it, Ali Imran and Enrico. This is a good one as well. They just kept going up.
Yeah,
Paxloner kept plucking them out of the air.
Baba going first ball as well, the captain. And well, how about that? When things are going your way, things like that happen. Totally missed the ball and then finds the foot there to using it as a hook to keep the ball in line. But a few busted fingers there as well. Not a catch is taken, but a few hands just running. And that was a hat trick for the fielder there, taking 3 catches as well. Just absolutely amazing. And if Barna Royals, who are playing Pakai Care in the next game, are watching this, well, they'll be thinking, well, we know what we've got to do. Yeah, that's nice. I like that.
Yeah, but just take your chances. That's what it's all about. Take your chances. Now, if those catches weren't taken, even the first one, if that's not taken, there's a very good chance that Pakai Care end up with double the runs or more. But it shows you how important the fielding is. It's good umpiring as well. A couple of LBW decisions. And that one, finishing proceedings with Pakai Care. All out for 69. Well, Summer of 69, one of my favourite songs. It was a winter of discontent, a winter of 69 for Pakai Care. But I tell you what, Rico, they are one team, and we can already see them warming up. They are ready to go. They cannot wait to get out there, because if anyone's going to defend 69, I think it's Pakai Care. They'd have a good chance.
Remember, we're talking about a team that's won 4 out of 4. And just look at that scorecard. I mean, Shoz Ahmed, the start he made, we thought, okay, I even said it, are we going to be in for a run feed first in this morning? 18 off the first over of those 6 balls. And then we saw him getting out to Raja Khalik. And then after that, well, Umar Ahmed, he played that shot, being caught by Mohamed Amir, one of the 3 catches he took, and then it was all downhill from there. Mohamed Asim Butt came in, going for 2. Then there was Mohamed Ishan, and that was a big surprise. We were waiting for him to come in. He's the star bat at the moment, going first ball, and that was a hat-trick as well. And the rest of that scorecard, apart from a little cameo there towards the end from Atif Mohammed, nothing really special happening there at all. And the bowlers, Finney.
Yeah, well, Ali Imran, the star, with a hat-trick, 4 for 9 off his 2 overs, but also 3 for 13. Adelat Ali, 3 for 13 off 2 overs. Then also 2 wickets for the captain, Raja Khalik Rahman, and a single for Rafiq Rahman at the end. But the main thing was that after that first over of 19, Mohamed Amir Raza bowling that first over, you can see that none of the bowlers were able to be punished, and that was because they kept taking wickets. So, Rico, it's going to be very interesting. Do not go anywhere and do not adjust your sets, because Pakai Care, they've scored 69 runs still, and they'll be fighting like heck to defend those runs. And Paxloner, well, they could have a giant killing on their hands, but they need to do the job with the bat.
Yeah, they certainly do. I mean, you can see them there. Pakai Care warming up. This is important for them. The unbeaten team, probably the favourites to finish top of this group, but they've got some work to do here to try and turn a very miserable batting performance, turn it round and see what they can do with the ball.
So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in a few minutes with this chase. It'll be Paxloner chasing 70 for victory. This is match 61, and you're watching the Fan Code European Cricket Series, Spain.
welcome back to, well, a little bit of amazement around this Olympic Montjuic ground. We've seen the team unbeaten, Pakai Care, who are at the top of the group, the top of the standings. They're in a bit of bother. Barcelona, team that is way behind them in the table with only 3 points in the group, as opposed to Pakai Care at the top with 9 undefeated. Well, they've got them on the racks here, bowling them all out in 8.3 overs for 69. Now, Pakai Care, they're going to come back with something special, and it looks like the man with the ball setting his field, Mohammed Cameron. We know all about him, the firecracker, as we call him sometimes, because he's one of very few players that even on this pitch is able to get serious bounce from it. He's a very fiery left arm pace bowler, and he does like to bang it in. Sometimes he's not doesn't get big wickets, but he certainly don't get too many runs from him either. So Kami, in he comes, the man on a mission. Mushtaq Nazir just pushing that one out. Batsman at the other end, Mohammed Amir Raza. So how about this? What a contest this is. So the team, top of the table, they know at the moment that when it comes to the batting, they've been humiliated a little bit by Barcelona, and they'll want to bounce back. They want to show their strength. Oh, there you go. That's a beauty. Interesting to see how Barcelona will go about this. We need about 7 and over. It's not big. They get a boundary. That will take a lot of pressure off them. But at the moment, they just need to be concentrating on maybe just getting themselves in. Both of these batsmen are quite accomplished. Get themselves in. They've got time to do it. Push the ball around a bit. And take the singles. But at the moment, they too are finding runs hard to come by. I think also in the back of their minds, Nazir, Mohammed Amir will be thinking, well, okay, we know there's no Mohammed Jaffrey. It's unavailable for this match. So if we can negotiate the 2 overs from Cameron. Oh, that was a wild, loose delivery outside the off stump, and one that you would have expected the batsman to negotiate. That was the chance to open the account, if you like. But then having said that, it wasn't the good balls that got the wickets when they were batting. Started with a horrible full toss from Raja Khalik on the leg side. That was the first wicket. And that's the short ball, and he's played that well. It's almost like he was waiting for it. They're going for 2, and they will come back for 2 quite easily. A wayward throw, but there's plenty of players backing up. So the first runs in this run chase. Remember, the target is 70. Sun is now out, burning most of these clouds away. We're going for a lovely day. Well bowled, and that's good running. That's all. Well, I say that's good running. He's surely well short, and the communication terrible. I said that was good running from. Well, it was good running from the batsman on the striker's end. Called it and went straight away, but the non-striker not backing up at all. And that's the one thing that Barcelona do not want to be doing. They don't want to be gifting wickets. And how unfortunate. Mohammed Amir Raza finding himself walking back, a long walk back to the dugout, hasn't faced the ball, and out. So out without facing the ball, out for a duck. And Pakai Kia have sent one back. Really, really unfortunate there. Just see here, look at number 15, didn't move and then went late, and in the end, oh, he gave up the chase there. He realised he was never going to get there. Got to go straight away in those. He can't be hesitating. Got to be backing up. He wasn't backing up at all. Mohammed Baba. That's a nice shot. Fielder coming across to try and stop it. Does well. Gets down. Well fielded. Feroz Ahmed. He made a fantastic start, didn't he? I mean, scored 18 runs of just 6 balls. And then off his 7th, gifted his wicket away, and after that, Pakai Kia just lost wicket after wicket. Mohammed Baba, captain, Pakai Kia, comes in again. First ball was a single dot ball. Got to keep the pressure on. Again, not the best of running, and once more a little bit of yes, no, yes, no. And the two batsmen having a chat and say, look, let's sort this out. We can't afford to give our wickets away cheaply. Swinging and miss. It wasn't too far away, that. Nazir. Seen him play some nice shots. It's important for him and for his side that he stays there. Doesn't throw his wicket away. Played out, and once more the uncertainty from the batsman. Need to take control of this calling. Yeah, that's a positive looking shot. Oh, and well, very, very poor fielding from the fielder right through the gap, and they were umming and ahhing about taking the one, but in the end, how about that? Straight through the legs. That's not the way to do it. So Feroz Ahmed making the mistake and gifting the first boundary of Barcelona's innings. And that was right at the end of that over. So the score moves on to 8. They have lost that 1 wicket. And that was the unfortunate Mohammed Amir run out without facing the ball. So Mohammed Cameron is going to continue and bowl himself out. Definitely needs a couple of wickets if he could get a breakthrough here. And that's quick and very well played. Fielder will have to do the fielding. It keeps it to 1 run. And a lot of tension out there. And you can see Pakai Kia really up for it. They're very vocal, supporting each other. I like the field that they've got set. Very attacking. It has to be, I suppose, not so many runs to play with. And we welcome back Vinny Sandhu into the commentary station. Vinny, what do you think of this? A lot of tension out there, a lot of nerves as well, right?
Well, I expected it to be to Pakai Kia to come out all guns blazing. They certainly have, and deciding to bowl Mohammed Cameron out in the 3rd over. They're throwing everything at Barcelona, which I think is the right thing to do if they can keep the rate down, which they have so far. Yeah. And they push it up. It started at 7 and over. It's creeping towards 8. If that gets up to 9 or 10, well, suddenly It's probably a 50-50 game again, but Cameron was side on actually, and these balls were coming through at quite an incredible speed. So let's see if he can get another wicket for Pakai Care.
Oh, that's well bowled. I like that field. I mean, that man's there for a purpose. He's waiting to snap the catch up.
Yeah, and again, it was smart batting. You just need to keep accumulating runs at this stage, especially off Cameron. You don't have to get all your runs off him. But the other thing I would say is the fielding. Well, Shiraz Ahmed, we saw one go straight through his legs and go for 4.
Yeah. And
that's the kind of thing that Pakai Care can't really afford in defending such a small target. Anyway, very, very interesting game here in match 61.
Well, that was quick. A little bit of chin music there for Raja.
Yeah, it was well bowled, but also what I'd say is for Cameron, I think you've got to attack the stumps in this length. It might look good, and we've seen a couple of edges and it's looking very dangerous, but the issue with Cameron, of course, he only has 2 overs to bowl. He only has 3 more balls to bowl. So I think all of these, I'd be trying to hit the top of the stumps and challenge the batsman to get something on it.
Ooh, and that's exactly what he was trying to do there. Good delivery, quick, fast, right up there, right on the money. And he'll feel that the fielders let him down there. He's setting a field there and basically saying to those guys, look, there is no singles to anything that goes out there. And that's what he expects from them. But that time, the batsmen do go through for 1.
Yeah, and look, for the most part, we've already seen a run out, I know, but both batsmen going straight away puts pressure on the fielders, doesn't it, to make that run out. And we saw there, slight little fumbles all it takes, and you can safely through for a run, and they just keep accumulating them. So the rate's already crept up just above 8 and over at this stage. So still Paxalona well in charge of the game, but they're going to have to see off Mohamed Kamran.
Swing and a miss. And you know what? I think that's fair play. I think if anything's out there, you've got to have a swing at it. You've got to have a go. If you get lucky, it's going to take an edge and fly over. If you middle it, the way the field is, it's going to be over for a boundary. So that's well bowled. Good reply from Mohamed Kamran. That is the end of his spell. So Paxalona, they'll breathe a sigh of relief, these 2 batsmen, because they've negotiated him well. And he's not taken a wicket himself, though there was that run out. And the score at the end of 3 overs is 11 for 1 wicket. And well, this is now a stage where Paxalona, though they think, okay, that's the first part of the plan completed without too much damage done. Now it's time to put into action the second part of the plan, which is to get this inning started.
Yeah, and that's my thoughts exactly. It's no good seeing off Cameron if you don't then score off the other bowlers. So you can't be too defensive. We see 8.42 is the required rate at this stage, and you don't need to be picking up that 8 minimum over just so that doesn't creep out of hand. And don't put unnecessary pressure on yourself. I'm sure they'll be nervous, but it's the captain, Baba, to continue. And he takes the wicket. And an important wicket it is, and again, perhaps just a little bit over-aggressive. That ball was well pitched on the off stump, and the batsman trying to hoik across the line. The stumps disappear, and Pakai Care we know that they believe, and a second wicket goes down. Paxalona there, 11 for 2.
Yeah, Roger Sazad here. We saw him do something similar, and I said then against Mohamed Kamran, that's fair enough. The ball is wide, it's outside. The off stump, have a go, but when it's on the stumps, well, you've got to make sure you connect. If not, you're on your way back, and that's what's happened there. And well, that wicket will certainly have the nerves up now for Paxalona, and this new batsman coming in, well, he's certainly going to be feeling it.
Yeah, Shahid Iqbal has come to the crease for Paxalona, and he's very capable with the bat. But I think with these opening bowlers, you have to wait for something loose. You don't have to force the issue. And that one, well, was just a good ball on the off stump and trying to make it disappear.
Yeah.
It wasn't the one to go after. Anyway, he'll have plenty of time to think about it. Here's Mohamed Babar again.
Oh, asking a question. The throw comes in as well. Looking to get the run out. Probably umpire says going down leg. You see this.
Yeah, it's a good decision, I
Yeah,
think. It's on the
good
front foot. The ball's still a long way to go. I hit him more or less in line, so it wasn't too far away, but I think that's another good decision. We've seen some good decisions from the umpires with LBWs in this match 61.
Played.
And what I like here as well is that although they're allowed 5 outfielders at this stage, they're not employing 5 at this stage. They have 4 out, and they've got the extra person in the circle, just trying to keep the runs down because you don't want to get a rhythm of giving up the singles because suddenly these runs could be ticked off. So at the moment they're gambling Pakai Care that they can get some dot balls, and at the moment it's working. The other thing I'd say as well, the wicket keeping, Mohamed Ihsan, such a weapon back there because we've seen keepers miss some of these ones. This one's just on the second bounce, but picking it up. Good soft hand, staying low. And again, they can't afford any extras. Give too many away. In fact, they haven't given any away so far, Pakai Care. Here's Mohamed Baba. Just the single. So well, it's interesting to see this rate already. It's up over 9, creeping towards 9.5 now. And look, you want to be a little bit careful in the first 4 overs. Obviously, Pakai Care throwing who they think are their 2 premier bowlers in the first 4 overs, and that's fine. But overs 5, 6, 7, we need to set up something manageable in the last 3 overs. So let's see how we go. Last ball of the 4th over.
Just to check himself, and well, I like to see that from a bowler. If you don't feel you're right, if you don't feel you're comfortable in your stride, stop and go back.
All right, so a crucial ball. It's the last ball for Mohamed Babar.
He's here, wanting the single. Shahid Iqbal, slightly no. Now, for me, he's key. Ishtaq Nazir. That over comes to an end. Score is 12.
Yeah.
And Vinny, I think you're right. I mean, that second wicket going, I don't think that was very clever batting. You've just negotiated. We said plan A has been achieved. You've just negotiated Mohamed Kamran. Now it's the time to rebuild, and to play a shot like that, the very first ball, you just put pressure on his side. And the pressure there now because they're finding runs hard to get by. They need to get bat onto ball, start taking the singles. And if the singles aren't there, look, and that's what Pakai Care are doing so well. They've got the players in surrounding the batsman. So there's no singles. You're going to have to take a chance. You've got to play the odd shot or two.
Yeah.
But bat positive. Now this could be interesting because you got Mohamed Atif.
Yeah.
Coming on to bowl. Now he's a good bowler. Gets more than often gets the ball in the right places, but he does sometimes tend to stray a little bit down the leg side. Sometimes he's slower ball. Tries it too many times maybe, and it ends up in the full toss. So this will be key. This is the pressure moment on the bowler here. He really has to perform for his team here to keep the pressure on the batting side. Starts well.
Yeah, it starts with a single. And look, this is where I'm going to do a bit of a game assessment. There were 12 off 4 overs. You need to get to 70. And I'm already thinking about this next 3 overs if I'm batting at the crease. I don't want to fall off the pace in the chase. I'm thinking I don't want to leave myself more than about 30. So still about 60 to get. I'll call an even number in 6 overs. So I want to be getting my 30 off these 3 overs. And I don't want to be going slower than that. So now's the time. I need to keep at pace. They want to be 20 off this over, 30 off the next, 40 off the next, and so on. And that means taking a few risks, then so be it. But what's the risk is here is if they fall off the pace, packs the lane in these next 3 overs. And look, you're going to have quality bowlers. I mean, that's what's going to happen. I mean, Mohamed Atif is a quality bowler, good young bowler. He's not going to give you too much loose, but it means you have to take the odd calculated risk. And also, probably more importantly, if the ball is there to hit, you've got to go after it.
Yeah.
And for me, also the running between the wickets, that's something which I think you can be a bit more aggressive and challenge the fielder to make a run out.
Well played, attempting the Yorker there, Atif, the batsman just guiding that out from the offside, takes the single.
Yeah, so landmarks, this is quite an interesting chase because you need 70, so you want to be 20 at the end of this over, 30 off the next, 40, 50, 60, 70. If you can do that, then you've got the rate exactly perfect. And you need to constantly be reassessing at the end of every over. How are you going? You don't want to fall too many behind.
Shahid Iqbal to face his first ball from Mohamed Atif. Into him, into his body.
And again, too many dots at the moment for Paxalona.
Yeah, it's little things like that ball there. I think that to demonstrate what you're talking about quite well there, Vinny. It's on the leg side. It's always going to be missing leg. Now, it's one that you need to just step inside of. And if not, well, you need to get a little bit of something on that. Well, even if it ends up being pad or a bit of bat, it's going to run down. You're going to take a single or two, aren't you? But you can't make them into dot balls. And, well, the pressure is showing. He comes down the wicket. Mohamed Atif knocks them over. And another wicket goes down. And it's all pressure now on the Paxalona batsman because, again, not very sensible this.
Pressure of the dot balls, Rico. Pressure of the dot balls. And he went from 0 to 100 very, very quickly, did Shahid Iqbal. And this is the thing, there's got to be a gear in between. We talked about it's necessary to take some risk to try and stay up with the rate. That one not paying off, and the third wicket goes down, so 14 for 3. And how do you like the action? And what I love, and Jamie Bundy saying in the chat, morning all, so yesterday was a day for batting. The bowlers are striking back today. That's what's so fantastic about this format and cricket in general. Is it can be interesting in so many ways, and we've seen a very low scoring match this morning, just as gripping as some of the high scoring contests we've seen in the Fancode European Cricket Series. But well done to Atif Mohammed, who has just done the right thing. He kept it accurate, hitting the stumps. So new batsman Karam Javeed with the job to do.
And a swing, and it also you've got to spare thought for the batsman there, the non-striker now, Ishtaq Nazir. He's been there right from the start. You've seen that the wickets have fallen as that over is completed. So the score 14 now for 3, and we're at the halfway stage. And well, look at that. The run rate now is over 10.
Yeah.
So Pakai Care at this moment in time will be thinking that everything is going to plan for them. So this man, Nazir, now, what does he do? Does he decide, right, okay, I'm going to have to, if we're going to win this game, I'm going to have to play some shots. We know he's a very accomplished player, and he's losing partners. So maybe now in his mind thinking, okay, halfway stage is gone. Nobody's sticking around with me. I've just got to try and cut loose.
Yeah, well, you think so as well. And you're going to get another bowler to look at. It's going to be Mohamed Azim Butt to come into the attack. But yeah, look, 11 and over, so again, maybe you reassess and you try and be 25 at the end of this one, but they can't fall off the rate too much more, especially with these wickets falling.
Well, that'll help. That's a lovely shot, and we're talking about Nazir. Will he have to decide to go now because the partners are letting him down, nobody's sticking with him. He's going to have to do it by himself. And well, that will take a lot of tension off him. Hits that middle of the bat. It flies out the ground. 6 runs.
Yeah, they just have to hang in the game. Paxalona. That was a nice shot. Mid-on was up in the circle. It was well over his head, and it went over his head at any rate. So at Maximo coming at just the right time. Not the ideal start for Mohamed Azim Butt. Almost 6 it out, wasn't it? Ishaq went after the next one again. Like I say, well, this is a game of constantly reassessing where you're at. So it being 11 over required before this over, again, perhaps you just reassess those benchmarks and try and get up in the mid-20s or towards the high 20s after this over. But Ishaq, he's the one for me that has the responsibility. If they lose him, they'll be in some serious trouble.
Yeah, he's the man that's got to do most of this work here now. It's a lot for him to do as well because he can't be on strike for every ball. You can see all of a sudden the change in his style. He's going after it now, going after the bowling.
And they've got the mid-on back on the boundary now, so 5 outfielders being employed.
Pushing that out. He wanting to. You heard the call. 2-2-2-2-2. They're going for it. And he's going to get there. Wasn't the best of throws.
Yeah. Well, the fielder thinking, well, let's try and get Nazir at the keeper's end, but he didn't quite have the muscles to get it back in a timely fashion. So again, 2 valuable runs. Barcelona will take them. A real interesting contest in the first match of 5 today.
That's probably yes wide. It is.
And that's the first extra that's been conceded. And we talked about extras and how important they are. Pakai Care, one of the better fielding and bowling units. They don't give away too many, and you can see that gives them the chance to defend a score like this, because if they'd given away 20 extras, well, the game would be more or less gone by now. So, don't want too many more of those.
Oh, he's drilled that away. Fielder giving it some chase. Oh, it's done him. Done him like a kipper. And he's overrun it. The ball's done a little bit of spin back, sent him the wrong way, and he's sliding there. Yeah. Down he goes. Bang.
Yeah, it's the old batting doosra, wasn't it? It looked like it was going to spin one way, and they normally do break right to left for the fielder there, but this outfield playing a few tricks. Again, Barcelona will take them. They'd want to be around the 30 mark at the end of this over to keep on track, and the ball to go, they're almost there.
What does he do here? Does he push for this single? Well, he gets one, gets a wide. They could have possibly have done.
Yeah, I think
got the single in there.
They missed a trick there, because I know what they're also thinking is to get Ishtiaq on strike for the next over. He realised it would be a wide, so he'd get another ball to face, but that was me. I'd be taking that run. You put unnecessary pressure on yourself now. He's probably just looking to score a single anyway. So, what a fascinating contest we've got on our hands. And get the single in the end, so no damage at all. It was a pretty good over. There were 15 of it, and after 6, Barcelona 29 for 3.
Yeah, that's a good over, and we was talking before the start of it that Nazir has to start playing a few shots and taking responsibility and treating this like, well, he's got to treat it like he's batting with a number 11, right? He's got to think, right, okay, I've got to try and get as much strike as I can, and do what he's done there off the 5th ball, take the single, and just keep the strike and keep playing the shots, because that's the only way, I think, that at this stage, where we are at the game at the moment, that Barcelona can win this game. If he goes, then it's going to be very difficult for him.
Yeah, you said it. Number 11 might be a little bit harsh on Karam Javid, who is capable with the bat, but yeah, I see what you're saying. Ishtiaq needs to try and manipulate the strike, because that will help things. That's going to be Shiraz Ahmed to bowl the 7th over. Starts with a wide. So now they're out at their 30 mark that we talked about a couple of overs ago when we're talking about 10 and over, just keeping on track. Yeah. So they're 30 off 6 at the moment. So if they can get 40, 50, 60, 70, that'll get them home. They've got 4 overs to go, but again, you can't have, you don't really want, I should say, these overs that are 6 or below, because they're going to drive that rate up pretty dramatically.
That's a lovely shot. Balle, 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 and that is what they need. It was right up there in the slot and sent straight over for 6 runs. Nicely done.
Yeah, good straight hit again.
Just wondering here whether it, whether they should have stuck maybe with Mohamed Atif and just tried to get that rate down again and get another wicket. Opted for another bowler.
But don't throw it away, Ishtiaq.
Nicely played. Fielder gives it chase. Will he stay on his feet this time? He does. Gets the throw in, but they do take 2 runs, and this is better.
Good running. Yeah, he realised straight away he wanted 2, and you don't want to give a wicket away. And look, you can't go overboard either with the retaining the strike and losing a wicket, because you've got your number 5 batsman at the crease as well. You've got to give him a chance. And singles are going to be important if they're going to knock this target down. But what you would say is already in this over, they've got 9 runs off it, needing about 10 and over. So they're ahead at the moment.
Hits it hard, and he's taken his another one-hand catch. How about that? Thank you very much. Well, we're seeing it all here. This time it's Umar Ahmed says, I'll have that, thank you very much. And he cushioned it the first time round and grabbed it the second.
Umar Ahmed, well, we've seen some amazing catches this morning already. And look at this. It was the key man. It was the key catch. And it was the key hand behind the back. Oh, I did everything but dunk it. Did that man. Umar Ahmed, and that's the big wicket for Paxalona. And just as he was getting going, Istiak falls, and you can't really blame him. It hit it well, but he gave the fielder half a chance, and that's all that was required. So another one goes down. Have a look at this on your replay again. Just popped out the first time. Eyes were always on the ball and just fell nicely. And he'll be very relieved to hold on to that chance. Could be a game breaker. And Paxalona, they're now 38 for 4.
So Ali Imran, the new batsman. A swing, and everybody's going up for it, and he's got to go. Caught behind. Gone first ball. Well, there's a twist in this match still.
Oh, so many twists. I tell you what, the chiropractors would be happy with this game because it's getting twisted all around the place. And now we've had 2 wickets in 2 balls. Could have the second hat-trick for the game. You're going to see it all in the Fan Code European Cricket Series. You can see it right here. And Shiraz Ahmed, well, we were questioning, weren't we, at the start of the over. It went wide 6 and then 2.
Yeah.
And he's come back and certainly answered the critics, including you, Rico, because he's got 2 wickets in 2 balls.
He has indeed, and well, that's what they need, wickets to win, and that's a very good decision from the umpire. Took his time. He saw there the sliders off Snicks, and he's on his way. Hat-trick ball coming up.
Well, 38 for 5 now. 32 off 20 balls. Is it too early to call a golden ball, Rico?
Tazeeb Hassan.
Here's the hat-trick ball.
In the air and over the infield, and it's going to go for the boundary. 4 runs. Well, they need these runs. Doesn't matter how they get them, they need them. And that's a brave shot. He's on the hat-trick, playing his shot still. So,
yeah, I'm a big fan of Tazeeb Hassan, the way he goes about his cricket. And he came out and he knows they still need runs through the hands of a valuable boundary. He wanted them to be around the 40 mark after this over. They're already into the 40s. Last ball of the over for Shiraz Ahmed.
And he's got him. Timber all over the place. That's a boogie, oogie, woogie. Kookaburra fireball. But he does get his 3rd wicket. He's not a hat-trick. And how about that? And that is also the end of the over.
42 for 6, the end of 7. I tell you what, these wickets are piling up for Paxalona. Again, Tazeeb, I said I was a big fan of his cricket. Wasn't a big fan of that shot. He'd already got the 4 runs. He just could have pushed it for a single anyway, looking ahead, even though, and we're very firmly fixed on what's happening at the moment, but it'll be Pakai Care returning in match 62. That will be beginning in around just over half an hour's time. They're taking on Barna Royals. Royals have had some good results in this tournament so far. They're 2-1. Pakai Care, well, they're 4-0 before this game. Who knows which way it'll go? But Pakai Care with an unchanged lineup. The Royals, well, they've listed Shafat Ali Said and Usama Shazad to open the batting. For them, Hamza Assar, well, we've seen him hit the ball very crisply so far. And other key players there, Syed Gulrez Hussain. He'll also perhaps chip in with the ball. Wakas Anwar and Murad Ali also have been effective in the series. So for all those fantasy dashboards, make sure you head to our social media at European Cricket. And don't forget, match previews every day, europeancricket.com. But for now, what a contest. 28 of 18 balls required, Rico.
Well, the captain has finally come out himself. He's at the non-strikers out. And Raja Khalik now, you know that he can give the ball a big old whack. So he's obviously coming out to say, well, you know what, it's time to try and finish this game off with a few big hits. And get a chance here as he goes to the striker's end to receive his first delivery from Mohammed Asim Butt.
Yeah, we talked about the benchmarks I set, which was 40 at the end of that over. But one thing we didn't count on is these constant wickets falling, and the big wicket of Nazir going down is going to affect this chase. But Raja, the captain, coming out at an important time. Raja Khaliqur Rahman facing his first ball. Need a captain's innings to get him home. What an opportunity this is to beat one of the giants of Spanish cricket, Pakai Care, in match 61. He's going to have to face Mohammed Azim Butt.
Smashes that away. Wasn't the best of deliveries. Too short outside the off stump. Smashes it away. And that's 4 runs. That's what he's out there to do.
Well,
Mohammed Cameron giving a little bit of advice to the bowler, saying, come on, you can do better than that.
Well, I know it's not Halloween, Rico, but they're creeping, aren't they? They're creeping, Paxalona. They're up to 47. Again, a useful boundary. Hopefully he doesn't fall for the same trick that Hassan did and try and hit the next ball into another universe. Just needs to consolidate, get around the 50 mark at the end of this over. That's the difference the captain makes. You can see that one. The ball deserves some respect and he got it. He tried to push away for a single. It wasn't quite there. But tension and drama in the Fan Code European Cricket Series. And you're catching it right here. We hope you're enjoying yourselves. Of course, 5 matches today, so don't go anywhere. This one's in the balance.
And the legs. A little bit of, well, you'd expect them to appeal for everything at this moment in time. They need the wickets, and you just wonder if this is the prize wicket here now. If the captain goes with the captain, the ship sinks. Well, we'll see. He's still there at the moment.
Need to look to score off every delivery, though. There's probably a single there. The fielders are right back. I know he's not the quickest Raja, but wasn't alert to the single on that occasion. Anyway, he's up there again.
Once more aiming at his pads. He's not quick enough to, well, he's not quick enough to move out the way to take the wide, and not quick enough to trust himself to take the single.
I want to know where he gets his pads. This has almost gone for 4 down the ground. It's beaten the bowler. It's gone all the way down. They're not able to get a single. So again, the tension. We wanted to see them around the 50 mark. Well, they're just under at the moment. Last ball of the over. 23 off 13 required.
Javid is the non-striker. He's only faced 2 balls for his 1 run, but certainly doesn't seem to be keen to try to get to the other end. That's the fuller ball, and this time they will take the single.
So that'll be the end of the over. There were 6 off it. Good one from Mohammad Azim Bhatt. Barcelona are 48 for 6. They require 22 off the last 2 overs. 11 and over. One thing I would say, Rico, you've got 2 batsmen. I'd say they're more or less equal in ability. And no one necessarily standing out at the moment. But what this means is you need to score off as many balls as possible. You can't have these runs of dot balls at this stage is going to kill you. So I would look to at least be scoring 1 off every ball. If you do get a ball you can hit for 4 then or 6, then by all means try.
Yeah.
I think if it's a good ball on stumps, you try and get 1. If it's off the stumps, then fair enough, you throw your hands at it. Maybe you can get 4 or even 6. But at this stage, 11 off the over. They don't want to leave themselves more than, I say, around that many off the last over. So you've got 4 wickets in hand. You've got 2 experienced campaigners at the crease. But one thing's for sure, Atif Mohammed, he's not going to be giving them much. His left arm over the wicket.
Hit straight will just be a single, but like you say, really they need to get something of every ball. Atif bowled a fantastic first over for me. Very tidy. Just 2 runs off it, I believe, and now, well, they're really going to have to find a way, I think, to at least get 1 boundary in this over.
Yeah.
And also keep pushing the singles. Now we know that Raja Khalik is not the best of runners, but looking at the field, there's plenty of gaps. Well bowled. And he had to go. There's the throw. Backing up is there.
Got to go, though. Got to go on those ones, okay? Because, look, if he hits the stumps, it's a good bit of fielding. Only had 1 stump to aim at, but just relieves the pressure slightly. Again, they need slightly more than singles now. They need 20 off the last 10 balls. But if you accumulate dots at this stage, you're going to be in some serious trouble. I'll be eyeing off batting at the moment, what my areas are. Probably over cover. There's a big gap. There's no one back there. Also over mid-wicket, but you don't want to go slogging across the line. The captain, I think he's the one in the box seat to do the job. He's obviously held himself back in case there was this kind of a situation.
Yeah. He knows that, 2 good hits and he can really change the way this match is going. And, well, he's not going to get a chance because the man who's doing all the hitting is Mohammad Atif. He knocks down his castle, and with that, maybe the hopes of Barcelona going on to win this match. That's great bowling.
Well, he took the bait. The worm was on the hook. There's a big gap at mid-wicket. This is where he tried to hit this one. It was perfectly pitched from Atif Mohammed, hitting the top of off stump. And that's the end of Raja Khalika Rahman at a key time. And we told him, I was speaking to him before the stumps, before play, about how important it is to hit the stumps. That left armour have been very dangerous in this tournament. We've seen Sonny Jungra take a hatful of wickets, haven't we? And then This is well done by Atif Mohammed. We saw him contribute with the bat as well. He got up to double figures. He was one of not many that did so for Pakai Care in their total of 69.
Yeah.
But could we have, I've only seen it happen once before, a team get bowled out but win the game. I've seen it happen once before with Seaside in Sweden. I think they made 108 off their 10 overs. They were bowled out in the 10th over. And were able to win the game, but a lot less on the board for Pakai Care on this occasion. Only 69, but they look like they're going to defend it. 50 for 7, 9 balls left. 20 runs required, but it can all change in an instant. Adela Ali is the new batsman.
Is he going to be the hero? In comes Atif. That's well hit. Will be a single.
19 off 8, and we talked about them trying to get 11 off this oval. It hasn't really panned out for them, has it, at the moment? They have 3 off the first 4 balls.
Javid, he's not had too much of the strike. He's watched a lot of it happening from the non-striker's end. Just 2 off his 3 balls.
3 runs in extras in the whole innings. 3 wides in the whole innings. You think, if you think the extras matter, you'll understand why. You look at this kind of a game where Pakai Care have given minimal freebies to Paxalona. He's flicked his pad on the way past.
And it's little things like that as well, isn't it, Vinny? In these close games, we've seen that probably 3 or 4 times. The ball going to go on to miss the leg stump, and the batsman just needs to try and get out of the way, walk inside the line, take the extra run. How important those runs are
19
in
off
a game
7.
like this.
Yeah, 19 off 7. They need a big hit now if they ever needed one. So, Pakai Care thinking maybe they had 10 runs too many. It's too easy for them at the moment. Here we go anyway. Atif Mohammed. Again, one big hit in this game. We're right back into balance.
He's got hold of it. It's going to drop safe, but will they push for 2? They don't.
So that will be the end of the over. 52 for 7. And so that means they need 17 to tie. 18 to win off the last over. Let's see who gets the responsibilities for Pakai Care. Well, it's been a clinical effort in the field, you have to say, and sometimes it takes you something like that. They've been cruising Pakai Care through their first 4 matches without really being challenged in any serious way. But sometimes it takes that wake-up call, and they've certainly sprung into action, haven't they, in the second half of this match. It's going to be Shiraz Ahmed to bowl the 10th and final over. And 17 required to tie, 18 required to win.
Yeah, and how important was his 18 runs off the 7 balls he faced, 18 of them coming in the first 6 in this game. It's the matter of winning and losing, isn't it?
You got to run. Well, just the single, 17 off 5, and that'll bring the new man on strike, Adelat Ali. We saw him bowl very well, but he's going to have to pull out some heroics with the bat. That's what good teams do, Rico. They just find a way to win, don't they? But Adelat Ali, he'll have something to say about it if he can. They need 17 off only 5 balls, so how are you going to do this? Well, you probably need either 2 sixes or 3 boundaries. Say 3 of these 5 balls have to be boundaries, 4s or 6s, to keep them in the game. Where are they going to come from? They're going to come from there. You can't blame him for trying. It's not really his fault. He did his job with the ball, and the batsmen haven't been able to keep pace. They look like they're going to fall about 10 runs short at this stage. Paxalona, but what a game we've had. Keanu asking if there's bat size restrictions. Yeah, there's the normal restrictions that require laws of cricket. Good question.
Well, he's gone. We heard that from here. And once more, can't blame the batsman, trying to give himself some room and negotiate this, trying to hit this over the top. There's the edge, there's the cat. And another one bites the dust. And, well, Pakai Care, they had to fight, didn't they? They had to fight to save face. They had a terrible, terrible day with the bat. But doing what good teams do, never giving up. And then, well, if the batting department fails, then the bowling department has to be on top form, and they have been.
What an incredible match. And we've seen in this one, and we've seen probably less runs in this match than were scored by Govinda in that one innings yesterday back in match 59. The world record score, of course, in case you missed yesterday, 156 not out by an individual batsman, Govinda Bajwa. It seems all over by the shouting now. 53 for 8. We need three sixes to win it, basically. This isn't going to be one of them. Down the ground for 1 run, but wow, what an interesting match we've had anyway. A real arm wrestling. Sometimes like this, a bit more of an even contest, let's say, between bat and ball, and having to work for your runs is certainly something captivating about it.
Good slower ball there. And well, that's the match, isn't it, really? And well done, you have to say, to Pakai Care. And this is the reason why they are the team at the top of this table. And you're seeing the reason why this team did win the second European Cricket Series back in November. The first one they entered, didn't take part in the first one, came out. And though they were defeated in one match during that series, they went all the way to win the final and win it in style. And they're definitely the team to beat. You see some of the highlights here.
Yeah, it was Cameron. They threw the big artillery at them early, didn't they, Pakai Care? It was Mohamed Cameron and Mohamed Baba, who only allowed 12 runs off the first 4 overs, picking up 2 wickets along the way, including a run out. It was just one moment where Pakai Care let it slip, but there weren't too many. Baba coming up with the big wicket. Saw some undisciplined batting as well, you'd have to say.
Yeah.
And just almost losing can become a habit sometimes, Rico. Paxalona, well, the opportunity was there to take the giant scalp, but just couldn't find a way to keep up with the rate. But there was an interesting little period in the middle as well, with Ishaq Nazir there, that it looked like Paxalona had it under control, but that was the moment that he was removed. And again, a little bit of magic. Umar Ahmed sticking out the right mitt and taking it on the second occasion. Good wicket keeping behind the stumps. Didn't see any buys or anything of that nature. In fact, only 3 runs given away in extras in the entire innings, and it probably made the difference in the end. Pakai Care, as good teams do, not giving the opposition anything for nothing, and they were deadly accurate. We saw Tazeem Hassan, he hit a nice boundary, but then lost his stumps. Raja, well, we kept him in the game for a little while as well, but then he had to go as well. The last over was just too many in the end. They fired 18 off the last over. They left it too late, so Paxalona ended up going down in this match 69 to 54. But looking ahead, Pakai Care, well, they've won the toss again. They've elected to bat first again. Now, last game, they only were able to make 69 runs. Now, I would guess they would be looking to score quite a few more than that in match 62, which is coming up in about 20 minutes against the Barna Royals. And the Royals coming into the tournament for the first time today. We have seen them earlier, of course, in their 2 wins and 1 loss from their matches so far. Watch out for Shafat Ali Saeed and Usama Shahzad. Usama Shahzad looks very good to me opening the batting. I think he's good value. He's only 8 credits as well on Dream 11. Hamza Assar, he's also one that can clear the fences. But Pakai Care, we see that they're still missing a couple of their key players. Mohamed Jasri is probably the one that comes to mind as well. But look, I think regardless of who Pakai Care have in their lineup, they'll be looking to provide a very dominant performance, particularly with the bat here in match 62, Rico. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that win sends them clear at the top, and Barna Royals, they're the team in second place, and they know that a victory will keep them in the hunt. If they're not able to take these points off the team, Pakai Care is sitting at the top of the table on 11 points. Well, really then you're going to rely on other teams beating them and you picking up win after win in your remaining games. So very, very important contest this coming up for the Barna Royals. They know that really nothing but a win will do, but they've seen how to bowl to them. They've seen that what the issues are
with that Pakai Care batting performance. So it'll be interesting to see if they do deploy the slower bowler straight away right from the start.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see that in match 62 coming up just around the corner. Just recapping, Ishaq Nazir, well, he's the only one of any note for Barcelona. He scored 30 off 25 balls. No one else was able to pass 6 in that total of 54 for 9 off their 10 overs. And as far as the bowling went, well, Cameron and Bubba, they did the job early. They only conceded 5 and 7 runs respectively. As far as the wickets went, it was Shiraz Ahmed in the end who picked up 4 for 15 off his 2. Mohammad Latif picking up 2 for 6. Also a single wicket for Babar. But you have to say, Pakai Care, well, winners win. That's one of my friend's favourite expressions, and they certainly did here in match 61 from a precarious position. Anyway, we hope you're enjoying the action today on the European Cricket Network. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. We'll rejoin you in about 10 minutes' time for match 62. Until then, this is the European Cricket Network, and you're watching the Fan Code European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to the Fan Code European Cricket Series Spain. It's Mr. Maximo here, Vinny Sandhu for the European Cricket Network, and it's time for the toss for the second match of the day. It's the Barna Royals taking on Pack I Care. Let's hand over to the match referee.
Tail.
Tail is the call. And tail is the so you won the toss. I think
How will you
bat.
Yeah.
Park I Care won the toss and they're going to bat first.
Well, there you go. Pack I Care winning the toss, electing to bat. It'll be interesting to see if it goes a little bit better than, of course, the start of the day where we saw some incredible cricket. Barna Royals, they're returning and they've had some good results in this tournament as well. But you wonder, can they have the giant killing ability to take on Pack I Care? Let's hand it over to Rico in the box for match 2.
Thank you very much, Vinny. Yeah, we're all set and ready for this one. It features, of course, the Pack I Care, and Pack I Care are going to bat once more, and they'll be hoping that this time round it's going to go a little bit better than what it did against Barcelona. I mean, it's got to hand it to them. Their performance in the field after only scoring 69 was absolutely superb, and well, that's what big teams and big players do. And when the chips are down, they come out fighting and they perform. You see a lovely picture there, and you just see the umpires making their way out. Abdul Khan, Shahidul Ahmed, lovely setting here. The sun is out. We're in for a beautiful day, and it's pretty warm here now. I think temperatures around about 15, and in the sun, certainly feeling a lot warmer than that. It's a nice day to go out and play cricket. It's a nice day to win the toss and have a bat. And I'm just wondering whether there'll be any changes this time in the batting order. I'm pretty sure there will be. We'll just see that fancy dashboard, so I can see, I think this time round, perhaps the first two names there, Mohammad Ishan and Mohammad Babar, will be up there doing a little bit of batting and trying to get them off to a good start. Maybe Mohammad Cameron coming in, perhaps at number 3. And on the bowling front, well, the Barna Royals, they've looked good. They're second in the table so far. They've got some good all-rounders in their team, and I think Hamza Hazar, for me, he's probably one of the key players in their side. We know he's a very good batsman and also can do a bit with the ball as well. Team's getting ready. And I can see that the captain, Mohammad Babar, he is going to be at the non-strikers end, and Mohammad Ishan. Now, how about this? This is interesting. So, both these two batsmen not going by form because they were both out very first ball golden ducks in the previous match. Mohammad Ishan, well, he was the man who was out caught at the boundary, and that hat-trick was taken. And Mohammad Babar, when he came in, trying to accelerate the run rate and just scooping the ball up in the air. So just a reminder, the hat-trick man, Ali Imran, congratulations to you. A historic day. Unfortunately, couldn't bring the win up for his team. And that certainly would have been a massive upset. There we go. First ball of this match. And swing and a miss. Ishan wanting to go big straight away. Waqas Anwar. Seen the ball very well. He uses his height. Well, indeed, he moves around in the crease as well, angling the ball in and out to the batsman. Oh, and there we go! Balle, balle, balle! And what a day it's been for Mohammad Ishan. He went for first ball and now he's gone second ball. He's made a pair. That's lovely bowling. Absolutely brilliant. And have a look at this again. I said I like the way he bowls. He comes down from good height. Look at that. And, well, he's had nowhere near it. That is beauty. And so he should be happy. Bang. And bang. Thank you, my man. And you're on your way. So the day's not got any better at all for Mohamed Ishan, and we welcome back Vinny into the commentary station. Vinny, you've got the knack of getting wickets back again.
Yeah, it's just like the good old days, isn't it? Wickets crashing on my way into the commentary box, and Mohamed Isan, well, if you told me he'd make a pair of ducks, I would have told you to go and get your head checked, Rico, if you told me that at the start of the day, but he walks away. A first baller and a second baller, and can you believe it? So, an early wicket goes down. Here's Waka Samar again. Well bowled. The new batsman is Sheraz Ahmed for Pak Care. But again, you wonder, everyone's kind of expecting around the ground that Pak Care will come out and blast 140, but these Barna Royals, they've been pretty good in this tournament so far. They're 2 wins and a loss, and their 3 games have all been fairly close. I'll back to their previous results in a second, but early wicket of Mohamed Isan. Again, no Jaffrey in the side today for Pak Care. This one's a bit short, and a cross-bat shot, a little bit of a risk, but anyway, that's the first run on the board. Here the Royals, back in match 10, they beat the City Lions by 10 runs, 86 to 76. Then they had then had an unsuccessful chase against Paxalona. Paxalona defeating them in the last over, 115 to 114. Then they had a successful chase against Ripoll Warriors, winning 112, 111 off the second last ball. So they've had some tight contests, and in fact, they do have a winning record. You just wonder if they can get ahead of this game of Pak Care. Can they press home that advantage? Here's Wakas. Well, this is nicely struck. Is it going to get over the head of the mid-off? It does. Just getting over his head. He's a tall man. It's Murad Ali at mid-off. It just looped over his head for a single in the end. Now, just responding, there's been a lot of great chat as well in YouTube chat, and we do encourage you to join our YouTube chat, ECN European Cricket Network. If you're watching on YouTube, of course you're in India, you might be watching on Fancode as well, but everyone's welcome in the YouTube chat. I'll just come back to a couple of questions that have come in over the break. But again, early wicket for Pak Care. Last ball of this over. This up's very high. It might be catchable. Good luck though, Murad Ali. He goes back, he goes around, and he drops it over the boundary. And that will be 4 runs. It was up there a long time. It was swirling around in the breeze. Almost had time to order lunch and get it delivered. It was in the air so long. Eventually it came down. He did well to get in the right spot, but to make it even worse, the ball rolling over the rope for 4 runs, so a let off. And imagine if that one had gone down. Anyway, it's the end of a very eventful first over at 6 for 1.
Yeah, that was a very, very difficult chance. I mean, look where we started from and where we ended up. The ball as well, moving around up in the air. And in the end, he's sort of trying to take the catch with his back to the play, hitting his hands. And unfortunately for him also, because of the momentum of the ball, it makes his way over the boundary rope and 4 runs. Well, you just think, though, if he was able to hold on to that, it would have been an absolute spectacular catch. And we've seen a few of those today already, but it certainly would have put Pak Care under a lot of pressure. And I think he's just he's got a problem with his hand here.
Yeah, not surprising. This ball is very, very hard and does do some damage if it doesn't hit in the middle of the hands. Of course, end of the fingers, one area. That's me as a wicket keeper. My fingers look like a packet of twisties, as we would say. It's a very popular treat in my part of the world, but it can happen. But I was just going to respond. Nate had a question. Nate from Tennessee, good morning to you, about are the batting team allowed to choose which batter's facing. I'll come to that in a second, but it's going to be the man who just put that catch down, Murad Ali, to bowl the second over. I did call him the egg beater, didn't I? Because he looked like he's all arms and legs all over the place. But to answer your question, Nate, well, the only time the batting team can choose who faces is the very, very first ball of the innings. So they can choose which batsman they would like to be on strike for the first delivery of the innings. But then after that, the batsmen are kind of more or less stuck at the ends which they are. Now, of course, they cross ends. They change ends when they run, for example. Now, at the end of each over, the batters will change ends. And that is because in regular cricket, when it's bowled from both ends, the batsman will stay in the same place and the whole field moves around them. But for this format, because we're speeding the game up, we bowl all the overs from one end and the batsmen actually cross, which has the same effect. So the batting team don't get to choose who's on strike except for the very start of an innings. And we see Murad Ali, he's just going off for a little bit of treatment there. He's bowled one ball of his over. And this will be taken into account with regards to the time allowance to bowl the overs, of course, because a genuine injury from Murad, and interesting to see if he continues this over or whether they get someone to replace him.
I wonder whether these Kookaburra balls, Vinny, I mean, they're one of our partners, of course. I wonder if they come with a health warning, on the box. Be careful, these balls do cause serious damage to fingers and bats, because they've broken a few bats during this Fancode European Cricket Series, and a few fingers as well.
Yeah, it'd be a great time to be a finger surgeon. Tell you what, you have to study for a long time, but there's definitely a lot of work around Barcelona at the moment. Playing cricket in February. Anyway, we've got Luke commenting on the last game, and he's referencing from Keanu in Aussie, in Australia, asking if it was good bowling, bad batting, or a combination of both during the Barcelona innings. I'd say a bit of both. I think there was some good bowling at the start, but we were talking during the break, weren't we, Rico, off air, about the running between the wickets, perhaps not being aggressive enough. And
I agree with you there, Vinny. And
yeah,
I think when you get to these close games, and I think people that have been following and watching, and those that know cricket anyway, will know that if you don't take the runs that are there available to you, then somewhere along the line they're going to come back and haunt you. We've seen that a number of times. Well, Murad Ali, he's all smiles again as he gets the ball, so we go back to the action line. But yeah, you've got to take all of the runs. You can't pick and choose. You've got to run them fast, because in close games, it makes a matter of winning or losing.
absolutely. So Murad Ali is fit to continue, and here he is bowling the second ball of second over. Big comeback, swing and a miss. Oh, also got in the chat, we've got Luke saying it would be fair to say that no one knows what might happen next, which makes it all rather exciting and very entertaining. Of course, talking about the format. A few people saying that they're sticking to this game today because of the entertainment factor. That's fantastic. Ayatollah Khan watching from Qatar. Well, good morning to you. It might be good afternoon there already, I'd say. And we've got lots of well wishes in the chat, which is great. And Nate saying, thank you for the explanation. Well, always a pleasure, Nate. Here's Murad Ali. Hits him on the pad. There's a big appeal, I think, might be going down the leg side. And again, the batsman feeling the Kookaburra. That one just missed the top of the pad, I think you'll find. Have a look at this on the replay. See that when you bend your knee sometimes, like this, you see it just leaves that. That is not going to tickle either. So, well, it's a game for grown-ups at the moment, isn't it? Because this is a junior game. There'll be a lot of tears, but well done to these guys. Of course, it's excellent entertainment. And Asjad Butts in the chat. Hello, Asjad. Good morning to you. Wonder if you caught the first game. Here's Murad Ali. Oh, this is close.
That
this
will be
time,
close.
Yeah, he's going to go. And the batsman, well, he's not happy, but he's going to have to go. It was given. But the batsman sticking around. This isn't really on, to be honest.
No, come on, the captain should know better. You're being given out. There's no banging around. The fingers going up.
And umpire's just conferring, but let's have a look at this one. He caught him right in front, and the only question was if there was an inside edge. We'll have a look at this again on the replay, thanks to our partners at Spring Productions. Again, Pakai Care. And we're just waiting for the final decision. And in the end, the decision being made, that is not out. So moving right along, Murad Ali doesn't get the wicket in the end. Next one's hit, and it just evades the fielder at cover. And that's going to go all the way for 4. So obviously we're still in the power play at the moment. So only 2 outfielders allowed for the Royals. That one evading the infield, and 4 runs. 4 valuable runs to Pakai Care.
Yeah, well, he thought he was on his way back. In the end, he gets a lifeline and comes back hitting the ball, well, aerial again, but evades the fielders and goes for 4 runs.
Yeah, we'll talk about that at the end of the over. But for now, last ball of the second. And again, taking off was Ahmed Babar, but that will be the end of the over. And after 2, it is 10 for 1. Yeah, all I can think, Rico, on that occasion was that perhaps the square leg umpire, because the umpire, standing umpire, did give it out, but then did consult the square leg umpire, who may have felt there was a clear inside edge or something like that. It was quite an unusual occurrence. And we do see a few things that are a bit unusual, of course, still developing in this part of the world, but Mohamed Baba, well, gets a bit of a life there, you'd have to say, and interesting to see if he makes them pay. But it's going to be the big man, Waka Sanwa, to bowl the third over. So far, pretty good power play for the Royals, only conceding 10.
It's well bowled, right up there. You just see how well he uses his crease there. Sometimes he gets pretty close to the umpire, sometimes drifting wider and angling the ball in. Very clever bowler.
Yeah, we've got a lot of chat and discussion, and I think it's a fair discussion on the chat about the LBW. A lot of people feeling that there was even ECN chiming in saying, not sure he got bet on that. I have to agree, based on what we can see, it looked like a good decision to me.
Yeah.
And you wonder what it was that prompted the umpires to reverse the decision, but again, the umpires, they're the one that had the final say, and their final say was that he was not out, and so continue his innings. And this one, well, it's whipped away. And this one's going to go all the way over backward square leg. Just straying onto the leg stump was Waka Sanwa, and that is a Maximo. Pakai Care getting going here in match 62.
Yeah, I mean, just losing his line a little bit, and, well, Mohamed Baba just in the right position to just elevate that ball over the top there. That's 6 runs for him. And the bowler, no doubt, will, well, he'll know that he lost his line there. Let's see what he comes back with. I think Baba, you do see him, he does try and go across and play that little flick shot a few times. So it's a question of, do you persist and try and win that battle, or do you try and do something different here? And let's see what the reply will be from Waka Sanwa.
Well, we've seen him miss the odd straight one. Here he is again. Squirrel ball, good comeback, and that was a good line, I think. Just outside the off stump. Decent pace, and like you say, he's a tall man, Rico. Gets right up there and tries to use every inch of that height. But, yeah, we do appreciate your input in the YouTube chat as always. Jesus is here. Good morning, Jesus. Saying Pakai Care is his second team. So, well, it's great that you've picked even more than one team here. Of course, we've got 4 groups, so you can have a favourite in each group, I think. For this tournament in Spain, the first series of the year. Here's Waka Sanwa. This is uppish. It's not going to carry it along on. In the end, it will be just the single. It is Shadil Kaiser doing the fielding. But still, this is important for the Royals, just to keep the pressure on, not give too many these loose deliveries. Look, if it's a very good shot, I mean, you can handle that, but you don't want to give the freebies to Pakai Care. One thing I would say about the Royals, they have a slightly stronger batting lineup than Barcelona, so they'd fancy themselves perhaps to chase 100 or something like that.
He's straight down the leg side again, and this time it's hit even further. That's a big old hit this time from Shiraz Ahmed. You just cannot bowl in that area, especially when the ball's coming through to them at that pace. They're just going to help it along.
Yeah, he used his pace against him, didn't he, that time? And we just talked about it. You got to stay off the legs, and you can't bowl those full tosses at that pace, because batsman just a flick of the wrists and it was away. It almost went over the foul ball fence behind the plate in the baseball part of the ground, and huge hit. Wakas, well, he's been pretty good, you have to say, but in the second over he's bowled a couple of loose deliveries. Anyway, he's got one more ball. Let's see if he can get the big wicket that the Royals desperately need. We might get another chance. That will be called a wide. See if that one stands. Yep. So he'll get another ball, Waka Sanwa.
Yeah, just trying to change his line. Attack the off stump a little bit, just going too wide.
Luke's got a very good point. I might come to it at the end of this over, but first we'll wait for the last ball of the third over from Wakas. This will be no run in the end. He's sent back. Here's Shiraz Ahmed. So that's the end of 3 overs. The score is 24 for 1. Yeah, Luke has an opinion, which we always value your opinions, of course. Luke says Baba was giving out. There's no referral system here, and this sets a bad example. If we're going to have umpires consulting about LBW decisions because batsman does not agree with original decision, I'll have to say, Rico.
Yeah, I mean, I I said it at the time, I don't like it. You've been
Yep.
giving out I think Mohamed Baba, that was very bad of him, what he was doing. He's a captain, he should know better. You're giving out, you just got to accept it and go. And, well, I'm not going to talk about whether I think it was or wasn't out. I think the men in black there, that's their job to do. But, yeah, I didn't like the reaction from the captain.
Yeah,
I would agree with what's being said there.
I'd concur, Rico, because the men in black, of course, you've got to understand, guys, there's millions of people watching this around the world, and they don't want to make a decision that is wrong. And I don't necessarily think it was the wrong decision, in my opinion, but that is the kind of pressure that umpires are under. But at that time, I'm not quite sure about the process. Yeah, we'll have Murad Ali. This one's up, it's in the air. Not sure if it's going to carry to anyone. It's going to have to go a long way. And he's just a couple of metres short in the end. That one right off the end of the bat. Yeah, just finishing my point of what I was saying, Rico, I think the umpire's out there with a job to do. And on that occasion, I believe the original decision, there was nothing wrong with it, but perhaps just bending to the reaction. And that's actually why in cricket we have a long-standing tradition of players not questioning umpires inappropriately, which I believe that would probably fall under the category of. And because, of course, then the umpire was questioning his decision when perhaps wasn't required. This is up, it's in the air again. Now the fielder's in the game. It's Nabil, and he holds on. And that is the end of Shiraz Ahmed. In this one, it was very high in the air. And a lot of the time when the ball's gone that high, it's carried the straight boundary. But this time, that long off Nabil Kaiser was in the game. And it was up there for such a long time. But holding on to the catch was Nabil Kaiser. And Pakai Care, they lose another wicket. It's 26 for 2.
Yeah, that was a very good catch. You see here, went a long, long way up. And unlike the one from Mohamed Baba, which nobody fancied, look at the positioning, look at the hands. That was very, very well done. Got into very good position, eye on the ball all the time, opened up the fingers. That's a good catch taken and a good breakthrough, because at a time when after the 3 overs are gone, you know that Pakai Care 24 for 1 they were. We're going to be looking to try and accelerate, and taking that wicket of the dangerous Shiraz Ahmed. Well, that's a good pick-up for them.
Well done to Murad Ali as well for eliciting the false stroke. He's got 1 for 5 now. 2 balls into his second over. In he comes again. This is another one on the pads. Ahmed Baba's on strike because the batsman crossed while that ball was in the air. This one just going down the leg side. I tell you what, wouldn't want to get hit in the pads too many more times with Mohamed Baba. He's already had one that's missed the pad. He's had one that was highly controversial early here in match 62. That one was comfortably slipping down the leg side, and a good decision by the umpires. I have to say, for the umpires for the most part, Rico, they've been very good in Barcelona. It's great we're developing local umpires. It lifts the standard of competition when we're not showing the games. This one's a bit too short, and it's going to go all the way over the mid-wicket. And for a second, Sufyan Anwar on the boundary thought he was in the game, but it's gone all the way. 6 more runs to Pakai Care.
Yeah, just watch this again. I'm not sure there. I mean, the bowler, his opinion was that the fielder ducked out of that one. He wasn't happy at all. I'm not too sure. It's difficult for us to see from this angle, and also from the camera angle, just how close or how far it was. It was to his right, but certainly did not want to make an attempt at that one. And it's the same fielder, I think, that was a little bit shy going for the one that went way up in the air as well. I think if you were keen and you really, really wanted it, I think you needed to get there. Anyway, Baba continues.
This one's up, it's in the air. The fielder's coming around. I think they're just going to watch it go all the way for 6 more. Another Maximo to Pakai Care, and getting going in the innings now. So Murad Ali has been good for the most part, but he's disappeared for a couple of big Maximos. And a bit of trouble now for the Royals as they try and keep this Pakai Care innings under control.
Yeah, I mean, you're watching the way that Mohamed Baba is batting. He's hitting the ball quite well. I think here, maybe after this over, perhaps it's worth trying taking the pace right off the ball, getting a spinner on and seeing if he still plays that shot across the line. That's his strength. That's where he likes to play. Gets his foot right across, and, well, a few times he's got lucky.
Yeah, I agree with that. But that's the end of the over. It's 39 for 2 at the end of 4. Just got a few more comments. And Nate, of course, is fairly new to cricket. He was saying it's a very good tradition to have that the players generally don't question the umpires. He's using baseball as an example. Gets drawn out at times, and it kills the flow of the game. So that's a good comment by Nate. And some questions about referrals. But first, we're going to talk to you about the ECL because we have some extra cricket view this week. The ECL, of course, is the Champions League of cricket in Europe. It's beginning May 31. We'll run 4 weeks in Spain. And this Sunday, we have a little bonus treat for you on ECN, starting at the regular time of 7:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe. It's 1 p.m. in India. You'll catch the Spanish playoff to determine who will represent Spain in that European Cricket League tournament in just, well, it's about 3 months away, isn't it? So we've got Minaj, who are playing in this series, and they're taking on La Manga Torrevieja Cricket Club in a best-of-3 series this Sunday. So put that in your diaries, because that's something a little bit extra for you. Cricket on a Sunday on ECN. That's going to be Sufyan Anwar to be the new bowler, bowling the 5th over.
Captain Mohammed Babar is keeping the strikes. Mohammed Asim, but still at the non-striker's end. Hasn't faced the ball yet.
This one's a swing and a miss, can be called a wide. Now another thing, if you're new to cricket, might not be obvious, but the same player cannot bowl 2 overs in a row. So if you're new to cricket, you might wonder, are they always changing? Well, partly it's because they have to change at the end of every over. So each player, they can bowl a maximum of 2 overs, but they cannot be consecutive overs. And the only time you can change a bowler in the middle of an over, it's only if it's due to an injury or for some other reason, such as the bowler has been prevented from bowling by the umpires for some reason. Anyway, here's Sufyan Anwar. On the pads. Pads would have a few white cherries on them, I think. Rico, Mohammed Babar has taken a few on there, but he's still surviving.
He is indeed. Sufyan Anwar just straying down the leg. He's a little bit lucky to get away with that. Babar is normally quite strong in that area. Just needs to concentrate outside that off stump.
Yeah, I think so. This is too short, and it'll be taken for a Maximo. And again, Babar's all over anything that's too short. Sending that one over the square leg boundary. Didn't quite make clean contact, but enough to get it out of the ballpark. So 6 more runs for Pakai Care. Yeah, we've got some questions about, obviously, reviews and technology. Keanu had some good inquiries about that. Luke just remarking, which I think is the main reason, that we don't have referral systems and all of the replays in ECS, because of the costs involved. Obviously, it's an emerging competition you're watching, and of course we would welcome the ability to have all the angles and technology that's available at the top levels of cricket, but it's something that's an ongoing thing we're trying to improve. But also a very good comment from Keanu in response. We'll come to that in a second. This time he goes for it and he gets more of it. And this one has gone the journey. It's all the way out of here. Another Maximo. And back-to-back 6s for Pakai Care.
Qué grande eso es. 6 carreras más. Vale, este hombre tiene poquito de suerte hoy, pero ahora, vale, tiene pelota aquí donde hay las piernas. Es 6 carreras otra vez. Y eso es de más grande de todo. Mohammed Babar, que de momento tienes un bien form. En el primer partido solo hacemos 0. Ahora 38 con de 18 pelotas.
Yeah, he's cruising along, isn't he? 38 off 18. Here's Sufyan Anwar. Does he have the answer? It's going to be wide down the leg side, and not to bowl that one again. Yeah, the comment I was referring to from Keanu was that he understands and doesn't mind not having the technology. He said the umpires have been good all tournament, which I think is a fair comment as well for the most part. And developing local umpires, just like developing local cricket and local players, is all about. It's what we're all about at European cricket, and it's nice to see the game developing at all levels and all aspects, slowly but surely. This one's up again. The fielder's in the game. This time he's coming around, and he holds on to the catch. So again, the chance given. And Mohammed Babar, well, his lives have run out. He has to go. And it was Shajil Kaiser taking the catch at long on. And very important that he held on to that one, because he was looking dangerous. And it looked like it was getting away from the Royals. They keep themselves in the game. and an important wicket. And Sufyan Anwar, well, he's been a little bit all over the shop this over, but that time he comes up with a big wicket of the opposition skipper.
Yeah, that was important. He took his time. It's nice to see. Got himself into a good position. And, well, very important catch to take. Babar has been doing most of the stroke playing. And literally, you've got two new batsmen out there now, because Mohamed Hassim, but though he's been there a while, has yet to face a ball.
We'll get his chance now. And he's gone. First ball. You called it, Rico. And I tell you what, it's all happening so fast. Sufyan Anwar, well, he's taken a bit of stick in this over. He's gone for 14, but he's come up with wickets off the 4th and 5th balls. He'll be on a hat-trick off the last ball of the over. And I tell you what, the pond's full of ducks this morning. There's been so many of them. Batsmen going without scoring. If you're new to cricket, we call that a duck. And if it's the very first ball they face, we call it a golden duck. I'll have to check the gold price because it's been full of gold this morning. Golden ducks galore.
Yeah, that's good bowling, you know. You said Sufyan Anwar, he's been a little bit wayward, and he has, but he's taken a wicket, the first one, and then new batsman on strike. I mean, he's been there a while, hasn't he? Mohamed Hassim, Barber, and maybe he was feeling a bit of the jitters. And what the bowler did, he bowled a good ball straight up on the money, and that's what you got to do to new batsmen, put the pressure on. And well, is this going to be a change round here now once more? The 50 has been reached, 53, but 53 for 4, ball left in this over. And well, are we going to see?
Here we go.
Another hat-trick.
Sufyan Anwar is on a hat-trick. Last ball of the over. Oh, a little inside edge I heard at that time onto the pad, but it was right on the money. So what a comeback. Just shows you, as we say, sometimes your luck can change in an instant. So a good over in the end. 2 wickets for 14 runs from Sufyan Anwar at the halfway point of the innings. Pak Care, they're 53 for 4.
Yeah, that's a terrific comeback from the bowler. Lost his line a little bit. He went for a few. 14, to be fair, and then he's come back with 3 brilliant balls to finish the over. 2 of them taking wickets. And all of a sudden, things looking completely different. The difference a ball can make in this game, eh, Vinny?
Oh, definitely. Just takes one. And we've seen these momentum shifts time and time again, despite it being such a short version of the game. You can get dizzy with the momentum shifts in this T10 format. Here's Syed Shafat Ali to bowl. Now we push for a single in the end. Mohamed Kamran off the mark immediately. And yeah, he's a pretty handy bowler. Probably see him open the batting. The Barna Royal skipper. Left armour pushes the ball through. Probably fairly accurate. He's coming into key time for this innings. That was a slightly slower ball. We see that the fingers were rolled on that one, I think, in kind of off-spinning motion. It's a bit like, Nate, if you're watching, it's a bit like a slider in baseball. The ball is kind of, the fingers are rolled down the side of the ball just to slow the speed down. Get some of that side spin. It just tricks the batsman so it doesn't come out quite as fast as they're expecting. Next one, push through and just a single. So I mean, it's going to be a very interesting 6-over check-in, I think, at the end of this over, Rico.
Yeah, we'll do. I mean, a lot now relies once more on Mohamed Kamran, the man who's on strike now. We know that he can perform. We didn't. They needed him to do it in the last game, but unlike all the other batsmen, he wasn't able to. And once more again here at the same sort of situation, need a good knock from him.
That's a good bit of wicket keeping down the leg side. And you'll see here again, notice the little things. This is wide down the leg side. Not a good ball, but the keeper, he was able to get down on one knee and smother it with his body. And we've seen these going for 4 sometimes. So nice bit of keeping from Taki Ulmazar behind the stumps for the Barna Royals. Here comes Syed Ali.
It's well played, so Mohamed Kamran just seems to be quite content at the moment anyway, just to play those shots, take the single. He looked to be doing the same in that first game, and then the rush of blood going for the big hit, being caught. And he won't want to do that again. He knows that he's got to bat all the way through now, the remainder of this innings, and try and get this to a fairly decent score. That's well hit. It is straight to the fielder once more, though. Those men out there are going to be in the game a lot. Get the feeling.
So we've got a bit of chat also about the next games coming up. Ripper Warriors returning to the fray in matches 3 and 4 today out of 5. As well bowled again. It'll just be a 1 run. It's more of a walk, I think. Oh, I tell you what, we saw him run out in disastrous fashion earlier this series. Then we off a free hit where he was just walking. And it's a bit of a dangerous tactic on a field this side. But he does get through into the over. 59 for 4 after 6. And I'll check in here. Well, I'm probably looking at 10 and over. We'll get you to 99, so 100 plus. Anything more than that's a bonus, I think, at this stage for Pakai Care. Now, a bit of a question from Jesus. Maybe for you, Rico. Saying Christian Munoz-Mills, why is he not playing? Because he's Spain captain. Maybe you can explain why he's not playing in this tournament, Rico.
Yeah, it's very simple. And obviously, Jesus, you will know that there's a lot of restrictions in place because of the coronavirus situation. So Christian Munoz is based in the Valencian region. Just watching this ball being bowled.
Asa Ula to continue, and I'm going to sneak in for a dot ball.
Yeah, so it's going to be travelling here to Catalonia, but also this is very much a series which involves Catalonia cricket clubs. So once more, I think it's only fair play that the teams are fielding players.
Oh, there's big trouble here. Big trouble. Got to grab the ball, and he does. We've got to run out.
He's gone for a walk. Don't know where he's going. He decided to have a walk in this lovely sunshine, but, well, forgot he was playing the game of cricket, and he's on his way.
Let's see what happened here. And he just foxed him, didn't he, with a couple of steps. And this is another case where Mohamed Kamran, again, he wasn't quite giving a clear answer one way or another, but you can see that Kamran not watching his partner either. And when the batsmen lose eye contact, well, that can be trouble, because you can't see what your partner's doing. And at that time, Umar Ahmed is overcommitted, watching Cameron take a couple of quick steps down the pitch. And, well, something from nothing for the Barna Royals, but they'll take it.
Absolutely. Mohamed Kamran there, because he's walking down the wicket looking at the ball, the non-striking batsman is thinking that that's him going for the run, and then finding himself in no man's land when Cameron turned back to go back to his crease.
This time's up. He's not going to carry too long off. And Cameron, for me, becomes a very important component for Pakai Care in the remaining portion of this innings, because he can go large. We've seen him chancing his arm a couple of times, and probably not the best batting form of his life at the moment, but again, that can all change very quickly. This is Asadullah, who did well to gather that throw at the bowler's end a second ago to affect the run out. This one, nice footwork by the batsman, just getting inside the line of the ball. There was a big gap down there at fine leg. That'll go all the way for 4, and the first boundary for Mohamed Afzal.
Easy shot siga, ball badi short sigi, gandi sigi, gandi ball aayi, gandi ball gayi, chokka ho gaya, 4 runs. So yeah, so short and sweet. Certainly Catalonia teams involved in this series, so he wouldn't be able to play. He's not registered in any of these clubs.
Yep, simple. It's a club-based tournament, and so what is really cool about what we do here at ECN, a lot of it is club-based, and it's building cricket up from the bottom up in a grassroots way. It's great to see the amount of participation we have. We'll see over 300 players during the course of this 5 weeks in Barcelona. This one's a swing and a miss. Still a ball to go. Again, that wicket, and they've lost 5. Do you believe Pakai Care? They've lost 15 wickets today already. And they're not finished yet. Coming to the end of the 7th over. It's up in the air, but it's going to find the fielder, I think, in the end. And I think they'll just get the 1. And in the end, Kamran, wow, doesn't mind a bit of Russian roulette, but it'll be just the single. And after 7, it's 65 for 5.
Yeah, the key here is the wickets that are falling at the other end around Mohamed Kamran. He knows that he's got to try keep the strike. 3 overs to go, 10 and over, with only still seeing them just under the 100. So they need something special to happen in one of them. So somebody's got to start throwing the bat and making some contact.
All right, Shafat Ali Said to bowl his second and final over. A good first ball, dug out by the batsman. We'll get a single So again, that good over. Last over was 6 runs and a wicket off it. So and 10 and over at this stage gets him in the mid-90s. And again, you wonder, the Royals, they fancy themselves. Just come to their previous games in a second to give you an idea of their batting prowess. Here's Shafat Ali Said. Well, this is a high full toss. Anything above the waist of the batsman on the full was called a no ball. And this one, we see this will actually go for an extra as well. And giving it away.
I wonder if, what would you say, you think the ball was still alive there?
I think it is still alive because it was thrown in a in a game-like fashion. I don't know if you call it that. I always think if there's any doubt, the ball's still alive, especially in this game. And it was thrown quite hard to the bowler, and it was also not thrown directly from the keeper. It was thrown from slightly further around. The ball's in play for me. It's a free hit, free miss. But actually, I was going to say, with that run being given away, probably had the other man on strike for the free hit. So you'd probably give a run away to have them swap ends. And Afzal has played a nice shot already. He is probably not the man that Pakai Care wanted at that end on that occasion. So they dodge a bullet. And another one. So, yeah, it's an interesting debate, the dead ball situation. I think that the reason for me the ball wasn't dead there is that the keeper didn't take it cleanly, had to move around, almost field the ball, and then went to throw it to the bowler while the batsman was out of his crease as well when he threw the balls. There's a few things adding up there. Here's a judgment call whether a ball's dead or not. Anyway, here's Shafat Ali Said. This one's up in the air. It's not going to carry to the man at long on. And holding on to it that time smartly is Shadil Kaiser. So again, we've seen some good bowling, and I mentioned this man, Shafat Ali Said, as a key player for the Royals. He's their captain. Obviously bowling his 2 overs of left armers and will also open the batting. So definitely someone to watch. This one's just down the leg side and it'll be called a wide.
Just see the captain here, just trying to, whenever it's Mohammed Kamran who's on strike, he's trying to do a little bit more, isn't he? Trying to put more into it, and I think by doing that, we've seen him already bowl a very, very wide, full toss, no ball. He's bowled one down the leg side. He's just going to go back to what he's doing, not trying to put too much effort in.
Yeah, that's better. And again, this is full at the stumps and it's worked away for a single. They don't mind the singles at this stage, the Royals.
I mean, you've been doing a bit of explaining, Vinny, to some of the viewers that are watching cricket for the first time. You've mentioned about over, you've mentioned about runs, etc. Well, let's see you work on the dead ball.
This one's going to go down the ground. I'll have a go at it. It's a very objective call, but it's the end of the over. It's 72 for 5. And probably what I would say is in cricket, we talk a lot about the spirit of the game as well.
Yeah.
All right. So, for example, in baseball, typically the ball's alive all the time. So you'll see them trying to trick each other sometimes. So sometimes they'll pretend to have the ball, pretend to throw it to someone else, and then just when the batter thinks that the guy doesn't have the ball anymore, then it'll tag him.
Yeah,
so it's a bit of a trick. And it's all fair game in baseball, like pretending to catch the ball when you didn't. Anything you can do in baseball seems to be fine. This is the reverse. This time it's, well, he might have a chance if he threw, decides not to. We'll just wait for the umpire's call. I think it will be, that's going to be called a wide. And you lose your leg side once you reverse yourself, but still I think it was wide enough to be called a wide on the offside. And yeah, good decision from the umpire on that occasion. And so that one will have to be rebowled to get Cameron on strike. Yeah, but in cricket, typically between balls, we call the ball dead, which means you can't try and get someone out sneakily, for example, because the ball's not in play. I'll come to that in a second. Well, Cameron's after him, and this one's gone all the way, swung away, over wicket for a Maximo. And Cameron going towards the end of this innings. Someone was taken from outside off stump and never in doubt. But yeah, for example, like right now when the ball's coming back to the bowler, the ball's not in play. And so there's a bit of a debate sometimes about exactly what constitutes the ball being dead, but ultimately, I'll give you my final thoughts in a second. He's after him again, but this time, not quite as far. I still think it's going to carry all the way. In fact, it just bounces inside the field of play for 4 runs. So nice shot going with the ball this time on the offside, and I like to see that.
Yeah.
But yeah, the bottom line on dead ball is there's a rule that says the ball's dead when all players act like it's dead. That's pretty much the last bit of the rule, or the last bit of the law, I should say. This one, oh, this is a beautiful straight hit. And Cameron, well, he's woken up now. This is straight down the ground. Straight as an arrow, and 6 more for Pakai Care.
Well, that's a top way to respond. He hasn't been hitting the ball cleanly now. All of a sudden, those 3 shots, well, it's a different ball game now.
And he's after him again, and this one's going to go the same way. Slightly more over mid-off that time, and 6-6. Well, Cameron, he's gone this over. We had the 2 whites to start, then 6-4, 6-6. So, magical over. And Asadullah getting the treatment. This time it's not going to quite carry to the long off. Yeah, the final thing I'll say, and we've had some controversies last year with the dead ball rule as well, is that if all the players recognise it's dead, then it's dead. So it just means if there's one player that's acting like it's alive, then technically for me the ball's not dead. But once it's dead, you can't then make it alive again by acting like it's alive. There you go. That was my very long explanation. I bet you're glad you asked me as well, aren't you? That's the end of the
You did very well.
I did my best.
As non-cricketers, sometimes when you hear some of these phrases, you know, leg by, dead ball, and you think, well, what's happened to the ball? You know, somebody give it the kiss of life. Mind you, these kookaroo balls, I mean, they're very much alive. It's the players and bats that are struggling with them. There's been a few dead bats.
Dead bats, I'd
thanks to
say.
these kookaroo balls. But anyway,
Dead
there was that
fingers.
magic over, and it's come in the 9th over, as we've seen so many times. That runs have raced along, 97 for 5.
Yeah, 25 off that over. And with the last over of the innings coming your way, it's Cameron on strike. Gives himself some room. Hits it straight to cover, and he's gone. A nice catch. And again, that could save him quite a few runs. The Barna Royals was hit flat, and Cameron was just getting going as well. You thought he could take 20 off this one easily, but he's picked out the fielder. And a very good catch at cover is taken. Asadullah, who just took some of the punishment, getting a bit of revenge on Mohamed Cameron. Another wicket goes down. It's 97 for 6.
Yeah, that was a good catch. You can see Cameron there. It was a nice looking shot, but he was trying to get a little bit under it here, trying to hit over the top of that player, but not able to do so. And a nice catch taken, because when the ball's dipping down and it's low, they're not easy, but he's taken that catch. So, like you said, a little bit of revenge after some big shots that were hit off him by Mohamed Cameron off his bowling. So anyway, he's gone.
Atif Mohammed, the new batsman. There's 5 balls remaining. Sufyan Anwar, the bowler. It's his 3rd wicket we should mention as well. Got Nate saying that one landed on the communication tower last over. Yeah, it might have knocked out the signal. So if you lose the feed, you know what's happened. If you're watching on the YouTube. We'll come back to another question in a second.
Oh, that's very well bowled.
Yeah.
And
yeah, I think this is a good decision. This one was full and straight. And again, the only question is if you got a little inside edge. That's Atif Mohammed. I actually think that one might have been the one. There might have been a little bit of bat in that. Again, it's very hard for the umpire to tell. Have a look at this, Rico. For me, I think they might have got a little bit of bat on that. But again, it was pretty straight. And if you want, you need to get more bat on it. If you want to, survive the W. Bit of a question about the time, and Luke wanted to be reminded about the time restrictions. And one of the things is that the 10th over must start by the 40-minute mark. But there are a couple of things, and I think they might come into play in this game. There was that injury to Murad Ali at the end of the first over, which cost probably 2 or 3 minutes, and the umpires will be taking that into account. The other thing is, if there's more than 6 wickets, I believe, then I think an extra minute is added on for each wicket after 6 wickets are lost. So I think they'll be okay, but we'll, of course, get some clarification if there's any penalties to be applied to the Royals in this game. I think they're okay, though. Next one's just a single. So that is one of the good things that we do here, making sure the overs are bowled. And we haven't actually seen any time penalties so far, which is really good so far. We're into game 62. So it shows you the players they've learnt, and probably helps they don't have any conferences or anything like that because of the COVID. Wait, 3 balls to go. It's a wild swing. They're head in the clouds that time, but that's party time. End of the innings, trying to get every run you can. Of course, wicket's not a concern now. They've lost 7 of them, Pakai Care. Looks like they'll end up around this 100 mark. Be a very fascinating chase. Not been the Pakai Care we're used to seeing so far this morning, especially with the bat. Well, this is a full toss, and this is a homer. It's gone all the way. Again, it wasn't quite high enough to be called a no ball, but still getting the treatment. This full toss, it was about waist height. So that one's probably borderline. That one's going to disappear for 6, and well, that brings up the 104 with 1 ball remaining. So Pakai Care will be defending over 100. Won't be an easy chase, but it's one of these middle of the road targets. And so, what are you thinking? 6 are out. I feel like it can only be one of those 2 things, Rico. Quick, call it.
Yeah,
Quick.
6.
I'm going to say out. Well, I think we both lose. This is down the ground. That's a good bit of fielding. And they have to do a bit of dancing. He's going to go to the keeper's end. And they're going to miss the run out in the end. So 2 runs. I don't think they'll get a chance. This is one of the situations I think the ball's dead because everyone's already walking off the field. But anyway, so 2 runs at the end of that innings. They'll finish at 106 for 7 off their 10 overs after winning the toss and electing to bat. So the target will be 107 for the Royals. And again, well, we saw a bit of a change in the batting order, didn't we, in this one, Rico? We saw Mohamed Ihsan, Mohamed Baba up the top of the order. As we see Rob on his little green machine. Does a great job, Rob, getting the ground ready for play. But Mohamed Ihsan, was an unhappy morning for him. He made a pair. 2 innings without scoring. And that was a dream start for Waka Sanwa. Mohamed Bamba, an interesting innings, to say the least. This is the moment Murad Ali dropped him. It was a very difficult chance. Almost brought rain. And we did see some catches taken as well. And they were important catches. The end of Shiraz Ahmed. And don't care, they just kept that rate moving, didn't they? They kept it around the 10 and over all the way through, and so it ended. Just over the 100 mark in the last over. This is the part of the innings I just thought things could go either way. Ansar with the big wickets. That was the end of Mohamed Azim Butt. And we had this run out, miscommunication between the batsmen. And again, well taken by the bowler. Was coming in at decent speed. And Pakai Care all the way, didn't they, Rico? They just did enough to get this competitive score on the board at 106.
Yeah, they did. We just seen some nice shots from Mohamed Kamran. Just accelerated when he needed to. It's that all-important 9th over again. And but the bowler who took the punishment came back and took the catch to remove him. And there, right at the end there, we saw some very good footwork there. The ball before was smashed for 6. Batsman, that extra run, and all of these little extra runs that you see taken, how important they can be. What's more, I think by the Royals, if before the start of the day they were told, well, you know, Pakai Care are going to win the toss and hey, you know, they're going to score 110, they would say, yeah, we'll have that, because they know what this team is capable of on their day. So they won't be too disappointed, and I do believe that they have within themselves enough in their own firing line when it comes to the batting to get these runs. Obviously, once more, they do have to negotiate the key bowlers. Mohamed Kamran is going to be the main one, of course. You know, with him, they're going to come at you fast and quick. He's going to try and get that Yorker in every so often, and also that short ball. If you can negotiate it, he's 2 overs, then I think the likes of Hamza Azhar, who I said right at the beginning of the day, he's key. He's already got 76 runs from his 3 games. Usama Shahzad, left-handed, solid. We saw him score 35 or 15 balls versus Barcelona. So, and with the captain as well, you can't write the captain off. Ali Saeed. So it's going to be an interesting one, Chase. Once more, it's going to be all about negotiating the first 4 overs, I think. If Bahana Royals can negotiate them, and also, most importantly, not leave themselves too much to do in the remaining 6 in terms of the required runs per over, then I think they're very much in this game. And once more, Pakai Care are going to have to work very, very hard in the field to keep their unbeaten record in place, but we know they can do it. You know that they're a very, very strong and professional outfit, so they'll come out as they did and in the same manner as they did when they were defending that very low total of 69. So going to be an interesting game. Let's see how it goes. We're going to take a short break now. We'll be back in about 10 minutes time to see how the Barnaroles go about chasing this target of 107 to win. We should be right back. Hasta pronto y vale, volvemos en 10 minutos. Bienvenidos. Eso es de Fancode European Cricket Series en Barcelona, aquí en el campo Manjui, el campo olímpico. Es un partido de cricket, el partido de Pack IKEA contra con the Barna Royals. Pack IKEA, just to remind you, just scoring 106, losing 7 wickets in doing so, and needed a good knock from Mohamed Cameron. They're going to need now Mohamed Cameron to produce a little bit of his magic with the ball. We know what he's all about. Nickname him the firecracker, because when he starts to bend his back, he's a very, very dangerous bowler indeed, and one of few bowlers that can really get something in terms of pace and bounce out of this pitch. He's going to be bowling to Shafat Ali Saeed, so no surprise there. Captain is going to take responsibility of this run chase. Shafidul Ahmed, the umpire, just waiting. See everybody's ready, and it's nice to see, looking around, making sure that they haven't sneaked in an extra player. Very important that for an umpire. I know I've been umpiring some games and I've counted around and thought, hang on a minute, I count 12. He's had a count and we're ready to go. In comes Mohamed Cameron to the captain. Down the leg side. And wide ball. First one up. And now all of a sudden there's a debate straight away. And, well, I think the bowler saying to the umpire, look, I think it did touch. A pad on the way through, and the batsman may have just agreed with that as well. So the call of wide has been changed, and it will go down just as a dot ball. Oh, this one I don't think touched anything. This one will be a wide. Important to get an early breakthrough here. Ooh, misfield, and they'll come back for 2, I think. Positive batting from the captain. And at the moment, he'd be quite happy with the line that's being bowled to him. There's that short one, and he was waiting for it and puts it away. Take that, says the captain. You could see he was just waiting for it, and as soon as that was banged in, he was in position beautifully. Smashed away. Remember, we're inside the power play. There's nobody out there. Inside the ring, Mohamed Kamran making a slight adjustment to the field. Well, let's see what he does with this one. He certainly won't like being hit for 4. This side outside the off stump and played down the ground. He won't go all the way. Batsmen think about taking the second. I think in the end, making the right decision, just taking 1. Maybe a few words exchanged there between the batsman and bowler. They will have the new batsman on strike now, Mohammad Afzal. And wow, he's done it with an absolute beauty. Wow. What a lovely ball this was. Just watch this. Super Yorker into him, and well, first ball up, if that's what you're going to get. I think there's very few batsmen that would have kept this out. That was an excellent delivery. And you're seeing the skills there of Mohamed Kamran. We've seen the quick short balls from him, but that one, no answer from the batsman, and he's gone. And that's another batsman that's been out. First ball, so Hussam Shahzad has to go back, done with an absolute beauty, and Hamza Azhar is the new batsman. Well, that wicket was certainly far up. Mohamed Kamran even more. In he comes to the right-hander. That's well played. It is shaped well. And that's the end of the over. It's 8 for 1. And Pakai Care get the early wicket that they needed. What a delivery that was. Some Shahzad will be thinking, well, why me? Why did I have to get that one first one up? We mentioned yesterday, especially those last 2 games, match 59 and 60, was all about the runs. And here today, it's been all about the bowlers, all about the wickets. Yet another duck. Well, we've got and had more ducks here in this Mountjoy Olympic ground than we have in some of the ponds that I walk past in the mornings to get to the ground. Ooh, a big swing and a miss. Lucky, very lucky still to be there. Well, taking on Mohamed Babar. So you just got to be careful here. He knows that losing his wicket early is just going to give and add more pressure to his team. And this time, waits for the ball to come onto him, pushes it out on the offside, takes a single. A lot of talk now. Instead in this field, you see Kami, Mohamed Kamran and Mohamed Babar trying to adjust the field to the new batsman, Hamza Azhar. Another swing and a miss. Need to play themselves in here. I mean, I know that the rate is going to keep creeping up. We're just under 12 at the moment, so they do need to play shots. But it's even more important that you don't lose your wickets. You need to try and build a partnership. Well, that one is too wide. That'll help their cause. A wide ball. That's just another run to the total. Score moves on to 10 now, so in double figures. Mohamed Baba, can he get another one here? Hamza, he has batted well in previous matches. It's well played, almost squared him up. There's the pressure being put on as well with these fielders being in close. Saeed, the left-hander, the captain, he's had a few swings and misses himself. He'll be quite fortunate. The first ball he received from Baba was close. Here comes Baba into him again. Fuller ball is in the air, just eludes the fielder, but he does have cover back there on the boundary. Will be a single. So one to come in the over. Score moves on to 12. The boundary here would be a welcome relief for the Barna Royals, but they're not going to get one. In fact, they'll have to scramble through for a single, and that is the end of the over. So we are now 13 for 1. It's 5 runs from Mohamed Baba's over, so the battle of the captains I'm sure will continue. I think Mohamed Baba would definitely come on to bowl his second, as is Mohamed Kamran. He bowled a cracking first over. He did get hit for 4 runs, which was the short ball, but he came back strong. And well, he didn't get out the captain who struck the boundary. Got out the opposite batsman with a beautiful in-swinging Yorker. In he comes again, this time to the right-hander. Short, outside the off stump, and just having a wild swing at this, and you just think as the batsman, you're better off waiting for the ball to come to you and try to guide that down to third man, or put it in between the gap between point and back and third man. Just swinging blindly is not going to help. And there's that short ball banged in, and that was very quick. It is not. You saw how late the batsman saw that. Well, that's the firecracker for you. He's not letting us down. He's liking that one. He's got a smile on his face. So this is where the batsman now is starting to think, okay, is this going to be another? Is it going to be that Yorker? And Kami does every so often surprise you, even with a slower ball. In he comes. And it is that slower ball there. Well bowled. This time getting it absolutely right. Quite often you see the slower ball, not just from him, but from many of the quicker bowlers, end up being full tosses. Sometimes and more often than not down the leg side, but got that one bang on the money. He comes again, and that's that short one. You saw it coming. Well, the good thing is about it, it's nice to see that the bowler is going up to the batsman just to check he's okay. Right into the lid. And, well, it's probably a good idea to have that checked. And, well, that's the time that Mr. Maximo comes in, joins me in the commentary position. That was quick, sharp, and right on the helmet there.
Wasn't it well directed for a bouncer? And we're so thankful again. We haven't seen all the batsmen choosing to wear a helmet, but it is a very good idea. You can see why. Just wasn't able to get out of the way. They did keep his eye on it the whole time. Luckily, that helmet has saved him, the batsman, and so just very, very thankful that the helmet is there. So we do advise that helmets are worn, of course. Ultimately, it's an individual choice, and Mohamed Kamran, well, that's what he follows up with.
Wow, I'm liking this. I'm liking this. You know, I think that's good. I think that's brave. He's just been struck on the lid and he's come back with a big one all the way out of the ground. Well, I shall say, not hats off, but helmets off.
Well, I'll tell you
that
what,
man, but put them back on.
Let's get your head checked, because it's just clicked him into gear and he's already used his bouncer up for the over, so we can't really bowl another one. A good ball outside off stump. And again, that attack and counter-attack, don't we, in European Cricket Series? That is the end of the over. It's 19 for 1 and just the Maximo off the over. A very interesting part of the game with 88 required off 42 balls already. It's over 2 ball required. So it's probably a little bit different. We saw the Paxlona chase earlier. They were only chasing 70. So they probably got themselves into a little bit of a hole, though the bowling has been very good from Pak Care up front. But I think they're going to be requiring this 12 and over to keep pace. So 19 here, they'd like to be around the 30 mark, 31 after this over. You can't leave it too late, especially with these wickets in hand. You know, the Royals will just come to their previous batting performances in a second, I think. But a lot of comments in the chat saying that the importance of the helmet, and that's a very sensible way to do it, but also sportsmanlike from Kamran, who was checking he was okay. Of course, you don't intentionally want to actually inflict physical injury on anyone, and I'm sure he's very relieved the batsman had a helmet as well. Anyway, here's Mohamed Babar. The full toss, he's going to sliced away. They'll get 4 runs. Just losing his length there, Babar. He's round the wicket. That one was sliced through the point region for 4. It's a nice shot by Shafat Ali Said.
Yeah, you still got to put them away. We've seen that in today's play already. Some bad balls that you would expect to be racing to the boundary. You've got batsmen out. That's a nice shot, and what was nice about that is that the volume levels of the Barna Royals in their dugout, they certainly are behind the team and behind these 2 batsmen, and we've seen 2 good shots, and well, they've made enough noise about it as well to let Pak Care know that they're in for a fight.
This one just losing his shape was Shafat Ali Said, and goes through for a dot.
He's disappointed with himself because he knows that's the second time he's done it. It's the second time that Mohamed Babar has done him with that delivery, and he's close to losing his wicket. So there's a battle of the captains here. So Saeed, the batsman, left-hander, the captain of the Barna Royals on strike, and the captain of Pak Care with the ball. Even Stevens at the moment.
Here he comes, Babar, round the wicket. There's a little edge there, has been, and taken gleefully behind the stumps by Mohamed Ihsan. Well, he hasn't contributed too much with the bat, but he has contributed behind the stumps. And you see he's outside the off stump. Little bit of a thin edge. And the batsman walking. And that's very good sportsmanship by Shafat Ali Said. Not waiting for the umpire's decision. He knew he'd edged it, and he was off. And that's what we do like to see in the Fan Code European Cricket Series. The cricket being played in the right spirit. It has been for the most part, you'd have to say, but again, a crucial wicket. They didn't want to lose that one. So the captain's battle goes to the bowler on this occasion. And the Royals in the 4th over, they're 23 for 2.
Yeah, that is good to see. I mean, we were talking about the previous over where the short ball hitting the helmet, and good sporting stuff there from Mohamed Kamran, checking he's okay, etc. And then that one there, the edge caught and didn't wait. He knew he edged it and walked. So well done to the captain, Saeed, leading by example. So new batsman, Taki Al-Mazar, walks to the crease.
Yeah, they keep coming in at a key time. And This is why, if in doubt, I think these top 4, they need to play their shots. They need to also minimise the amount of dot balls at this stage of the game. The infield's well back on the circle. Here's Mohamed Babar. He's aggressively struck down the ground. It's a nice shot to open your innings, but it'll be just the single. In these first 4 overs, we know Pakai Kerrigan are going to throw Kamran and Babar at you. And it's these overs 5, 6, 7, which we'll see this next phase of the game. It's very interesting for me, Rico. Here's Babar. A slightly slow ball, and well, we saw the batsman have a real go at it, Hamza Assar.
Yeah, he committed himself, didn't he, to that, regardless of what the ball was going to be, and he saw that in the shot. Yeah, I mean, but once more, Vinny, I mean, we've seen Mohamed Babar come back into the side, the captain. He was absent from them the first time we saw them in the first week. And Mohamed Jeffrey isn't here. Can you imagine when you've got all 3 of them? I mean, that's 6 overs coming to you from 3 very classy bowlers. And you're just struggling to find how teams are going to negotiate that bowling attack and get good runs on the board, because they're just demonstrating here today, even with Mohamed Jafri not playing, just how difficult it is to score runs against them.
Yeah, and also their batting hasn't clicked obviously today. When it does, it's going to be dangerous. I tell you what is also going to be very interesting is the European Cricket Championship coming your way in September, the 13th of September, for 4 weeks, and that is 15 European national teams. They are locking horns in a fast-paced T10 format right here on the European Cricket Network over 4 weeks. They'll be broken up into groups of 5. So 3 weeks of group matches, then a finals week. We're going to have the draw actually the last day here in Barcelona on the 12th of March. So that's something to look forward to as well. It's the first of its kind, the European Cricket Championship, and you'll see it only here on the European Cricket Network. That's the end of the 4th over. The score was 24 for 2. That leaves things quite interestingly poised. 83 off 36. Already that rate nudging 14 and over. It's going to be Atif Mohammed to bowl the 5th. And this is where it's so important they stay in touch. So they do need, I'd be looking at that 12, 13 and over. So they'll be wanting to get up in the high 30s this over to stay on track. And if they don't, this game's going to be slipping away from the Royals. So struck nicely down to long off, but again, it'll only be 1. One thing I would say, Rico, is some of the running between the wickets hasn't been good so far, because the infield are way back, and even if it hits your pad or something, you need to be looking for a run. We've seen too often the striker not really watching and just staying put. But it's important for the other batsmen, if the striker doesn't know where the ball is, to call them through for a run and keep this score moving however you can. Well, this will move it along. I think it's gone long. It's gone strong. It's gone Maximo. 6 important runs to the Royals.
Yeah, Hamza is getting hold of this one. We've seen him do a bit of swing and missing, but this one was right in the slot for him, and he got into position there. There you go. A lovely shot of him playing that one.
Yeah, just when they needed it as well. Got a question from Ali Jr., which I'll come to in a second. I did miss it earlier, Ali, regarding man-catting. It's another question. First, we'll have a look at Atif Mohammed. In he comes, left armour. This is well bowled. And
good comeback, yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't miss a trick, does he, Mohammed Atif? That'll just be the single. So yeah, man-catting. Well, actually, technically, it's run out. What it is, if you're new to cricket, is obviously if you're the batsman that isn't in the hitting position or the non-striker, they generally, when the ball is released by the bowler, they'll take what you'd call in baseball a bit of a lead off, or we call it backing up. You'll see here, number 13 will do this as soon as the ball's bowled. He'll take a metre or 2 just to assist him in the first run. Perhaps allows you to get there or come back for 2 on occasion. So, again, there's nothing wrong with that, but the spirit of the game is that typically you won't leave your crease until the ball is released. And there have been some occasions where the non-strikers have been leaving before the ball's released. So again, getting a bit of an unfair advantage for mine. So we'll talk about what can be done about that in a second. First we'll find Atif Mohammed coming in again. He's tucked away nicely. Wasn't quite there to hit, so he'll get a single. Yeah, so what the bowler can do is within his rights. As long as he hasn't commenced his delivery action he can break the stumps at the bowler's end without bowling the ball, and if the batsman's out of his crease, well, he's out. It's as simple as that. And probably the complicating issue is there's a bit of a long-standing tradition that it's not in the spirit of the game for the bowler to do that without at least first verbally warning the batsman if he feels that he's leaving early. That's kind of the etiquette, I suppose. All right, this one's hit, and it's hit nicely. It's just inside the field of play, and 4 runs over cover. Nice shot. That will end the over, actually. At the halfway point in the innings, the Barna Royals are 38 for 2. Now, just finishing that discussion point that Ali Jr. brought up, it was, so my opinion, so again, now it comes into opinion, that's the law. The law is it's within the bowler's right to do that. If the batsman's out of his crease, the non-striker's out of his crease, well, that's his problem. Now, my opinion is, in this form of the game, especially, now the rule was changed a while ago. It used to be that the bowler could pretend to bowl the ball and basically trick a non-striker into thinking that he'd let go of the ball and then go back and break the stumps. That was the old rule. But now the rule is that you can't do that. You have to do it before you commence your delivery action. So from my point of view, there's absolutely no good reason that non-striker should be out of his crease before the bowler has commenced his delivery action. And I think it's not too hard as a non-striker to watch to make sure that the ball has been bowled. So I actually have no problems with man-cads in this form of the game. And I think it's lazy cricket if you do get man-catted. Here's the next ball. It's down to square leg for a single. Now, not everyone will agree with me. They'll say, well, it's not very good. But I also think, well, that ground that you're getting by leaving early, if you're at the other end and it's what saves you, I mean, you're costing the fielding team. So there's a lot of talk about spirit of the game towards the bowler with man-cads. But I actually think also it's not in the spirit of the game for you to be out of your crease. And it's one of those really simple things. It's not that hard, especially with the current rule being changed so that the bowler can't pretend to bowl. It should be before he bowled. So swing and a miss this time. But there's no good reason to be out of your crease, so you should never be man-catted, basically. Rico, what are your feelings about the matter?
Yeah, I mean, I agree more or less with what you say. We'll just see this delivery from Mohamed Hassim. He's bowled well, varying the pace. This hit action will be just the single. Yeah, I think at the end of the day, I know the law has changed, as you mentioned. There used to be a time when if he did do it, the umpire would give a warning. It used to be a warning first time round, etc. But at the end of the day, the way I look at it is, put everything aside. You know what the laws of the game are. If you are outside the crease, then you can be run out. And if you are outside the crease and you're trying to take advantage by doing so, in a way, to me, you're trying to cheat. And if you're trying to cheat and you get caught out, well, it's your fault. So, yeah, I'm perfectly for it. A lot of people don't like it. A lot of people say it's not in the spirit of the game. But the game has rules. It has laws. You play to the laws of the game. And the laws of the game state, well, if you're out your crease and you're trying to sneak that single, so you're trying to cheat by leaving your ground earlier than you should. Yeah. Well, if that's spotted and then the bails are knocked off by the bowler, well, adios, amigo. Yeah,
well, you say cheat. I wouldn't use such strong language. I'd say it as gaining an advantage. I think often it's unintentional, but unintentional otherwise. If you're out of your crease, you're always at risk. And like I say, there's a very simple explanation. If you're the non-striker, just watch to make sure that the bowler has bowled. And this one is bowled. And a big wicket for Pak-I-Care. They keep on keeping on today. It's Mohamed Azim Bart who gets that one on target. As this rate is just getting a little bit out of control, you'd have to say, for the Royals. In this one, you see the perils of playing across the line once again. We've seen it before and we'll see it again, I'm sure. This time it's Taki Umazar who doesn't make contact. And another wicket goes down, so they find themselves in some desperate trouble now. Yeah, at the end of the sixth over, sorry, Rico, it's 41 for 3.
Yeah, that's very good bowling. I said in the middle of his spell, that over, he varied the ball around, got the slower ball in there, pushing it up. He knows that the batsmen are in this situation where they've got to try and play some shots, got to try and find the boundary rope. That required rate is creeping up all the time. It's over 15 now, so they do need boundaries. You're looking at least 2 and over, so you can't blame the batsman for having to go. And, well, good tidy bowling gets him a wicket.
And this one keeps low, and again, no run. So, yeah, 66 off 24. Things have gotten out of control. Like you say, Pak-I-Care has some quality bowling again. I think for me, extras this innings, only 2 wides given away. And no freebies And when you're chasing a score like 107, you wouldn't mind 10 to 15
Mm.
extra runs, and they're just not coming. So Shiraz Ahmed bowling the 7th. This one's a bit shorter and pulled away. I'll just get the one. Yeah, tell us your thoughts in the YouTube chat though. We got Jamie agrees regarding my thoughts on the man-cad. Run out, fair and square. That's been trying to gain an unfair advantage according to the laws, yeah. And one of the things is, look, there's laws and then there's always things, even in real life, that the laws can't cover absolutely every possibility of what could happen. We'll come to that after this ball from Shiraz Ahmed. Another single. But the spirit of cricket is regards, what the laws doesn't really cover. But the laws of cricket, they're constantly being updated to reflect things that actually happen. So that's why that rule was changed. So the bowler can't essentially trick a non-striker into feeling they've released the ball. And so now the laws cover it. So you play according to the laws. You see another swing and a miss this time. It's going to get away from the keeper for a bye. But yeah, we do appreciate your thoughts. And that was a very good question, Ali Jr. Sorry for not getting to it early. We've had a lot going on this morning, haven't we, Rico? We had wickets falling all over the place, and Pakai Care, well, in the end, looks like they're going to walk away with 2 wins, but it was anything but pedestrian for them this morning on day 13. It's almost another wicket. You can see now getting away from the Royals. But they can be heartened by keeping Pakai Care down, and they, of course, have another game later today. We'll see them in action against the Warriors in the 4th match of the day, match 64. Make sure you stick around. We have another match coming up actually pretty shortly. But firstly, this is up in the air. I don't think it's going to be caught. It's going to fall into no man's land. And that will be the end of the over. It will be 45 for 3 at the end of 7. Speaking of that next match, it's not too far away here in Barcelona. And we can tell you, of course, that it will be Barcelona returning in match 63 against the Ripoll Warriors. And in that match, Barcelona have won the toss and elected to bat first. I'm sure we'll have the fantasy dashboard up at some point. But first, the end of this one to worry about. And we've got a single first. In fact, it might be more than a single. In fact, it's gone all the way. One squeezing out behind the batsman for 4. There's the fantasy dashboard. You can see that's always on our social media at European Cricket. Barcelona returning, and they gave Pakai Care a bit of a fright, and they've woken him up, to be honest. As that first game was definitely one of the most memorable starts to a day. We'll see the hat-trick hero, Ali Imran, in action again, of course. And swing and a miss. But yeah, Pakai Care. A lot of talk about Jaffrey not playing today, and I believe Pakai Care, they've left him out of the lineup, just feeling there's a chance to give some other players a run. And although they've had some scares, they have walked away with 2 wins at the end of the day. This one's over cover. Might go all the way. It has for a minimal maximo. That one just carrying the line over cover.
Yeah, it's important that Shadil Khazar does get bat onto ball. Now he has played 2 boundaries in this over. That 6 means that the 10 has been scored. But it's all these dot balls in between. That's what's going to cost him. This one's hit well, and it's going to go over Mohammed Kamran on the boundary. He leaps up to the ground. Now that's better. That's what he needs to be doing, making contact. But it's those dot balls in between when he's not making contact, which is taking this target out of their eyesight. I mean, basically, those 2 big hits will help, but we're around the 20 over mark already.
Yeah, 20 and over is a lot of runs. Here's Mohammed Azim Butt. Now he's going to come back with a wide. Look, we've seen teams pull it back before from this point, is one thing I will say, and it doesn't look like it's going to happen in this match. But we saw that rate got even up to about 25 before. That was actually a borderline call in the end, but I think it did catch a bit of the line, so it was a fair enough call for mine. But yeah, they need some maximos, and they need them now. Well, this could be one of them. It's sliced away over point. And that one's not coming back, so 6 more. So, get the defibrillator. This one might have a faint pulse. And see if we can bring it back to life. That is the end of the over. And well, this target. You just wonder, don't you? if it's possible.
Well, certainly overs like that will help.
Still one to come, actually. Pardon me. So, can he make him pay? He's around the wicket now, Mohamed Azim Butt.
Oh, well. That's naughty, really, for me, from the batsman. He's just done a wonderful job. He's played some really good shots. And then here, well, you've got to question whether it was a need for him to set off, coming down the wicket and getting himself bowled. He just gave his team a little bit of hope. He's brought the required rate down by a couple of runs in that over, and then getting himself out just when you get set, it's not the way to do it. And just losing wickets at key stages.
That's right, and well, like, you can't blame him really. He had to chance his arm, and he did hit 3 Maximos in the over.
I blame him. I'm going to blame him. That's not clever cricket. I'm sorry. You know, I know people say I'm a harsh man.
If he hits it, it's clever.
He's done the good job for his team. When you're starting to hit the ball well like he was there, then really you've got to say to yourself, if I keep going and hitting the ball like this, we've got every chance. I mean, Hamza Azhar is good at the other end as well.
Yeah.
That's a expensive wicket to give away, really.
Yeah, he would have loved to have stayed on strike, I think is what you're saying as well, Rico. If he gets the 1, then he's still in the driver's seat, and we've seen some of the other batsmen struggle just to keep ticking the score along, but it's more than ticks required, more than the tiki-taka that you talk about, Rico. They need the boom-boom, as they need 39 off the last 11 balls of this match.
Here we go again.
The next ball is there's more tiki-taka. Could be more tick than tack, and they might come back for it too because of the misfield. So a bit of sloppy work. Again, Mohammed Kamran, well, he's obviously listening into the telecast because I'm speaking quite loud. He's in front of us. He was asking, what is tiki-taka? Tiki-taka's the little shots. Little shots. Yeah. So he's one of the most popular cricketers here, isn't he, Mohammed Kamran? He's got a lot of fans all around the world because of his exploits here in the Fancode European Cricket Series. So he's swinging a miss here. I tell you what, helmet manufacturers love him as well because he loves to dent them, doesn't he? He's already cleaned up a couple of helmets in this series. He's very quick, and I was watching him from side on a bit earlier as well. He gets the ball through at a decent pace and around the high 130s kind of a mark, which is pretty impressive when you consider that the footing and the conditions here in Barcelona. This is a slow ball though, and it gets another wicket. So that is the end of Hamza Azhar. We saw him stick around and get into the 20s, but he wasn't quite scoring at the rate required. And another wicket goes down. The Royals, they fall to 70 for 5. And it just shows you the difference with the quality bowling and the fielding. Of course, we've only had just less than a handful of extras. And if you go back to the performance of the Royals in the other games, well, they scored 86 against the City Lions. They won that game by 10 runs. And they scored 114 against Barcelona. Lost that game in the last over. Against the Warriors, they chased down 112 with the ball to go. So you see they've been scoring those scores that are acceptable. But again, the difference of a disciplined bowling unit and a more experienced and a slightly more accomplished lineup, Pakai Care, and they look like they're going to end up with something probably around the 80 mark if they're lucky. So this is the difference with Pakai Care. They've been defending their scores expertly this morning on day 13. Here's Murad Ali. He's come in to have a go, and he gets the first one down to long on for a single. Pakai Care winning some of these games, Rico, it just makes you believe that you can win from any situation. That's what we've seen this morning.
Yeah, and I think if you've got a good, tight ship, it's led well by the captain, you're doing everything right, the bowlers are bowling well, the fielders are taking the catches, and you've mentioned already the number of extras, very, very low. When everything's going right, then you fancy yourself to be able to defend even a low score, and that's what Pakai Care have done here today. Their batting hasn't been at their strongest, but the bowling has, and they have belief in themselves. I mean, that low-scoring game before this one, 69, they believed that they would not allow the opposition to get to 70 runs, and that belief, they took it onto the pitch and performed brilliantly. They're bowling really well. I like the way the bowlers are thinking about what they're doing, the pace that they're bowling at, taking the pace off, and a good example just in that last over from Firoz Ahmed. He bowled very well. And, well, the captain is just, he's come back into the team. The team haven't performed with the bat, but it's all smiles with the bowling and the fielding.
Well, We've seen everything else today. 6-6s will win it. Any chance? That might be one. Is it going to carry the fielder? It does. Oh, well, it's still alive. And it's that man, the egg beater, Murad Ali. So he's got one of them. Only 5 more 6s. And the Royals. Well, we've seen everything else, haven't we, in the Fancode European Cricket Series? Maybe we'll see 6 6s to win the match. Cameron asking me my opinion. I don't give my opinion out that cheap. Here we go. Needs a 6. There we go. And this will be the game over this time. And that was well bowled. Might get an extra, but they're going to settle for one in the end. But yeah, the Royals, again, just shows you if to beat these big teams, you have to deliver in both innings, don't you? Because you can't just rely on a good bowling performance. I think they'd be reasonably happy with their bowling and fielding performance, Royals, to keep Pakai Care down to about 100, but haven't quite had the answers with the bat, especially in the face of some good bowling. This one's going to be a leg by, scrambled in the end. We've seen some bit of extra action, and I think they'll end up just settling for the 1 run on this occasion. Yeah, but I mean, looking ahead, of course, to the next game, and Barcelona coming back, and you know they really gave Pakai Care a shake in the first game, and the catching was outstanding, wasn't it? Yes. And you just wonder if that experience might give them a bit of extra belief against the Warriors, who had a strong start to the tournament. The Ripoll Warriors, they won their first 2, they'd lost their second 2, and of course the washout on Monday. So Warriors there, tournament hangs in the balance. They're 2-2 at the moment, taking on Barcelona, who, well, they've slipped now to 1-3, but they could have been the giant killers of the morning. Anyway, here's Umar Ahmed, and he's got the decision LBW. So another one goes down. You'll see this one on the replays. This game's winding down, but don't forget, plenty more cricket action coming here. We have 3 more matches today on the European Cricket Network, and the next one will start in about just under half an hour's time, on the half hour, or on the hour if you're in India. And we'll be bringing you back into that game in about 20 minutes' time, and it will be Barcelona versus the Ripoll Warriors. Got a chance to see the Prince again, Prince Demand. I'm sure he'll be very happy to be back out there in the middle. And you did promise us some sunshine, Rico. And I tell you what, if you ever retire from cricket commentary, I think being a weatherman could suit you, because you haven't been wrong once, have you? We've got beautiful blue skies and currently about 15 degrees. And where would you rather be in the world? Here's Umar Ahmed. This is up in the air, just going to slice over the fielder. In the end, I don't even think that's called a run. That's probably more of a walk.
I think it's an easy job to be a weather forecaster in Spain. I think if I could probably be wrong maybe 10 times out of 365 if I said it's going to be sunny.
Well, perk of the location. Here's the last ball of game 62. And there's no run. That will be the end of this one. And so they'll finish on 80 runs, the Royals. Not quite chasing down the Pakai Care total of 106. So 106 to 80, the final scoreline here in match 32. And let's have a look at the start of this innings. Chasing 107. It was all fire and brimstone first up. Mohamed Kamran. Well, he had the answer after a very, very good pull shot early in the innings. And then he was all fired up. Kamran, that one, well, the batsman had to eat it. Luckily, he had the helmet doing the job. Give him the thumbs up, and some good sportsmanship as well from Kamran. The others were saying, well, glad that wasn't me on the other end of that one.
Yeah, but we don't see the reply back from the batsman though, do we? It was a good reply, smashing it the next ball over for 6.
Yeah, it was. It was a bit shaken up, but then it was all action. You'd have to say in the middle of the innings. Pakai Care trying hard, and just when they needed the wickets, they got the ball on target. And because those little ones weren't coming and ticking the score along, they were forcing some big shots. Some airtime from Mohamed Kamran. That one flying over his head for 6. But again, it was the same old story. Pakai Care, too professional in the field. Except for that run which got through. That's if Mohamed. Again, it was Shiraz Ahmed, who's been pretty reliable with the ball today. And of course, looking ahead, match 63, Barcelona will be back. And they will be taking on the Ripoll Warriors. Watch out for Raja Khalik Urrahman, maybe opening the batting, says there for Barcelona. also Mohamed Amir Raza, who is their highest point getter in the Dream 11. Ripple Warriors, well, Prince Damam, we mentioned him. Asim Makbul coming into the lineup for the first time, and we mentioned that their tournament is hanging in the balance after 2 wins to start off. They lost their last 2 games, and of course the washout on Monday. So very interesting match 63. Who are you thinking in match 63, Rico?
Well, I did like the look of the Warriors. I think they were unlucky in some of the games, but you know what? I mean, you mentioned some key players, the Prince, of course, there, but I like Mohsin Ali. I think he's a class player, and we've seen some batsmen get in here and score big runs. Maybe this is going to be the opportunity to see 1 or 2 of the Ripple Warrior ones perform, but hey, you can't knock down the Barcelona boys, because they put an amazing effort in against the big guns, against Pak Ikea, and we thought there was going to be maybe a big upset. And don't forget, you've got in Ripple Warriors as well the Master Blaster in terms of Gulam Sawar as well. He's an entertaining one to watch, isn't he?
We love to watch him. And Mohsin Ali is listed 7 there. I'm surprised to see him at the top of the innings, or perhaps number 3. So that is all the action here, just confirming the result from match 62 as Pak Ikea, after winning the toss, electing to bat. They prevailed 106 to 80. And in that reply, the Barna Royals, well, some handy contributions. Chajil Kaiser looked dangerous when he was at the crease, scoring 24 off 9 balls with 3 maximos. Also, Hamza Assar passing 20, but the next high score was Shafat Ali Said, who scored 13, but he went down to a very good delivery from Mohamed Kamran. As far as the bowling went, well, it was a bit of a team effort. Mohamed Azim Bat with 2 wickets towards the end of the innings, and singles for Mohamed Kamran, Mohamed Babar, Shiraz Ahmed and Umar Ahmed. So, won't be too long before we'll be back here again in Barcelona. In about 18 minutes time, we'll be rejoining you to take you into match 63 between Barcelona and the Ripple Warriors. But until then, this is Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. Hoping you're having a lovely day and enjoying the action. Still 3 more games to go on the European Cricket Network today. And you're watching the Fan Code European Cricket Series Spain. See you shortly. welcome back to the Fancode European Cricket Series Spain. It's Mr. Maximo here, Vinny Sandhu for ECN. It's almost time for the third match of the day. It's match 63 on the calendar between Barcelona, who we saw throw down a large challenge first game this morning. They're taking on the Relive Warriors, who returned for the first time today. And the match referee is with the two captains.
Head with the call. So tail is it. So Barcelona have won the toss. Barcelona have won the toss and they are going to bat first.
So there you go, it's Raja Rahman who won the toss for Barcelona. He's electing to bat first. Be very interesting to see if they can rebound. They were disappointed not to knock off Pak Icare because they were in a winning position, but they couldn't quite do it with their batting. I think Ishaq Nazir, he'll be the key to their batting innings. Hopefully they can bat first and put a good score on the board against the Warriors. And the Warriors, well, they've been pretty impressive at times so far in this series. And their captain, Waka Iqbal, he was telling me that he did want to bat first, but I'm sure with the likes of Prince Demand and Mohsin Ali at the top of the order, they will be confident of chasing down whatever Barcelona to do set for them batting first. So Rico, let's go. Still 3 matches to go today. It's over to you in the commentary box.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias, Vinny. Thank you very much. And well, here we are getting ready for match 63. So Nukesh Patel and Shahidul Ahmed start to make their way out to the centre. Well, what a day we've had so far. We started the day with memories of an explosive end to day 12, where we saw Gracia score 192, only losing 2 wickets. We also then saw Catalonia Tigers score 191, losing just the 1 wicket. But today, it's been a different game today. The bowlers have fought back. Pak Icare, would you believe, the team that's been scoring big runs and got big players in their side, were restricted by this team we're going to see again today, Barcelona, to just 69. They were bowled out in 8.3 overs, but a strong outfit they are. Pak Icare fought back hard and restricted Barcelona to 54 for 9. And then in that game there, Pak Icare once again didn't fire on all cylinders with their batting. 106 for 7, but were good enough to keep the momentum in the field and with the bowling to restrict them to 80 for 6. Well, we've just seen next game here. Barcelona, as I said, they're coming back now. They'll be very confident with what they've done with the ball, and so confident that they are that they've decided, well, you know what, we're going to do what Pak Icare do. We're going to have a bat, put the runs on the board, and then see how will Relive Warriors will reply, and they'll be confident with start. We're looking at a man there who we mentioned, Master Blaster, Ghulam Sawa. Ghulam Sabar, I should say. Apologies. I know him better as the curry master. He does cook a very nice curry, and in the last year in November, the European Cricket Series here, he made a fantastic curry for all the team here, the European Cricket Network team, and the umpires and the ground staff. So we know about his abilities in the kitchen, and we know about his abilities with the bat. He does hit the ball very big. No doubt we'll see him in this game. But for now, it's all about the runs that Barcelona can score. Their captain, he always tells me 2 things. Sometimes we are very bad and sometimes we are very good. Hay veces que nosotros está muy bien y a veces está muy mal. Well, he'll be hoping that they're muy bien here today. So we're getting ready to see the first ball, and it's going to be the captain. Ball the first one, Iqbal. The umpires are ready, and we are off. And that's a perfect start. How about that? And this day just continues to be all about golden ducks and ducks in total. Well, that pond is filling up. In fact, we're going to have to get the constructors in and make it a little bit bigger. First ball, lovely delivery, just swinging in a little bit. And, well, Mohamed Amir, he has to take that long, lonely walk back as he's gone first ball. So the captain strikes first up. What a day this is turning out to be. Well, normally at the end of the day I do a little bit of work on the stats, 4s scored and 6s, etc, etc. Well, I think today I'm going to be having a look at how many ducks have been registered, because I'm sure, we talk about records, this is going to be a record day in terms of the number of ducks, the number of zeros that are on the scorecard. So new batsman is going to be Shahid Iqbal coming to the crease. Talking about coming in, pretty soon I can see Mr. Maximo making his way up. He's going to hover around a bit, because otherwise he's going to be accused of another wicket falling as he comes into the commentary station. Second ball, plays that one out. Good backing up, good running. Oh, that's going to go all the way, I believe. We're going to see. Oh, it's been stopped. So 2 they've run. That's 3 run. Well, I was keeping an eye on that ball because I believe the batsman would have crossed and made it to 2 if the ball was going to go over the rope. So that would have been 6 runs for me. But anyway, fielder did well, gave it the chase, stops it. So, well, that would have been an interesting start to the game. First ball wicket, second ball 6, courtesy of overthrows, but 3 runs taken. So new batsman Nazir. On the pad, but down the leg side. Just looking at this field, just seems to be a lot of green jerseys on the offside. Just counting them here now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 men. Got the wicketkeeper 7, fine leg 8, bowler 9. And that's going to be a chase, and we've seen it stop once before it stopped. It's only 2 men, if you like, out here on this leg side, so very much an offside field. So the bowler's really got to back himself to bowl in the right areas. And Nazir is off and running. And the pads again, once more, just drifting down the leg side there, very much half an appeal just from the bowler really. The wicket keeper started and stopped, realising where the ball was going. What a great start this is from the captain. 5 runs so far, ball to go, 1 wicket. And they'll take another single. That completes the first over, so the score 6 runs and 1 wicket gone. Well, that's no surprise the way this day has been going. And well, welcome back, Vinny.
Thanks, Rico. Yeah, no surprises, but just the 1 wicket
Just the 1 wicket, the very first ball. You probably saw it as you were walking up, the very first ball, and it was a beauty. So the captain was on the money.
Well, I'm a big believer in first overs and first balls because they set the tone for the rest of the match, and what a boost that is for the Warriors. If you have an errant start, if you give away, say, 5 wides first ball, then the other team gets a little bit of confidence. And look who's going to bowl the second over. The Prince Deman. We want some off spin today. And I'm sure a lot of viewers looking forward to seeing the Prince in action again. Another one of the cool characters we've got here in Barcelona. And Barcelona, yeah, of course. We're struggling in the last game with the bat. See if they can right the wrongs of that performance. It's this man, Ishaq Nazir, which almost carried them over the line. He scored 30 against Pakai Care, but they weren't quite able to chase down that target of 70, falling a few runs short. Again, new game, new opportunities, and certainly hope they can make this a competitive match. And I think they'd be looking to score in the range of say between 80 and 100, at least something competitive. I'm going to bowl out. I'm sure they'd love even more than that. And if Nazir gets going, it's very possible. But the Prince just taking the pace off the ball here in the second over.
Well bowled. I like what he did there after his first delivery. He brought a man across. I did say that was very, very heavily offside field, but what that meant was that anything that was tapped on the leg was a single. So he's brought a square leg in, orthodox square leg, and he's just bowling good wicket to wicket. Now I'm not sure if he's bowling this line because he's had a look at what's happened here in the first 2 weeks of cricket that we've had and realised that the slower bowlers seem to be performing better on this pitch, or whether it's still that injury that he sustained when we saw him last. You remember he played, oh, that's not very good, and that's Ghulam Sawar there. He did the dive in the end, but that going straight under the bridge, and 4 runs.
Yeah, it was a bit of an unfortunate one. Anyway, perhaps he had one too many curries last night. Or this one, this is absolutely creamed, and the timing was perfect on this occasion. We haven't always seen it that way from Paxalona, but this time he judged it perfectly and absolutely slaughtered that one on the leg side. Watch this, taking a bit of a risk. Watch that hand speed, the way he gets through the ball. So nice finish to the over. They finished the second over 16 for 1.
Yeah, 10 of the over from the Prince there, courtesy of the last 2 balls. And for boundaries, one should have been stopped, but that second one, it was risky, wasn't it? Straight ball, it was a little bit short. You have to have confidence in yourself to play it. And it was almost swished it away for 4 runs. Made good contact. Captain is going to come back on.
Yeah, he's going to bowl himself out. And we had some great YouTube discussion in the break as well. I'm going to touch on a few points. First, let's have a look at Aktadar Iqbal bowling the 3rd over, the last one of the power play. It's right on the money again. Dug out well by the batsman again. That's one where it is a good ball. No disgrace to take your medicine as a batsman. Just work it for a single, or even a dot if the ball commands that kind of respect. I think they'd be happy to see the end of Iqbal and perhaps attack some of the other bowlers in this Warriors lineup.
Well, there you go. He's on the money again, right up there. The batsman just having a swash, not moving his feet at all, and knocking the stumps over. Sometimes it's as easy as that. And it's a funny old game when you're a bowler. There's days when you get the ball in the right areas and it's just easy. And there's other days where you really struggle. With this one, look, just getting it up there, a little bit of in-swing and knocking the off stump out of the ground. Good work from him.
I don't know if that counts as a commentator's curse. I said that the ball commands respect. Is no disgrace to take the one or the dot. And he heard me the first time, but the second time he's trying to put this one into outer space. And in the end, the stumps over they go. Not for the first time today. The score now, Paxalona, they're 16 for 2 in the 3rd over. Well, give us a chance to catch on with some of this YouTube chat. And there's a lot of nice comments about the commentary. Thanks so much, guys. We do appreciate it. And your support is so important to what we do here at the European Cricket Network. And Keanu saying that he's enjoying the commentary. And Jesus as well. And Luke. Luke was just saying that 62 games down, we're halfway through the tournament.
Yeah.
At the end of the last match. So that just shows you. Think of all the action we've had so far, Rico, to think that we've still got 62 matches to go. Wow, it's a feast of cricketing entertainment. Not only here, but all around Europe this year in 2021. It's Aktadar in. This one's blocked back. And so thanks for pointing that out, Luke. 62 games in, and we plan to bring you over 1,000 matches this year on the European Cricket Network. What I would say, though, we have the 3 extra matches this Sunday, which is the Spanish ECL 21 qualifiers. So that's an extra 3, so maybe not quite halfway. We'll have 127 matches in the end coming to you from Barcelona. Here's Iqbal again.
And
good decision. Yeah.
Umpire signals straight away, just drifting down the leg.
I think it would have pitched outside leg stump. Let's have a look at the replay. If it pitches anywhere to the right of the stumps, let's have a look at it.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, and probably missing anyway, but as soon as it bounces, that one can't be out. Yeah, Keanu's enjoying the commentary, so thanks for that. We've got Jahanzaib Askar from Karian, or Karian, I should say, and he's bowled very well in this tournament. So, Jahanzaib, thank you so much for joining us, and he's saying hello to myself and you, Rico.
Oh, there goes another one. And, well, This Kookaburra ball is honed into the woodwork today. And, well, don't have to say it, do I? It's going to be another duck. Just amazing. It really is. Yesterday it was all about sixes and boundaries, and today it's all about batsmen unable to get bat on ball and ducks.
Yeah, it's the beauty of cricket, isn't it? I tell you what, we'll be having duck for dinner tonight because there's a few of them flying around this Montjuic Olympic ground today, that's for sure. And yeah, another one goes down, and again, that ball, we've just got a couple of balls left from Akhtar Iqbal, so I think I'll be paying him a little bit more respect. He can always attack some other bowlers. And Jahanzeb Askar, of course, of Karian, saying Azim Makbul, the key player for Ripple. He's a good all-rounder, so we'll look out for him for sure in this match. And another one which we'll come to in a second. But a lot of people throwing their opinions about on this game. And it's funny, here's the captain coming to the crease, is Raja Khaliqa Rahman. And at the toss, I'm not sure if you noticed, he won the toss. He felt like he wanted to bat first, but he hesitated for a long time because he wanted to bat first, but he was a bit hesitant to do so because the batting was exposed somewhat in the first match of the day. But in the end, he did have the confidence to bat first, but some early wickets. They're 16 for 3. Here's the last ball of the power play. Again, they're not going to take the run there. So a bit of a shaky start for Barcelona, to say the least. That's the end of 3. 16 is the score for 3 wickets. Now, Jesus, this is what I was going to say. He said, Vinny, you should create a YouTube channel about cricket analysis and match preview and review and other discussion. And what I would say to that, Jesus, is you're watching it. Because we only have so many hours in the day. We're out on the air, of course, about 10 hours a day at the moment. But what I would say is that this European Cricket Network channel, of course, some of you would know I was doing a lot of match previews last year when travel was restricting my movement. But it's great to be back at the ground and involved firsthand in what's happening in the Fancode European Cricket Series. But yeah, this is a great place for all your discussion. And if you have any questions, like we've had some good discussions this morning about some of the more complex issues in cricket, I suppose. So a lot of the discussions are directed towards some people that are just getting to know the game, but also, yeah, those next level discussions about things. That's what cricket's all about as well, isn't it? These little things, and it's not, you'll never find two people with the same opinion on a discussion for something like man-cads or dead balls and some of these points of conjecture. But these are things that all have a place here in our discussion on the Fancode European Cricket Series telecast on the European Cricket Network. Here's the Prince again, so they've elected to bowl him out, and you can see what the tactics are from the fielding team today. They're bowling the best bowlers up front and just trying to put the brakes on early. It's a bit quicker from the Prince, and he's going to
be too wide there.
He's going to sneak it in, but he didn't quite get away with it, did he?
Now, how about that second over from the captain there?
Yeah, it was huge, wasn't it?
Two wickets, no runs, so double wicket maiden. Well, he's got hold of that. It's going hard to the fielder. You can see, the ball. That was one of those. Let's watch this again. The ball was being smacked. If you look at the fielder, saying, "Oh no, not me," and it bounced rather awkwardly. But again, didn't want to get anything behind it. We've seen that a couple of times.
I think he was wondering if his affairs were in order as that was coming towards him, because that had his name on it. And again, he wasn't quite sure how it was going to react off that surface. Anyway, here's the Prince again. This is down the ground. It'll take some cutting off again. The Curry Master's over it, after it. He can't cut it off, and 4 more runs. So back-to-back boundaries. That's just what Barcelona needs. And it's that man, again, that is doing the job with consecutive boundaries. So Nazir, can he lift him to a respectable total here in match 63?
Yeah, he's liking Prince Daman's bowling at the moment. Hit a couple of boundaries off him in the last 2 deliveries off his first over, and now he's hit a couple here already.
And see the Prince again, this time getting away with a dot. Flies it back. Again, good reason to wear a helmet. And not to gloss over Akhtar Khan, like you say, Akhtar Iqbal. He took 3 for 6 off his 2 overs. All 3 wickets bowled, and the importance. We've seen the left armers, when they get it on target on this surface, we've seen a lot of balls crashing into the stumps. Here's Daman. And
this is going to go all the way. Yes, it does. Catch nahi ho gaya. Fielding again. Catch ho gaya. Kitte catch ho gaya. Yaar, shakka ho gaya. 6 more. And, well, the fingers, the magic touch of Prince Daman is not working with the ball. The Prince, he's been taken apart here by Ishtaq Nazir. Very good batting from him, and just again highlighting what a key player he is for Barcelona.
Last ball of his spell. This is going to be cut away for another boundary. It was a little bit short. And Nazir, well, he's the key to this batting lineup, you'd have to say. And gets 4 more. That was a good over. The score moves along to 41 for the loss of 3. And that was one of your magic overs. So 25 off that one. So after 4, 41 runs on the board for Barcelona.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it's all about. When you can't get them from one end, you've got to go after the bowler at the other end. And Prince Tabani, he's 2 overs, gone for 29 runs. And the other bowler, the captain, Iqbal, has only gone for 6.
Yeah, so just going back to a bit of the chat. We've got Newman in the chat saying he's missing his team Barcelona. Wished he could be here. But of course, that's the issue at the moment, isn't it? With some of the players, depending on where they are, some travel restrictions still in place, and some, you know, electing to stay with family and friends, perhaps in other countries at the moment. So that's complicating issues, and it takes me to the next question, which we'll come to in a second. But here's Mohsin Ali, who has the ball. Starts with a well-pitched ball.
Well bowled. That's the sort of line that's... I think with that sort of delivery, a batsman either has to commit, use his feet, play shots, or, well, be very, very careful, because they do tend to sneak through. This one was a little bit more on the legs. That's good running. He's forgot about his captain, though, a direct hit, and he would have been out of the picture. He's going to have to do it again, or is he?
Yeah, the captain said one's enough. I just got here. What are you doing back here already? Said Raja Khalika Rahman. You watch this. And the fielder was alert to it. It would have been out if he'd hit. And although there could be a chance of an overthrow, that was shut down very quickly by the captain, who said, I'm just going to stay at this end and leave it up to you. So, 0 on strike. It's a full toss. He had for a single. So the next question was about why is Gulam playing on this team? Pat Moncada is his team, and a few others guess this one as well. Now, the reason is, obviously, at the moment, it's quite an unprecedented situation, of course, with the pandemic and travel. And so it does mean that some teams are not playing that would otherwise be playing in this competition.
Well, he's going to have to do it again, is he? This is almost a repeat, but the Prince this time electing he won't have a shot at the stumps.
Yeah, so he's made it this time, thankfully. But yeah, that'd be the reason that some of the players from the teams that aren't participating, they are loaned up to other teams, and wheeling and dealing in the background to see who people can get. But that's why you see Samar, the curry master, turning out for the Ripple Warriors.
That's a good shot. It's just one bounce over the boundary. Now we've seen him. He's hit a couple in this area already as Nazir, as he races along, takes him 12 to 24 of just 12 deliveries. So they're going to have to think about that. Maybe get this man a little bit straighter. He does play that very well. Mohsin Ali got some thinking to do.
Yeah, he is. It was just a little bit too short, and we've seen Nazir harsh on anything short. This is a bit fuller.
It's fuller, but hit better as well. And this one goes all the way over the ropes, and that is the end of the over, and another good one indeed. So the score racing along now.
Yeah, I think that becomes 48 for 3 at the halfway point of the innings. So a good finish. That over went dot, leg by 1, leg by 4, 6. So a good finish to the over for Nazir. And Newman in the chat also saying that Nazir needs to step up. Of course, he's doing that at the moment. Lamanga Cricket Club, welcome to you. Saying good afternoon, everyone. Ali Jr. saying, I still have hope for Barcelona. Come on. Luke commenting as well. 3 very similar dismissals here, and that was absolutely true. With those 3 bold dismissals from Akhtar to start this match off. And again, a lot of chat about Sunday's playoff. Of course, only one team from every country that is involved qualifies for the European Cricket League, which will start on May 31. We'll have more about that, of course. And so you get a bonus day on ECN this week on Sunday. Here's a new over, Deepak Rana with the ball. And first ball worked away by the captain, Raja Khalika Rahman, for a single. It's always good to have Lamanga Torrevieja Cricket Club in the chat. Wonder who's at the desk for them today, but certainly looking forward to having them, and taking a lot of organisation to get them here as well. So that will be a best of 3 playoff on Sunday, starting at the regular time.
It's a nice shot, and it's in that area again. They're still not, the captain's not having a good think about this. I would say that it's probably 4 boundaries that have gone here dead straight, and maybe now finally they're thinking of getting one of those men a little bit finer here, or straighter I should say, who's able to cut those off. Oh, man, they're not going sailing over the boundary, they're going along the ground.
Next ball just worked away. Question for you in the chat. Jahanzai Maskar of Karian. Today's batsmen need some alu pratas and warm cups of tea for good batting. What would you say, Rico?
Well, I don't know about the warm cups of tea. It's pretty warm. I think maybe a lassi or 2, you know, nice cold lassi, salted or sweet, whatever you prefer. But prontas, yeah, you know me. I'm never going to say no to a few prontas. But yeah, good call.
I wouldn't mind Manjinder coming back with some of those cakes from yesterday.
You got a sweet tooth, didn't you?
Oh, I do now. They were very good. Didn't eat any dinner last night either after I demolished some of those. Anyway, here's Deepak Rana again. Again, not quite the timing. But this is what the captain needs to do here, isn't it? Raja Khalika Rahman. Get Nazir on strike. He's flying at the moment. He's raced to 41 already off only 17 balls. And just wonder if Nazir had batted like this. You would have thought they would have taken care of Pakai Care in the first game. But he just got out at a crucial moment in that first match of the day. Next one's dragged down to mid-on for a single. And Ali Jr. saying, I can't hear much excitement from the dugout with those boundaries. Where are the shouts? That's a good question. Well, everyone's distanced very nicely in the Pax Sloaner dugout. They're watching intently right now. We have a tense atmosphere at the moment, you'd have to say.
Well played. A chase on for the fielder. Did very well. Bobbles along there. And also got to keep an eye on the ball when it goes from grass to the clay to the grass.
Yes.
And that's the end of the over.
That is the end of the over. You know, in baseball, we call that a long single. And that's the cricket equivalent of a long single. As we see, the score at the end of 6 overs is 58 for 3. Because that's gone a long way, but Raja, well, we know he's not the fastest across the turf. But anyway, so they're in a position here. Let's do my 6 over check-in. 58 for 3. Again, you're probably looking at 10 and over. That's normally where I start, and I make certain adjustments. Now, if Ishtiaq stays there, they could get a few more than that as well. But I'd be saying 10 and over here will get them to 98. So I'll be eyeing off 100. 100 plus. And look, the Warriors do have some very good batsmen as well. I'm sure we'll see Prince Diman there. And they've also got the likes of Mohsin Ali who can come in. And Azim Makbul who's come into the team. So watch out for him. But yeah, 100 plus, at least it asks a question of the Warriors. And this will help. This is down the leg side. And this will also have the effect of getting the key man Nazir on strike, which is where they want him, as he's on 47 now, off only 20 balls. And so he still has 6 balls to face this over. If he is able to stay down the business end, here's Mohsin Ali.
Oh, he's launched into that. That's going all the way. Ginna, Sona, Ginna, Badda, Shaka.
How's that for a shot? And he brings up his half century, 53 off only 21 balls. So great work from Ishtiaq Nazir. Again, you see that sometimes the pressure, batting second's a bit different to batting first. He's able to come out here and dictate the terms. And he goes again, but he's gone once too many. It's up, it's in the air, it needs to be caught, and it is.
Well, that's a good catch. Well done. It was almost 2 fielders. Perhaps we're going to go into that. And then the call was there saying, no, it's fine, I want it. And that's an important wicket. He just got his 50. And you can see the captain there. He's just got his head down a little bit. He knows that this was important.
Yeah, we mentioned that last match he fell at a crucial time. And, well, for me, he does again, to be honest.
Yeah.
And you can see what he's trying to do. He's been hitting the ball pretty cleanly for the most part. But that's cricket, I guess, this one. Just the timing not there. Went up in the air. There were 2 fielders. They had to form a committee to decide who would be the man to catch it. But in the end, it does get caught, and in the end, a very important wicket for the Warriors. It was Deepak Rana who took the catch. Batsman crossed, so The captain's on strike. And it is Raja Khalik Rahman. And I just saw there's been some good wicket keeping in this game, and the keeper Shazad, she's probably a bit closer than he would normally be to a bowler like Mohsin Ali, but the reason is the footing is a lot more firm. Here's that one. He took that quite a pace. So again, these are little adjustments, and this is the kind of charm and the uniqueness of the European Cricket Series, I guess. Right before your very eyes. But now, look, I said that 10 and over minimum as long as Nazir was there. We'll be reassessing at the end of this over, but still, a couple of balls to go. Raja Khalik Rahman, what can he do?
Banging that back into the ground, takes the single. The fielders are all the way out on the boundary there on the leg side. But this is also important. It's important that they don't have too many swings and misses. Got to take these singles, and Raja Khalik, we know, is not the quickest, but he needs to, and I'm sure he does, realise the importance of taking these singles now for his team. Ooh, that's a good ball from Mohamed Adil, and yes, he's got to go. He had a look up at the umpire, and the umpire gave him the nod, and the finger goes up. So, believe it or not, that's another duck, and I think that's his first ball as well. So, it's all happening here today.
Another golden duck, take it to the bank. So 2 wickets and a big over from Mohsin Ali there, picking up 2 key wickets and 67 for 5. The score after 7 overs. So, have to say again, crucial time. And what also will be crucial will be the playoff this Sunday. We've mentioned it before. The Manga Torrevieja Cricket Club will be taking on Menage Cricket Club in a best of 3 T10 showdown to determine who will represent the nation of Spain at the European Cricket League 21. It's the Champions League of European Cricket, and you can catch it right here from May 31 on the European Cricket Network. But first, this Sunday, the 28th of February, from 7:30 a.m. GMT, 8:30 in Central Europe, 1 p.m. in India. Make sure you join us. But this next ball's edged away, and what was the captain, wasn't it? Raja Khalik. But I was just going to say, Rico, again, you're reassessing the expectations, and 67 off 7, now at 71, so still feel like that 10 and over. They do have 5 wickets in hand still, and the captain, and it's Ali Imran, the hat-trick hero, who's come in to join him, but they're not the quickest between the wickets, but they don't need to push because they can need every run they can get against the Warriors.
And that's the one, straight up into middle stump. You see the captain there just trying to give himself some room, Raja Khalik, but well, that was clever bowling. You see he's been trying to get underneath the ball to hit it over the top, moving away, showing all these stumps, and well, down they go.
I hope we rotate these wickets, because these ones have had an absolute battering so far since we've gotten this new fan code stumps, thanks to Sticky Wickets, our partners. And well, Raja, again, just you see what he's trying to do. It was unselfish, trying to go the big shot, but they lose their 6th, and in the 8th over at 71 for 6.
Yeah, and that's a good wicket to get at this stage, because now you've got both batsmen are new to the crease. So Ali Imran and Adil Ali, they have now got to try and take their team, I would say they're where they are now.
Yeah.
If they can get to between in the 90s, 100 would be a real bonus. It's not going to be easy to do, because one thing these bowlers have done, they've bowled a good line, got the odd one that's been loose, but other than that, they've bowled well. And well, you can see from the scoreboard, they've bowled, or the scorecard I should say, they've bowled at the stumps as well.
Yeah, as we see, Wazza mentioned corridor of uncertainty. I'd say corridor of carnage, really, because we've seen a lot of balls crashing into the stumps, haven't we? But you see the importance of wickets, Rico, in the format, the T10 format. Just bringing a new batsman to the crease. Obviously, typically the batsmen get a bit weaker as you go down the order as well, and to bring them in, it's not so easy for these guys, even though they've still got 4 wickets in hand and tick under 3 overs to bat. This is all right. This will be a single, get a slight fumble, but you have to readjust your expectations. So now I'm probably looking at more like, well, 8 and over with 6 wickets down. We've got 2 batsmen until then hadn't faced a ball. So Ali Imran, well, he's had an eventful day, hasn't he? And a hat trick in the first match, including what a one-handed catch. Sometimes I go home at night and I can't believe when all these highlights get posted on our social media at European Cricket, all these things can happen in one day. Anyway, here's Amishazad. Yeah, I mean, that seems like forever ago now, but it's just this morning, the one-handed catch on the boundary.
Yeah, so much, isn't it? So much action.
Yeah.
It's like you know, when you're in the middle of the winter months, you see this delivery. That's well bowled. You know, it's like say we're in. Yeah, I don't know. December's a good example. You know, December. It's snowing outside. It's winter time. And all you're doing is you're just watching movie after movie, and then come the end of the day,
Yeah.
you can't remember which movie you saw. You can't remember who was in it, what happened. Sometimes it's a little bit like this. It's all good stuff. It's fantastic. You're enjoying every moment of it. But when you go back and try and look back and say, did that happen today? Was that today? Was that yesterday?
Last ball of the over. Swing and a miss. So that will be the end of 8. And the score is 73 for the loss of 6 wickets. And yeah, I've sometimes got a veritable fire hose of entertainment. And you just can't avoid it, can you, really? I mean, a hat trick, and was there a hat trick yesterday?
There was hat trick.
Was it day 4?
No,
Tahir
day
Ahmed.
before. Yesterday was 5 wickets.
Yeah, 5 wickets. Oh, yeah, 5 wickets. Let's not forget that. And this is the thing. It's unprecedented what we're doing. And we laugh about it, but it is something unprecedented we're doing in the world of cricket or sport in general, really. Trying to bring you 1,000 matches of entertainment on the European Cricket Network this year. So please, if you're watching and you're enjoying it, leave a like and subscribe to our YouTube channel. Follow us on social media at European Cricket. So tell your family and friends about it, because if they enjoy cricket, or even if they enjoy sport in general, I think they'll find a lot of entertainment here at ECN. Here's Deepak Rana to bowl the 9th.
And this time, they do have a man closer to it, so no boundary. Rotate the strike.
And also, I want to give a shout out, thanks to all of our over 160,000 YouTube subscribers. It's growing about 2,000 a day, which is fantastic. So thank you to all of you guys for showing an interest. Next ball goes for a wide. Yeah, but that's how it happens and it grows, and it's really incredible how cricket has grown over the last few years. Obviously being able to show it has made a big difference, and there is an appetite for it here. A lot of these people, if they've come from countries that are cricket playing countries into European countries, they think, well, they won't be playing cricket anymore, but it's great to have them out there and providing such great entertainment to all of our viewers.
It's in the air, just dropping short of the fielder. Catch was the call from the fielders. It's a catch, but dropping short. Single now. The Ripple Warriors, they won't mind these singles. It's the boundaries that will hurt them. Short, and he's got hold of that. It's in the air, but fielder just watches it sail over him. But there you go. That's the way to do it, and that's one of the ground staff there. I think that's Kashmir Singh taking a very good catch. We saw him drop one yesterday, so he's made up. He's made up for it today in the sunshine, taking the glory there. But yeah, 6 runs.
Valuable runs for Paxlone. Here's the next ball, blasted towards the same fielder. This time he can do something about it. Jugraj Singh, who's at deep wicket in a key position. And nice bit of work. Ali Imran.
Yeah, this is good from him. He knows that all of these are now important runs as they approach the 90 to 100 mark. This one hit down the ground, so he'll go back on strike and have a couple of more balls to have a go at.
Yeah, that's right, and how valuable that 6 runs might be. We talked about them sneaking up on this 100 mark. I'm not sure they'll get quite there, but
well, with this man hitting the ball, I mean, if you can get hold of a couple here, well, he's certainly trying. That one was well bowled. It was kept it wider off him outside the off, and that is the end of the over.
yeah.
So 84 the score. It's 9 gone.
Exactly right. And now look, something in the 90s, and we've always talked about this kind of zone of 80 to 100 does make some very good cricket matches. I'd probably even say 80 to 110. We had the Golden Ball match, I think, was tied at 107, and I think I had another match earlier, 104, 102 back in week 1. So look, these 80 to 110 chases will be pretty interesting. And wow, we've seen a lot of interesting cricket this morning. I mean, Hakai Care coming out and getting rolled for 69, but then defending it. You just felt it's going to be one of those days where the bowlers said, well, hold on. Yesterday was very batting heavy, but bowlers stepping up to the plate here on day 13. Here's Amishazad to bowl the 10th and final over.
Good start from him, right up in the block. A single. Now this is going to be, for me, the interesting battle. So Ali Imran, he's clubbed a couple, and he'll be looking to see if he can get his team close to that 100 mark here. It's well bowled, good bowling at the death.
Yeah.
Another phrase for you to talk about a bit later, but just
yeah, of course.
Keeping the ball right up there, not giving any loose ones for the batsman. And he's basically saying to them, look, this is where the ball's going to be on the money. If you're going to hit it, you've got to take a chance. And the chance taken there. Fielder coming in, wants to take it, and does. That's a very good catch indeed. Running in, running forward, running into the ball. That's well taken. And the wicket goes down.
Yeah, it was well taken, wasn't it? And again, the batsman, he did the right thing. Adelaide Ali is having a go. Had to get a bit more contact to get over the fielder, but it was Jugraj Singh. He's done some good things in the field, and fielding's so important. We've seen it time and time again here in the Fancode European Cricket Series. Ali Jr. on the chat saying, all right, over 80, now they just have to bowl well. And we saw them bowl Pakai Care out for 69, didn't we?
He's drilled that hard, didn't he? That's well picked up, drilled it hard, but again, just to the man, and the throw comes in straight away, so no chance to try and sneak a second one.
Yeah, so 2 balls remain. The score's 86. And
I can see a bit of crazy running coming up here, the last ball.
I think Ali Imran wants to get down there. And he might get the chance as well. This one might, in fact, go all the way, so he won't get down there, but he'll watch. And that one, well, there's a bit of movement off the surface. Look how wide the keeper is. Don't know where he is. He's in a different postcode. Don't know if he was calling it outside pitch. the full wide one, the radar, wasn't quite where he wanted it. So 4 byes. I haven't really seen that before. I mean, as a keeper, sometimes you can... positioning is important, but that time the keeper, he really wasn't in the same postcode, was he? But 4 valuable runs and they'll take them. So 91 we're at, and it's going to stay there. So there was a wicket off the last ball. But again, those 4 byes do take them into the 90s. They'll finish 91 for 8. So Paxalona, Raja Khalik, well, he almost took 5 or 6 minutes to tell me that he was going to bat first in this one after a bit of a shaky showing in their first match of the day. But ultimately, they have got a competitive score on the board. They've got 91 on the board here in match 63 of the Fancode European Cricket Series. But some good bowling early from Akhtar did make a dent in this Paxalona innings.
Yeah, he bowled superbly, didn't he? And we're going to see more of that bowling here. Picked up 3 wickets, and that's all he did. He just came in, nothing too exciting in his run, but the radar was spot on. Gave his team a great start, and then it was a bit of fight back, and well, we knew who was the key player for them. Ishaq Nazir played some lovely shots of his own. It was captain having to be on his toes here by the Khalik as that throw came in from the Prince.
Mosen didn't want a part of that, did he, as it came back towards him. We saw some good batting, and Nazir ended up making the half century again, dominating the scorecard. 53 scored off 22 balls, but it all came unstuck here. Went to the well one time too many, came back with an empty bucket, and the 2 fielders, well, they could have raffled it. That was the end of Nazir, 53 off 22, 7 fours and 3 maximos in a very nice innings. And the wickets, they just kept falling. And again, a corridor of carnage is what we called it in the end. Raja Khalik saying, well, you got me on that one. He's one of the most entertaining players and popular players at the ground here, Raja Khalik Rahman. Then we saw some good late hitting. Ali Imran, nice little cameo. He hit a maximum in his 11 not out. He was the only other player to reach double figures. And again, some good catching on the mid-wicket boundary. And this, well, again, don't know if they'd shaken the keeper up, but he looked a bit dizzy. But ultimately, the last ball, there was no addition to the score. They'll end up on 91 for 8. And just recapping the card, you see that it was Nazir, 53 opening the batting. Muhammad Amir Raza, well, he went early, first ball, and again, count the ducks, 1, 2, 3, 4 of them there. So it'll be duck for dinner tonight in Barcelona. But getting up to 91, that is something to bowl at. I do think the Warriors will fancy themselves in this chase. They have some strong options at the top of the order, but first we can recap their bowling. And Akhtar Iqbal Khan with 3 for 6 off his 2 overs, including a maiden over. You don't see too many of those. And in fact, we had another 3 for Amir Shahzad, who took 3 for 9 off his 2. And the other 2 wickets went to Mohsen Ali. But it's all set up for a very interesting match 63 chase as the Ripple Warriors back in the circle. Of course, they won their first 2 games, they lost their next 2, and they had a washout. So the Warriors will be very keen to get back in the winner's circle. So we finished a little bit early, so we'll be back probably in around 12 minutes with the run chase. And just give us a quick analysis. Rico, who do you like? Do you think the Warriors are going to chase these down?
Yeah, you know, I think what's going to play a big part in this, I think the Warriors, they, like many teams, I think prefer the ball coming onto the bat, like to use the pace of the ball. But what we have seen is Barcelona are very clever in keeping the pace off. That's what I think was the deciding factor in that innings of Pakake. They just didn't get any pace on the ball from Barcelona. They're going to do the same thing again. They're not going to change it. So it's all going to be about how the Warriors go about this reply. If they're going to come down the track and try and hit big right from the beginning, I think they're going to find themselves in a bit of trouble. You're going to have to bat well and play some proper batting shots to get this target.
Yeah, well, don't go anywhere. Make yourself a little cup of tea, or perhaps something a little bit stronger depending on where you're watching in the world. It's Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. We'll be back in about 10 minutes time for the chase. This is the European Cricket Network and you're watching the Fan Code European Cricket Series.
Welcome back, bienvenidos. I hope you've got yourself a nice cup of something. Cup of soup, Horlicks, hot chocolate, whatever it may be. And maybe a little snack just to keep you going. As we're about to see the conclusion of this match 63. Just to remind you, Barcelona, they, well, got themselves to a respectable score, 92. We've seen some very interesting and exciting games with scores in between the 90s and the 100s. So I think this one will be one of those. I really do. I think it's going to go all the way down to the wire. Barcelona, we know what they do, and they do it quite well. They keep the pace of the ball and keep it there on the spot and wait for the batsman to make the mistake. It's going to be Prince Daman. He certainly has impressed us on a number of times, on a number of occasions. Now we know that he's not 100%, and that's why he didn't bowl off his full run-up. Also, you saw him was sort of hidden in the field to make sure that he wasn't going to be do too much running, and that's because they want him to perform with the bat. And the non-strikers end is going to be Waqar Iqbal. So he's been sort of promoted up the order from where we would see him normally bat. Normally comes in around number 4. And in the bowling department, we're going to start off with Mohamed Amir. So we're all set, more or less, to go. Be interesting to see how the Warriors go about this run chase. Will they be cautious and try and time it, or will they just go for the big shots straight off? Of course, a good power play will certainly put them in a very good position. Ready to go. Mukesh just checking with the scorers and also with his umpire at square leg and the third umpire as well. And we're off. So target 92. Run straight away. Taking the single. A nice gentle jog from the Prince to get to the other end. So Waqar Iqbal will take his guard now. Barcelona were fantastic in the field against Pakai Care. You saw very early on in that game one ball go in the air and fielder not making any contact to it, and we thought, oh, it's going to be one of those. As this one again is flicked on the leg side for another single. But then after that, well, they took some amazing catches. We saw a couple of one-handed ones and really made it an interesting game. But unfortunately for them, they couldn't repeat the good work they did in the field with the bat. Well, this time, I think they'll be happy with the score they've got, thanks to Mustaq Nazir's 53 of 22 balls. They've set a target of 92. Well, the Prince quite happy at this stage to just respect the good ball. It's way down the leg side, so that's a gift. The Warriors, of course, they're starting the day third in Group B. Having played 4, they've won 2, lost 2. Also picked up a point for one abandoned game. So 5 points. A win here, what they will be looking to do, would take them to 7. That's a very nice shot indeed. Very classy. And that's the strength of this man. I mean, it looked no venom in this shot at all timing. And what a lovely cricket shot that was. Beautifully executed, 4 runs. And that's what the Ripple Warriors will be wanting to see more of. As I say, a victory here takes them into second place, but also keeps the group alive. One of these teams has to keep the pressure on. Pakai Care, as we see another shot played out to that offside boundary. This time the fielder does get foot on it. The umpires are just looking at him just to make sure that is the case. It is. So 2 runs off that one. So at the end of the over, it's 9. And 9 without loss. Well, it's been a while, especially today, that we've been able to say that. There's been so many wickets falling. So score on 9. And the Prince looking pretty strong already outside that off stump. It was nice to see really from him. He was quite happy to play a orthodox defensive shot to a good ball. Well, here we go. This was what it was all about the first time around. So Ali Imran, the hat-trick man. And this time it's in the air, straight to the fielder, and he's on the way again. Well, what a combination. He comes in, flights it up in the air, batsman has a go, and an easy catch taken by Ishtaq Nazir. And like we say, this is what Barcelona do. There's nothing really too exciting, but it's effective. It's no pace on the ball. If you're going to hit it, but you've got to hit it well, you've got to time it well. And some people say, I mean, yesterday, I think 1 or 2 people were thinking, well, these boundaries, are they a little too short? Is that why we're seeing these big scores? 182, 191, history, world record being made with the batsman Gurwinder Bajwa scoring 156 of 45 balls. Is it the boundaries? Well, these boundaries, they're the same. They don't get moved around 50 metres, and batsmen are struggling to clear them today. It just goes to show the strength and the class of the batsmen that we saw yesterday. But anyway, Ali Imran is doing what he does best, just putting the ball there and letting the batsman make mistake. He comes in for his second ball. This one, the batsman just going on the back foot, flicking it away. Takes the single. So puts Prince Daman back on strike. Asim Makbul, the new batsman that came in, he's now at the non-striker's end. And the Prince, well, he launches into this one, but it's along the deck. Fielder's giving it chase, and in the end, I think they got in each other's way and had to change direction. Otherwise, there was going to be a sandwich here. It was could have been nasty. You see there, just in the end, Nazir having to give up the chase, and the ball goes through for 4 runs. Valuable runs. A little shake of the head from Ali Imran saying, nah, that shouldn't have gone. So he's back, bowling again to Prince Daman. Quicker. And Prince this time not able to find that gap on the offside. And Mr. Sandhu back in the commentary station. Welcome back, sir. How are we?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm just mixing it up. Instead of a bowled wicket, I just created a caught wicket this time. Another one for Ali Imran. Put that up in the book. You see the Prince is testing out that injury with a bit of a tight single. See him out there. Like I say, you saw his bowling earlier. Slightly different style than we used to, but again, just showing his all-round skills, the Prince. So fantastic to have him involved. I know he's got a lot of fans out there on the European Cricket Network. Here's Imran to close out his over.
And just pushing that out for a single. Well, what about what a day he's having, his very first ball there again today, taking a wicket. I mean, he never probably dreamt that this day was going to start the way it did for him today.
Yeah, you have to say that, especially against Pakai Care. I mean, it looked for all money like a lot of cricket balls were going to disappear, but it was batsmen disappearing, wasn't it? In match 61, the start of the day. And a hat-trick, the third one of this series. 3 hat-tricks, only 1 golden ball so far. What do you think about that? Surprises me.
Plenty of time.
Plenty of time, though.
Plenty of time as the second over comes to an end. 16 for 1.
Yeah, Luke was mentioning that we're just over halfway now. We're halfway after the last match. 62 matches of 124 in Barcelona. It's great to have your company. New over begins, and it's Mohamed Amir with the ball once again for Barcelona. And it'd be a great confidence builder if Barcelona are able to defend this target. But I tell you what, with the Prince there and Makbul, who's just come to the crease for the first time, you feel that you feel like the Warriors are in control of this match. But it can all change very quickly, Rico.
Well, haven't we just seen that today? If there's ever an example of what one wicket can do and how it can change the game, well, we've seen that here today. And that's why I think these two now, especially the Prince, you can see he's so far been very cautious. He's been quite happy to play down a couple of balls and take nothing from them. I think he's thinking about building his innings here, but he does need somebody to stick around with him at the other end as well.
Good discussion about where the fielders are going to go, of course. Very important aspect of the game.
That one, she's got away with that. It was over pitched on the legs. The Prince just trying to turn that away. Fine behind square, but missing out.
Yeah, Lamunga Cricket Club saying Prince not looking rushed at the moment. I think it's an understatement. He's a pretty cool customer, the Prince. He'll just not ease off and put away the bad ball when he gets one. Apart from that, he's satisfied, as you can see, like that, just to work it away, and that's intelligent batting. He knows that if he's there, and he can be powerful, can't he, as well. But I think at the moment it's the old adage, but you play the ball on its merits. If it's a good ball, you can keep it out or just push it for one. If it's a bad ball, if it's in your zone that you think you can hit it for 4 or 6, then you do it. But I think intelligence is the key to this chase, and the Warriors made a pretty solid start. Oh, spoke too soon. There we go. Not the first time. Won't be the last.
Wow, that's 2 that Asim Makboob has had a wild swing at. He's lucky still to be there. He's got to start playing straight, get that foot across. There's 2 men waiting for it there as well, even if he does make contact. This time it's along the deck. And that's one of those men waiting to pounce already. Has had 1 victim.
Yeah, Ishaq Nazir doing the job on the boundary line, but that'll be the end of the over. After 3 overs, the Warriors, they're 19 for 1, chasing 92 for victory.
The Prince is going to go back and strike. The 2 batsmen just having a little conversation with themselves. Just wondering if there's going to be a change here or whether Ali Imran is going to finish his spell. Well, they are making a change. I just would have thought with the way things are, maybe give Imran 1 more. Some discussion going on here. I think with the umpires having a word with the Barcelona captain, Raja Khalik, about something. Power play is over.
Very interestingly placed this game at the moment. A critical over, to say the least, for Hassan, but he does have the protection of 5 outfielders. Of course, the power play over after 3 overs. This will go to one of them. And they can choose who's going to field this one. But yeah, the fielding's been very good, Barcelona, and that made all the early running this morning, wasn't it? Against Pakai Care, with some really good catches taken. And you do feel that when the chance comes, they're going to have to take it, Barcelona, because pretty strong batting at the top of this Warriors lineup. We saw them earlier in the tournament being very strong, winning their first 2 games, then falling to 2 losses and no results since then. So they've got a 2-2 record. And the Warriors, it's a big difference. 3-2 versus 2-3. Tell you that much. If you're going out there, the Warriors, they'll hope to secure a victory in match 63 with a successful chase.
Yeah, that's a nice shot. This time the fielder gets across, does well. Well, that's very good running. He saw the fielder not throwing the ball in. It just sort of rolled it back to the captain.
I could see what he was thinking there, but he isn't rolling fast enough. He's on his knees and he's worried about them taking a second run. So he thought, I'm just going to flick this to my captain who's halfway, but it just was a bit slow, the roll. So the batsman had plenty of time to take a second. So that plan spectacularly backfired.
Short. He's not really got hold of it. There is a chance. Oh, and well, it would have been a wonderful catch. I'm not sure how close he got to it in the end.
Yeah. And look, these are the kind of catches, and that's the excitement zone, isn't it? Deep mid-wicket, that part of the field. We'd seen some amazing catches during this series. The fielder, look, he made some good ground. It was difficult. He was onto the clay and just not able to pull it in. That was the kind of thing that could have sparked a bit of a resurgence for Barcelona. Hassan, can he come back?
That's nicely played. It'll chase his on for the fielder, but he's not going to get there. That's a beautiful shot. I like the way, I mean, Prince Devan, he's played a couple there which the fielder's cut off, so this time around, look at the way he uses his wrists to guide this ball into that area. That's a lovely shot, pure quality that is.
Yeah, exactly, and you said it exactly, my thoughts, Rico, the way he manipulated his wrist inside out just to carve that like an artist, just carved that ball in the direction he wanted it to go, and he found the boundary. Good batting.
And this one's gone up in the air, and this time the fielder has to run to the other way. He didn't quite time this, it was quite wide, so he didn't get the full Monty off the bat on this. You see that? Quite wide, but once more he carves that away. Fielder having to run to his right this time, not able to get there. So it's good over so far.
Good placement again. The fielder had moved a bit to his left, and so this one is a bit firm and hit it in front of point, or just pretty much dead square. Getting another boundary, 3 consecutive boundaries for the Prince.
This time on the legs. Well, qué genial. Esta hombre, qué grande, eh? Es 3-4. 4 y de fin de over. And that was a good one, wasn't it?
It was, and almost your magic over. There were 19 of it. They doubled their score in the 4th over. They've gone to 38 for 1. And some discussion in the chat, perhaps. The viewers thinking they should have let Ali Imran continue, and it was a calculated gamble to bring on Tazib Hassan. You wonder if they might bring him straight back now, but they're going with another option. But yeah, it was never easy, and everything's easy in hindsight, isn't it, Rico? If you've ever captained a cricket team, you'd know that. But also got Lamunga Cricket Club saying, hope you're both looking forward to working on a Sunday. Vinny Sandu and Rico. Well, I can tell you that I will be here. Rico, you're going to visit your family over the weekend, but that you've earned it, I think.
Yeah,
so we can't have you 7 days a week. I'm stuck here, but I think that you'll be watching with interest, I'm sure, on Sunday.
I certainly will. I mean, I have to say that it was a weekend break that was planned before the match was scheduled, so it is unfortunate, but I'm sure in between doing the chores and duties I have to over the weekend, I'll be keeping an eye on the score. So good luck to both teams, to Minaj and also to Lamangatori for that.
How much do you think you'll be allowed to watch, Rico? Do you think that'll be pretty? The wife will be pretty impressed with you flicking on the TV after getting it done now finally. Anyway, it's Shazad Khan.
Yeah, I think I'll answer that one off air, just in case the wife or the daughter are listening.
It's from entertainment for the whole family, though. Your little dog as well, don't you? Your dog will be watching with you.
The dogs, yeah.
Sounds like a perfect Sunday to me. Run of the Sunday watching ECN. It's a great source of entertainment. Even I'd say for people that aren't necessarily cricket people. And I've found this since the Fan Code European Cricket Series has been around. A lot of the people in my circle that consider themselves not interested in cricket because they have preconceived ideas about what it is and what it's not, and they feel like they don't understand a lot of the rules. The ECS has been great to bring the game to them, and easy to understand, fast-paced format. A lot of excitement, of course, so hope you're enjoying the action wherever you're watching around the world as the Warriors sneak up on this target of 92.
Shazad Khan, the bowler. This time that fielder does get to the ball.
Throw it in this time. That's a good idea because he was a bit too clever last time. A few people asking about the last game of the day. I can tell you the matches remaining. First we'll have match 64, which is the Ripoll Warriors returning against the Barna Royals. The news there from the toss. The Royals have won the toss, batting first. This one I think it'll be just the single. Nazir will clean up for Barcelona. Last match of the day, as we've had a couple of times in the fixtures, it'll be 2 teams we haven't seen at all today. The Hira Sabadell, who are winless there, returning to the stage, and they'll be taking on the City Lions. I think that'll be a pretty competitive game. Last match of the day. City Lions do have a win to their name against Barcelona. Hira Sabadell without a win. They'd desperately love to get on the board in match 65, which will be the last match of Wednesday.
Oh, that's hit well. That's 4 runs. You heard the bowler a little from him trying to put a little bit of extra in it, but well, that doesn't put off the Prince. Just stood tall and hits this straight back down the ground. That's a lovely shot. Once more, it's all about the placement. Placement both अच्छी थी, अच्छा shot, अच्छी timing.
And Prince is showing maturity here because he's just picking his moment and he's not going for any wild shots. He knows as long as he's there, got this game under control, and he's placed the ball around the field. And again, that one, it was just in the zone where he thought he could hit it straight and hard and get a boundary. It's exactly what happened. So good work, and he'll retain the strike because of that bye. It's the end of 5 overs. The Warriors 46 for 1.
Yeah, and going along quite nicely. It just goes to show when myself and Vinny say that sometimes the batsmen, they've just got to build an innings, build a partnership, take a little bit of time before they start swinging and missing and blazing the ball all over the place. And this is what happens at early wicket, of course, and then these two, I mean, it's mainly been Prince Daman, of course. I think Asim Mubal, he's been trying to hit and hit hard, but what he has been able to do is not too many dot balls, get the single, get the Prince on strike, and they've moved along without too much excitement to 46 for 1 at the halfway stage. And
right on target.
Yeah, right on target.
Double that,
well, here's the big call. He comes back on, and you see there, the Prince, he knows that this is the danger man. He's got a few wickets today already, as we know. Got one in this match, and quite happy just to play that defensively out on the offside, no fielder close enough, and then taking a single. I don't think Asim will play it the same way.
You're right. He's tried to smash this. It's in the gap, but I think they'll just get one. But like you say, Ali Imran, well, whether it was through fortune or design, he's been amongst the wickets today.
Yeah.
Haven't all been great deliveries, but he seems to have the knack of getting the batsman to hold out to the outfielders. And he comes again.
He's hit that hard. Nobody's catching that. That's all the way over. Lovely shot. Qué grande esta hombre. Vale, tiene la fuerza. Y 6 carreras más. Es un máquina, Es un máquina.
It's a mature innings from the Prince, I have to say this. And this after this ball, but he was after Ali Imran. You wonder if he might just knock this one, or it's in the zone, he might go for it. Oh, again, put the mocker on him. He had the idea of the sweep. But yeah, what I was going to say is, this is for me why sometimes I think batting second can be an advantage, because you have more ability to be more or less aggressive. You have more control over that when you've got your bat in your hand. And more of that in a second. And Prince is after him again. This is all the way. It's going to go over the fence. This one's feeding the snakes, Rico. That is 6 of the best. That is a maximo to Prince Daman, and he moves along to 49. And, well, nice work by him. Now, the reason I was going to say that is, you see the Prince there, he's able to dictate the pace innings. He knows exactly how many they need to get in the second innings of this match. And, well, this isn't the prettiest shot of his innings, but it will bring up his 50. And it comes in pretty quick time, better than 2 a ball. So well batted to the Prince. He's back in the runs and back in the action here in match 63 of the Fancode European Cricket Series.
Yeah, well batted indeed. And really, once more, those 50 runs have sort of just come from nowhere, you would say. He's not done anything extravaganza, nothing spectacular. He's just been there, played the ball on merit, and, well, I suppose the best way to describe this, he probably hasn't broken sweat yet. He's just been in a chilled out mood, playing like he's having a net, and he takes a strike again. One thing I will say is something which about Asim Makbul, so the non-strikers end, he scored 7 runs, and I can tell you all of his 7 runs have come in the same place, and I think the captains, if he was watching, would have put a fielder there, and by doing so would have just kept him on strike and kept the Prince off strike.
Adelat Ali will continue. And now the Prince, well, he's past 50, and we've seen this a couple of times today. Batsman breaking concentration after passing the half century. Yeah, what I was going to say though, when you're batting, you have more control about how aggressive or defensive you are. When you're bowling, I think you're always trying to be fairly defensive, and that doesn't change too much. So by batting second, you know you can just get the right amount of risk, depending on how many you need. And at the moment, needing 95, and this is a poor piece of fielding this time from the captain. Well, it's been a long day for that gentleman, Raja Khalika Rahman. He stuck out the boot, couldn't get near it, and a bit like this, you just feel like Paxalona are going to end up coming up empty-handed in day 13. Unlucky for some. Well, again, you'd have to feel that they're unlucky not to come away with a win because they've been in the game at times on day 13. But this game's slipping away from their grasp. And that man, Prince Deman, he's cruising. Can't put the sweep away though. Leave the sweeping to someone else.
He's just trying to... Well, he thinks he needs to do something different. He doesn't really. He can carry on the way he's been batting, but now he's trying to score all of his runs of boundaries. He's taken the single out of the equation at the moment.
Yeah, he's eyeing off that gap. A very fine leg, and then there's a fielder in the circle at square leg, so see what he's thinking, but there's plenty of other gaps he could be pushing. It's been a pretty good innings though from the Prince. This time it was right in his zone to hit it there, and he missed out. A wee bit of pad, and I think it'll be a leg bye in the end.
Yeah, that's a good example, isn't it, of earlier on in his innings he would have just waited and tickered that around and got 4 runs. This time he's trying to blast it away and totally missing it. So he's just got to get his thinking cap back on again a little bit here. He's been a good innings from him so far. He won't want to throw it away and add a little bit of pressure onto his team, the Warriors here.
Wazza saying great 50. I'd have to agree with that, Wazza. Thanks for joining us again. This is Makbul, who really hit the ball that sweetly, but he's staggered his way onto 8 runs now off 12 balls.
And all 8 of those, Vinny, have come with the ball going in that area. And if you don't believe me, look it up. All 8 of his runs come in that area, and all you need to do there for me is push one man up into that spot, and that would have kept. That would have meant that Prince Deman would have certainly have had 8 balls less than the 27 he's had so far to score the 54. So you just have to have your thinking cap on a little bit as well in the field here.
Yeah, I'd agree. As we see the last ball of this over. And it's going to be the Prince facing up. I'm going to say he's going to knock this for a single and keep the strike. Let's see if I'm right. Oh, good luck knocking that for a single. This is up. It's in the air. It's gone all the way. Not quite on the full, but it will go all the way to the boundary. So 4 runs to finish the over. This was a very high full toss. It wasn't quite above the waist by the time it reached him. I think that's probably a good call from the umpire. You see, this was dropping, so by the time it reached the batsman, it wasn't above his waist, but still not the prettiest delivery we've seen. That'll go for 4. Now, looking ahead, of course, to match 64. It's about 40 minutes away. The Warriors, they'll be returning. Looks like they'll be 3-2, assuming that they can get the job done here against Barcelona. They're taking on the Royals, who returned today. Of course, they weren't quite able to get over Pakmar in the second match of the day, and you can see the lineups. We've got Prince Deman listed at the top of the order, and he's in very good form. He could be a pick for your captain, perhaps, if you're playing some Dream 11. We haven't seen the Curry Master yet. Ghulam Sabah, he's listed number 3. But also the Royals will be returning with some of their players. You can see all of those fantasy dashboards at European Cricket on social media. Back to live action now. And Makbul, well, another single on the leg side for him. Now, just finishing my point of what I was saying. So, I do favour batting second in a way for that reason. But then, there's a bit of a human factor of you can bat with freedom batting first. So, there's the counter argument to that is if you bat first, you're not encumbered by a certain total you're trying to get, and you're just batting a bit more with a clear mind, getting as many as you can. So, no right or wrong, of course, if you win the toss. The conditions typically don't really change over the course of a 10-over match, but it's just interesting to about the pros and cons of batting first or batting second. And like I say, if you take the human factor out of it, which you never will, I suppose, but the fact that you can essentially dial it up or back for aggression when you're batting, you can you have more room to move there, and that's why I think batting second, for example, the way that Prince is batting, he knows that they don't need 140 here. He knows they need 92 runs, and he's batting in a manner, and he has during his innings, he's batting in a manner that they can get there as safely as possible. They don't need 120, they don't need 130. He just needs to be at the rate, and he could be a little bit more careful than usual, and it's been a good innings from him. There's a bit of chat about Raja Khalik Rahman's fielding, but what I would say in his defence is, well, look, again, he's one of the most popular players we have here, but he's not in through his fielding, and that's one of the issues with depth in some of these teams. Of course, he's an important player with the bat and the ball, but fielding is not his forte, and he wasn't able to get anywhere near that one that went past him. This will fall safely, I think, in the end. It's going to pitch like a sand wedge. But, yeah, just the 5 singles this over. Raja Khalik Rahman coming into the attack and getting a toning for his misfield, which cost him a boundary. He's come back with 5 and 5 balls, so that's a nice little contribution. Last ball of the over.
Yeah, I think he's going to dangle the carrot here. Let's have a look. Well, he may have dangled it, but he's been sent way back over his head. That's a good shot. And the shot of a man who's in very good form. Look at that.
Yeah.
Use of the feet. And I like the little bit of
Yeah,
action there on the wrist to send that ball.
he's done it
back in.
effortlessly, hasn't he, really? As he's cruised all the way to 66 off only 31 balls. A great innings from the Prince. And we've enjoyed his action on the European Cricket Network. We'll see him again, of course, in the next match, match 64, which is coming your way. It'll begin at 1:30 p.m. GMT, which is 2:30 in Central Europe, and it's 7 p.m. in India. I'm going to get more of the Prince. Although I will say that the Royals, they have won the toss. They're batting first in that match. So I think matches 4 and 5, both even contests. And we want to see close games, of course. We've seen some magnificent finishes so far in Barcelona. I'm sure there's a few more before everything's said and done here in the first Fancode European Cricket Series of the year. It's Adlat Ali who's going to try and keep this game alive. There's 10 required off the last 2 overs.
Well, that's in the air and it drops in between 3 players there. And also gets a single, so gets Prince Naman on strike.
Yeah, but what I would say as well, this game's not dead. I mean, I'm acting like it is. It looks like everything's in control, but I mean, if they lose a wicket here, and they need 9 off 11 now, so don't count them out. Need a magic over from Adlat Ali though.
That's going to loop over the top again. Just stop there for a single.
Yeah, the fielder just a bit slow to react a couple of times. They're still 8 off 10. I mean, if they can keep it down to singles, the fielding team, at least it keeps them in the conversation, as we say. But you'd have to say 1 or 2. 1 boundary really kills the game at this stage.
Yeah, Hassan Makbul. He'd like to find the middle of his bat. And, well, that's a bit better. Still a fielder out there. But
Yeah.
I suppose, hey, you know, he's done his job. As that one almost goes for overthrows. What he's done, and he's done well. He hasn't used up too many balls. He's always managed to get Prince Naman back on strike. So
He's just played the role, hasn't he?
yeah,
You'd have to say it's saying helicopter shot. And it was a bit of a helicopter shot last ball, last over, wasn't it? From the Prince. And here he is now. Can he finish the game? Won't do it this ball. They still need 7. Oh, and he's gone. And the Prince, well, he's got him within sight. And just a rush of blood. Trying to finish it quickly. A 6 would have tied the game. But again, you just wonder, is that possibly going to bring Barcelona back into this match? Because 7 off 8, again, it looks easy when you watch it on the screen, if you're watching at home, ladies and gentlemen, but get a bat in your hand and walk out to the middle of the Montjuic Olympic ground right now. Your heart will be pumping. And it's so important for Barcelona. They can't give away any extras. And look, they have been reasonably good in this innings as far as extras have gone. We haven't seen too many wides. I'll just get the exact amount at the moment. Yeah, they've only given away 1 wide in the innings. So, I mean, that's, again, making the difference. It's probably why this game is still close-ish. But, yeah, 7 off 8. And it's been a good over. And we said that they needed a magic over, didn't they? But at the moment, Adlat Ali coming up with the goods. He's got 1 for 12. 2 balls to go.
Yeah, you get a new batsman in, anything can happen. It's Mohsin Ali. I said before the match that he's impressed me. But of course, like you say, a little bit of the jitters. You know, the game's almost won, but it's not won.
Yeah, 7 off 8. Mohsin's a good player. I was going to say, though, and so is Mohamed Ihsan. He walked away with 2 ducks today.
Yeah.
Took two ducks home with him. So 7 off 8. What do you think? Do we have a little twist in this tale? Adlat Ali. 7 runs required. 8 balls remain. Are we a dot? And again, you can see Mohsin Ali, he likes to be aggressive, doesn't he? And now we're back at even a run of ball. So 7 off 7. Have I put the kiss of death? In my preview for the next game, I already said that they'd win this. Again, Mr. Maximo causing the excitement. Last ball of the over.
Chase fielder should get down. He does, and there's a slight fumble. The throw comes in.
Yeah, just a slight fumble. I mean, he'll be happy to stop the boundary, obviously, in the first place. But that brings the score at the end of the over up to 87 for 2. And, well, last over game. Maybe I didn't mention, I was going to, that last time it was the Warriors that defeated Barcelona with 5 balls to spare. They chased down the target of 82. They scored 86 off 9.1 overs. So, just shows you, these two, it was a similar game last time. It was a bit of an arm wrestle, and the Warriors got over the line in the 10th over, and that's exactly what they're going to have to do here in match 63 if they're going to achieve victory. And look, we've seen this kind of score defended before in the last over, especially, I mean, not a new batsman, Makbul, but he hasn't hit the ball very fluently. You'd have to say, again, it's the first time we've seen him, and they do fancy him as a bat.
Yeah,
But,
I mean, the interesting thing also, I mean, don't forget, I mean, batsman on strike, though he's been there a while, he's 17 ball 13, hasn't hit a boundary, it's all been singles.
Yeah.
So, you know, bit of pressure on here. I would say they have to go for the single here, try and
got to score.
Whatever happens, got to score.
Score for every ball you
get
can't
Ali
lose.
on strike. Yeah.
Score for every ball you can't lose. Anything more is a bonus. Wides and boundaries. Here we go. 5 off 6. 5 off 5. Oh, here we go.
Here you go. You
he
see.
bowled it first. First over was good. He only went for 8 off his first over. 8 runs scored off his first over, I should say. So, you know, here we go. 5 off 5. Here we go. This game's close, coming from nowhere. Here we go.
He's got bat onto this one. That's what he needs to do. Will they chance the 2?
Got to go.
Yeah. That's good running.
Yeah, that was tough. I mean, the fielders had a long way to go, didn't they? But again, this is smart at this stage because you've got to put the pressure on with your running between the wickets. So again, bit of breathing space. It's 3 off 4, but still, you have to say this one going right down to the wire.
You can still see a bit of drama here.
Welcome to the action, Makbul. He's coming to the side. He finds himself requiring 3 off 4 balls. Again, are they going to push for 2? I think this time, again, a bit of a fumble.
Bit of a fumble, and the batsman. Well,
and again, that to me, I think that you have to take on the field, especially you actually fumbled it 2 or 3 times in the end, and that's going to bring Mosen on strike.
Yeah, you needed to take that, really, didn't you? And if the game followed the pattern of those first couple of balls, then you would have seen them home. But now puts a little bit of pressure on Mosen. He's had 2 balls, 2 runs so far.
Oh, a bit of golden ball chats come in now. Ali Jr. smelling a golden ball. I think they're still going to get this done. But again, with the Barcelona, do you gamble? You bring up fielders. They want to tie 2 to...
A dot outside off start. Let's have a look. Oh, he's got bad onto it, but this...
That'll tie the scores.
That's a good job also from Raja Khalik. We've seen him make a glaring misfield earlier, but when it mattered...
Probably thinking, well, it probably mattered earlier. If he had thinks about it now, he'd love to have 3 runs back. But anyway, scores are tied. That's Makbul. Well, welcome to the ECS. Scores are tied. There's 2 balls remaining. Now, this is where you've got to be clever with your field. You've got to bring a couple of people in, one either side, I'd say about 10 to 15 yards from the bat. And if the ball squirts out, they need to be ready to jump on that ball and prevent a run. All right, scores are tied. Any score wins it for the Warriors.
Oh, another fumble, but if he hits, it would have been interesting.
Oh, that would have been very interesting, but the fielder, well, Nazir didn't miss by much, but it will be a tense win in the end for the Warriors. They win this game 92 to 91, scoring their 92 off 9.5 overs. So they win with 1 ball to spare. And last time it went to the last over between these two. They won it with 5 balls to spare, but they didn't have that much room. And you see now the importance of that innings from Prince Diman, who starred in that run chase. He held it all together. 67 off 33 balls with 9 fours and 3 maximos. But you can see that when he fell, there was a bit of nerves, a bit of tension crept into the game. In the end, the Warriors doing it with a ball to spare. But let's have a look at the highlights of the second innings of match 63. Just a reminder, we'll be rejoining you for match 64, which will start in just under half an hour's time. But first, let's have a look at these highlights. And that was all under control for the Warriors early. You'd have to say, just picking their moments. But then, guess who? Ali Imran. Well, he created a few highlights of his own this morning. He's right back in the thick of it here in match 63.
He's just got the feeling also there. I mean, Ali Imran, we talked about him coming on when the pace was taken. There was a chance here, half a chance. The fielder just a metre or so away from it. But yeah, there you go. There's the helicopter.
I didn't put the mocker on them in the end. They'll be playing the Barna Royals. So you can see there that both these teams, they've had mixed results. It's a big game. I think it'll be quite an even game. And Barna Royals winning the toss. They will be batting first. Hopefully we have another couple of close ones. And there's every chance with these next 2 games. Don't forget those dashboards. They're really useful if you're playing fantasy cricket or Dream 11 cricket. And they're available as soon as they come out on our social media at European Cricket. Don't forget, match previews are available every day at our website, europeancricket.com. So yeah, 2 very evenly matched games coming up to finish the day. The Warriors versus the Royals, and then finishing with Hira Sabadell versus the City Lions in match 5. So there we go, Rico. We kind of snuck up on us that game, didn't it? It looked like the Warriors had it all under control, but it just shows you never take anything for granted, especially in T10 cricket.
Yeah, absolutely. But you know what? I think you nailed it when you were talking about the Warriors and saying how you think they are quite happy being the team that's chasing. And we'll see the same again here, won't we? I mean, Barna Royals will be batting first, and the Royals will do the same again. Just keep it nice and tight. I mean, the only expensive bowler there was Prince Diman. Now, whether they chance bowling him again and use somebody else instead, that will be interesting to see. But yeah, I think Ripple Royals, as we've seen there, if you can contain the team, keep them to around about the 100, they'll just go out and bat in exactly the same way. Prince Diman, he was key in that one, but they do have other batsmen as well. You know, you can't forget the likes of Mohsin Ali, who came in there late on. So it's not just all about him. In the end, a comfortable victory. And Barna Royals, well, they'll like to come back and get a win. I mean, they, again, just like Barcelona did, worked very hard against Pak Care, were very, very good, I think, in the field, containing a strong team to 106, and also picking up 7 of those wickets. But unfortunately, against the strength of Pak Care, they just couldn't get the right number of runs on the board, and a couple of magical overs really stopped them in the track. So different ball game, different opposition. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, so just confirming that run chase and the result from match 63. It was the Warriors with 92 with 9.5 overs used, defeating Pakistan to 91. And of course, the Prince, 67 off 33. He'll be the man of the match. And Hasim Makbul, he provided a good foil in the end, but there were a few nervous moments towards the end. He contributed 17 not out in his first appearance for the series, and Mohsin Ali came in and helped him finish the job. As far as the bowling went, well, not too much in the wickets column, but shout out to Adelat Ali. I thought he bowled very well, 1 for 14, only 14 runs off his 2 overs. Also, Mohammad Amir Raza kept it tight early, 2 overs for 11. The other wicket went to Ali Imran, who was the highlight, I suppose, for the day for Pakistan on a day which they didn't walk away with a win. They do have a hat-trick, which is one of those things that a lot of people will never do in their entire cricketing career, so congratulations to him. And Pakistan, look, they're one of the more popular teams as well in this fan code European Cricket Series, so we wish them all the best. They've got plenty of games to go as well to try and improve their record. But Rico, we're going to take a bit of a break. We'll be back in about 20 minutes. Like I said, 2 very even matches coming up to close out the day, matches 64 and 65. So please stay with us, have a little break, but then join us in around 20 minutes for the next match in this fantastic series, the fan code European Cricket Series Spain. It's the first series of many this year. We hope to bring you over 1,000 games, and you know that you're watching the European Cricket Network. Hello and welcome back to the Fancode European Cricket Series. It's Mr. Maximo here, Vinny Sandu for ECN, and still 2 matches to go and 2 very interesting matchups to come, so don't go anywhere. This is the toss for match 64 between the Ripoll Warriors and the Barna Royals. Let's go to the 2 captains and the match referee.
Tails. Tails is the ball. And tail is it. So, Royals, we have won the toss. We're going to bat first, yeah. Royals have won the toss and they're going to bat first.
And you see there, the Royals had no hesitation in deciding to bat first, and we've seen some good performances from them this morning in their first match, although they weren't able to get over Pak Care in the second match of the day. They'll be very keen to get going, as well the Ripoll Warriors, their captain Wikat Iqbal. He probably would have liked to have bat first as well. He'll be relying on the likes of Prince Diman and Mohsen Ali to contribute to a win for his team. So 2 matches to go, 2 very interesting matches, and we've seen some action already here, haven't we, on day 13. And well may it continue. Over to you, Rico, in the commentary box.
Yes, thank you very much, Vinny. And you're looking at the beautiful setting here at the top of the hill, Mount Dewey. Muy impresionante. And you're seeing there the iconic Telefonica Tower, probably now being called the Movie Star Tower, which towers over all of the Olympic venues and architecture here at the Montjuïc area in Barcelona. Just in the background, the Olympic Stadium. And of course, this itself is an Olympic stadium of its own. The Mount Dewey Olympic Ground. Remember, we brought you last year in October the very first European Cricket Series. And we have 3 in total. 2 long events, and then we had the Bash. Well, we've got a contest here for you now. We've seen the Ripoll Warriors. They paced their chase perfectly against Barcelona. Barcelona, remember, were hoping to get and register their win, first win of the day. Played 2 games, but 2 tough games, it has to be said. They certainly surprised us in the field against Pak Care, but weren't able to do the job with the bat. And once more here today, this time batting first against the Ripoll Warriors, who are back up again here. We weren't able to contain them, and that was mainly thanks to Prince Daman. So he's there on the fantasy dashboard picking up lots of fantasy points. And remember, he is playing with a slight injury, so it'll be interesting to see if we do see him have a bowl, but it's going to be the same again for the Warriors. They're going to have to field first and try and contain the Barna Royals, and if they can contain them to around about 100, I think they'll be more than happy, because they've already shown that a score of around about 100 is something that is well within their grasp. Now, we haven't had a chance, or in that innings at least, to see all of the batsmen that they have in their team. We saw Mohsen Ali come in late on, but only losing a couple of wickets. We didn't get to see the destructive qualities of Ghulam Sabah, for example. You know, on 2 occasions when we've seen him before, he comes out and smashes the ball all over the place. Something has to be said we haven't really seen today. It's very much a bowler's day. Prince Daman, he batted very well, very sensibly, played some nice shots, but it certainly wasn't master blaster stuff. It was all about timing and placement. We're getting ready here now, so it looks like it is going to be Prince Daman who's going to open the bowling now. He took a little bit of punishment in the first game, but of course things can change. A completely different lineup this time round. Now that's a good start. Starting with a dot. So, captain, left-hander Saeed Shafat Ali. think he's a key player for Barna Royals. I think he needs to give them a good start. Probably a little bit high. It's the appeal to see that again and see where the ball is pitching as well. Here we go. Yeah, probably is also pitching outside the line, next up, and too high as well. I think it gives you an indication of the height of the ball. The batsman also both feet in the air and the ball still rising. So in comes Prince again, and that's been hit well, and nobody's going to get that. 4 runs, nicely played. I think Prince Naman would be quite proud of this shot himself. It's an area that he likes to attack outside the off stump. You see he's bowling with a little bit more force. His first game was just bowling his off spinners. This one is back to medium pace, what we normally see him bowling. So obviously deciding that in this second game he's going to chance his foot a little bit more. Going round the wicket, beats the outside edge of the bat, but they will come through for byes. So Hamza Azhar gets ready to face his first ball. Both these batsmen, if they can get themselves in, fancy them to go on and help their team post a good score. Sensible start, trying to do too much with it. And of course, already having seen Whipple Warriors bat, they'll have an idea in their mind of around about a score between 110 and 120 if they can. It's well bowled, well played. Got that field set again that they've deployed. The men on the offside and just the two men out here on the leg. So that's the end of the over. It's a nice tidy one. Just 5 runs from it, so 5 without loss. So Prince Daman certainly far more economical this time round than he was in the first game. And you just get the feeling after having that bat and probably spending a little bit more time on that ankle running that he's probably decided that he is able to, in this match, push it just that little bit more. And you can see also in the field, whereas they were trying to hide him really, I think, in places like gully, fine leg, etc. He's now in the ring where the action is. And well, that's too short, and that's just where the left-hander likes it. So the captain says, Shafat Ali, he's not going to miss out on that. And that was too short, really. And put away with ease. So Amir Shahzad needs to get his line right here to the left-hander. Top shot, 4 runs, and that's the first boundary of this innings. A nice positive stroke. That's better line in the right areas. Good running on the batsman, good backing up, take the single, and that's important here. I don't think the running today has been anywhere near as good as we have seen it in other days. But that was much better. The non-striker backing up, taking the call and getting to the other end very quickly. Ooh, that was a lovely ball, lovely jubbly, that one. Slower ball, rolled his fingers around it, and look at that movement. And you probably just say, just too much movement. If he didn't move as much, I think that could have gone along and just given the off stump a little kiss as it went by. That's a nice ball. Hamza Azhar Having seen that one go by, will probably need to get his foot and himself coming a little bit more forward to this one. It's straight to a fielder, and there's the catch, and Prince Demand, he's back in the action. You don't need to hide that man, and that's the advantage of having him in a position where he's going to get a little bit of action, because he's not going to disappoint. Takes the catch, so the first wicket goes down, and as it goes down, Maxi the man is entering the commentary position.
I'd done it. I thought I'd done it, Rico. I thought I could creep back in without causing a wicket. I think I saw Prince off the long run in the first over.
Yeah,
and he wasn't successful to get a wicket, but Amir Shahzad had that ball drilled straight at Prince, so the wicket falls anyway. And again, Mr. Maximo walking back to the commentary box, strikes again. Yeah, I've taken more wickets than anyone else so far. What do we match 64? I've taken at least one a game. 64 wickets. I think the other bowlers are in the early teens now, as far as the leading wicket takers. But yeah, no, in all seriousness, the Royals and the Warriors, this is a good matchup. Two fairly even teams going at it. And just looking at the records, the Warriors, they're 3-2, 3 wins, 2 losses. Royals 2-2. So in mid-table, and there's some discussion. Obviously, Pakai Care, they're in the box seat to qualify from this group, and although anything can happen, you would fancy them to progress. But that doesn't mean these matches are any less contested. And the players out here, they want to win the match that they're in right now, and that's what we're watching. The good contest. Two teams desperate for a victory. Some good bowling, and again, good movement from Amir Shahzad. And finishes that over nicely. So that was a pretty good finish to the over. That over went 4-1 dot, wicket dot dot. And after 2 overs, the score is 10 for 1.
Yeah, and Prince is going back to his mark to bowl the second, bowl himself out. Looks like he's going to continue bowling his medium pace. Bowled well the first over, just going for 5 runs, getting the ball to do a little bit, getting good bounce. That's what I noticed from him, really getting the ball to do a bit once it's pitched.
He's around the wicket, it's a little bit short. He's picked out the fielder this time, Shafat Ali Saeed. And it's one of the strokes of the day when Mohammad Kamran bounced him in the first over. I was side on actually, and he absolutely cracked that one to the boundary, but it wasn't too long before he lost his stumps to Mohammad Kamran. Saw some fiery bowling in that match from the Pakai Care paceman, but Prince is bending his back now and working into his bowling here in match 64. Here he is again, this time is chopped. Lucky not to hit the stumps in the end. The batsman will just get a single. I think it'll just be a single. Now they're going to get an extra, and that was sloppy.
Yeah, that was unnecessary, wasn't it? I mean, you see, the single was easily taken. All the fielder had to do was just get the ball safely back, fires it. It awkward bounce for the wicketkeeper. Just watch this.
Look after your keeper, don't you? And again, unnecessary run, but regardless, funny thing's going to happen, and Shafat Ali Saeed will keep the strike. He faces the Prince. He's around the wicket to him. This has just worked off the hip. It'll be a single in the end, but yeah, I do think the Warriors cruised in the end. Well, they were cruising in their previous chase, and they just got there off the second last ball. And it was that man who has the ball in his hand at the moment, Prince Daman, who engineered that chase. And just fell at a time that's made the game a little bit interesting. It's in this game until he's ready to rock. He's coming to the end of his spell. He's been very economical. Hasn't taken a wicket though. Can the Prince break through? There's 3 balls remaining in his spell. He's got no wicket for 7. He's no bowl to Anna Sultan Khan. Nice effort taking some of the sting out of that was the Prince. It still might run though. Oh, I tell you what, that ball was defying the laws of physics because it was getting faster as it was going towards the boundary line. And the fielder, I thought it was going to be easy. It was Akhtar Iqbal who was trying to cut it off. Then before he knew it, he had a situation on his hands. See, this one has kept going, and again, this is a risky, trust me, I've stepped on a cricket ball before and it's caused a nasty ankle injury. It's no fun. So really, you take your ankle health into your own hands anytime you try and field the ball in that fashion, but all's well that ends well. 1 run only scored off that delivery. And the next one, the Prince breaks through. And all hail the Prince. as he's come back around the wicket, and he's got the big wicket. It's Shafat Ali Saeed who was swinging across this one. It was on the stumps, and Prince just had a couple of balls remaining. Perhaps it's a delivery that deserves some more respect, but Shafat Ali Saeed trying to feed the snakes, and you just watch this on the replay thanks to our friends at Spring. It was leg stumpish, but his head was in the sky. And oh my, he's heading back to the pavilion. He goes. And 12 contributed by Saeed. It's 14 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, it was there for the shot, wasn't it? But as you said, he lost his shape, head was in the air, and, well, lost his stumps. So the Prince, after taking that blow to his hand, which he was nursing for a few minutes, comes back and gets his reward, gets the captain out, and that's a prize wicket.
So, just on cue, the Prince does it. He's got one ball remaining. He's edged away, and the Curry Master, he's a long way away from me. Couldn't get down to save the run, so that will be just a single and a good spell from the Prince. And the score is 15 for 2 after 3. He picked up 1 for 8 off his 2 overs.
Yeah, very well. Generating a good bit of pace off the pitch, and just bowling probably from, I would say, 50% of what we've seen him bowl at before in terms of his run up. So, well, he'd be one to watch as that injury of his that he's nursing gets better, but certainly got a little bit of movement and bounce from this pitch, causing all sorts of trouble.
Yeah, Amish Shazad's going to bowl out. We've seen this trend today. If the first 2 overs have gone well, we've often seen the bowlers coming back. Just try not to give the batsman any momentum. As now it'll be pushed away. And again, you see putting pressure on the fielder, causing the misfield. And then the fielder attacking the ball. You can't blame him. But that'll happen when you put pressure on them. We haven't seen enough of that from some teams today. But it's good to see that all the way through the innings. You should be putting pressure on those infielders. Welcome to James Stewart, who's watching from Estonia. Spent some time in Estonia recently. It's a lovely part of the world. I'm guessing you're probably not wearing short sleeves though. So as we are in Spain today, the weather's nice. The sun's come out, 16 and fine currently. This is driven handsomely down the ground. The chase is on. In fact, it's going to beat the fielder. And what a good shot that was. It was Anas Sultan Khan who opened himself up. This is all the way along the carpet. And again, see the difference. Keeping his head over the ball and actually watching the ball onto the bat. He wasn't losing his head up in the clouds.
That was a top shot. There wasn't too much wrong with the ball either. It was right up there. And, well, the bowler will think, well, hang on, that didn't deserve that. The timing was beautiful. Got a man very straight now.
Got to make it count, though. Shazad's got the comeback ball. This is up. It's very high. And it's the bowler that's going to try and do the work. He doesn't know where it is.
He's all over the place.
He's all over the road, Rico. This was up in the sky. And he looked up. And I tell you what, he might have some permanent eye damage because he was looking straight into the sun. You watch this. Again, it looks comical when you look at it. He knows it's up there somewhere. And he turns around and sees a giant fiery ball of gas. That's all he can see. And it falls only a few metres away. So again, that'll make the highlight reel. Don't worry about that one. Comes back again now. Shazad beats the batsman. Well, we've seen it happen a couple of times. I don't care any level of cricket. That sun is just as difficult to pick the ball up out of. And, well, a let off for the batsman and a comical moment for Amir Shazad, the bowler.
Yeah, all he was missing there was a dance partner. He had all the moves. He had all the feet were going in the right place and everything.
This time it's just bunted down the wicket. Akhtar will do the fielding. Again, see him do it from the seat of his pants, but this is what we love, isn't it? About the Fan Code European Cricket Series, Rico. You'll see things that you won't see anywhere else in the world. It's great. We love even contests and close games as well. And we've already had 1 or 2 today. And we sure would love to bring you a couple more before the day is finished here in Barcelona. Off the end of the bat. And batsman very slow to go. Probably went the wrong end at the end. The fielder. That'll be the end of the over. And they will finish this over at 23 for 2. So let me just run you through the overs so far. We've had 5, 5, 5 and 8. could have easily been another 5, perhaps, if that was taken. So pretty consistent work from the Royals, but they have bowled out 2 of their key bowlers. Look, they still got Akhtar to bowl, and yeah, we're going to see him come into the attack now, and he's been a very good bowler. So
Yeah,
interesting strategy, and we've seen how important it is if your first 4 overs have gone well and your 2 bowlers are bowled out, you need people like Atif Muhammad be one that comes to mind. You need people that can continue the pressure.
that's absolutely right, and it's one thing what Whipper Warriors did do. I mean, they're not just reliant on a couple of names with the ball. And what was also good about them is every bowler, as we mentioned when we were looking back at that game, when we looked at the extras, there were very few. Every bowler was well disciplined, bowled a good line, and were very good in the field as well. So this is not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy for the Barnet Royals to accelerate here. There's not going to be too many freebies.
Oh, here's left armour. Akhtar does the job straight away for his team. Akhtar Iqbal Khan. That's another one in the corridor of carnage. And this is perfectly pitched. We had to wait for his chance in this match. You see, this was pitching middle, hitting middle. And the batsman has to walk. Just keeping a little bit low. Tried to keep it out with a straight bat. The feet were nowhere. And so's the batsman. So, an important wicket. And the Royals, they fall to 23 for 3 in the 5th over.
Yeah, superb bowling, and he's another bowler. We've had a few, and one name that instantly comes to mind is the bowler who's sitting right at the top of wicket takers, Sonu Jangra, just bowling a very, very good line, wicket to wicket, and he's knocking them over. He's not relying on anybody else. He doesn't need the fielders, he doesn't need the wicket keeper, he just needs the ball, and he just needs to bang into those stumps. Brilliant bowling.
Oh, if those stumps had feelings, they'd be nervous every time Akhtar runs in, because he's hit them multiple times today. Thanks again to our partners at Sticky Wickets for those fantastic fan code European Cricket Series stumps that you see getting knocked over time and time again. At any rate, it's going to be Nabil Kaiser to be the new batsman. Interesting phase of the innings, because you don't want to lose any more wickets, but having said that, you've got to keep scoring. Here's Akhtar again. One's worked away behind square. I think it'll just be the single. Haven't we seen, like you mentioned, Jangra there, of course, the left-arm bowlers be very effective in this series.
Very much indeed, and it's just all about that the angle they come out on the line. We've seen 1 or 2 of them. Sometimes they're straight down the leg side and then try to compensate that by coming from the other side of the wicket. But for me, that just, you lose the advantage they have there. Got to stick to your guns, and that's exactly what we've seen here.
Well, this is straight and hit straight by the batsman this time. It's Sajil Kaiser who knocks that down the ground for a single. But yeah, we're already approaching the halfway stage, and so important if you have the bowlers that can do the job. We've seen here how the first half of the innings has been bowled by 5 overs by 3 very good bowlers, I should say. And this is swung hard but going nowhere fast. Prince will cruise in and keep that to 1. But yeah, it makes such a big difference, doesn't it? And sets the pace for the game. Now, it feels like the Royals are playing catch-up because of these overs. We've had 5, 5, 5, and 8 so far. And just a couple of runs off this one so far. Wraps him on the pad, but I think that was probably pitching outside or missing leg. Keeper's going to have a throw. And to tell you what, there could be trouble here if he hits.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Oh, it was a very good throw for the umpire. Very quick to shake his head. And again, could be a good decision. Leg bias in the end. This will be a very interesting replay. They did go straight away, and that's probably what saved the batsman in the end. He spotted it quickly, and you see he was off straight away, Nabil. He was alert to it, and as soon as the ball went past the stumps, he was coming back for another one. And I think he was safely home. He's slightly out of the shot there, but I think a very good decision from the umpire. It was perfectly positioned, and a good piece of umpiring, and a good piece of running between the wickets as well. 2 runs.
Yeah, excellent bit of cricket all round. Lovely to see. Good bowling, good running from the batsman, and excellent fielding as well.
Here comes Akhtar. It's short, pulled away kind of into the gap, but I think the fielder will keep it to 1, although, again, I like the urgency of running between the wickets. It's nice to see that so early in the innings because it is important, but that will be 1 run in the end. End of the over. It's 29 for 3 after 5 overs in match 64 of the Fan Code European Cricket Series Spain.
So we're at that point, halfway stage, and well, if they carry on like this, they'll do well to get to 70, so that acceleration has to come somewhere. They've got to take a fancy to one of these bowlers soon. We'll see a new bowler coming on to bowl here now, but so far haven't given them anything loose, and the chances are that they're not going to get anything loose because Muhsin Ali now getting the ball. He was very tardy as well. Keep the ball up to the batsman. Gets a little bit of zip coming through as well.
Yeah, we saw him pushing a few through, didn't we? When it comes to roll his first ball. It's very low, but that's going miles down the leg side. It'll just be a leg by. But it's an interesting one, isn't it? And we've got plenty of good comments and questions coming through on the YouTube chat. We've got a few people admitting, yes, they are T10 addicts. They say, in a way, they say, keep coming back for more. And so it's great that we have your company on the European Cricket Network. You can catch us every day, Monday to Friday at the moment. This one's up in the air, and it should be caught, and it's not caught. And that was a very sore one. That might be on the end of the fingers. It's Amish Shahzad. This is one of the issues you have when you're not catching with the correct technique. I think this might have been one of the crocodiles. It went up, and it just got him on the end of the finger. That's going to be very sore, I can tell you. It's not the first time and not the last time we'll see that. And you wonder if perhaps he'll be able to continue at the moment because that's quite a nasty one. Just consulting with the umpire. But yeah, I might take this opportunity to acknowledge a few people in the chat. Yeah, James Stewart mentioned he was watching from Estonia. And a few people talking about what the lowest score is in this series. Well, Luke correctly pointing out the lowest score all time of a completed innings is 35 in the European Cricket Series. I think from memory, 52 would be the lowest score in the series. And so if we go back to that scorecard, and I'll just pull it up on my computer here. But it was back in match 11, the 11 Stars. They were chasing 64 for victory. They only scored 52 in that match against the Men in Blue. That was the money man, Abhishek Barkha. No surprises. One of the superstars of this tournament. We were talking about on the way home yesterday, weren't we, Rico, that he's been probably the outstanding bowler of the tournament. Although there's a few candidates, aren't there? Little Maestro, Guramavanshi, Sonu Jangra, of course, as well, Rebel Sporting. I think Akhtardar's done very well. I think he's hit the stumps a lot of times as well. And anyway, so we certainly hope that Amish Shahzad is able to continue, but he's just going off at the moment for some treatment on that finger. But again, just got big on him at the last moment. And the Warriors will be without his services for the time being. Yeah,
unfortunately, he didn't get any sympathy from the bowler there.
He didn't get a lot.
Ali just gave him a mouthful, and you see him sheepishly coming up to him saying, "Oh, your hand." But he still didn't want to know. He just did not want to know.
Cricket balls are hard. Here comes Muhsin Ali. He gets only worked away, not too much damage, and again, just the singles. We've got Luke suggesting Paxalona's score of 54 for 9 might have been the lowest, but hopefully now you'll recall. Well, it seems like many years ago, doesn't it? We were here in week 1, but yeah, it was the 11 Stars with 52, the lowest in this series. Here's Muhsin Ali. This is pitched up. Curry Master's going to have a go. In fact, that could be very close, and he's got him. And yeah, I think it was a good call from the naked eye. And Nabil Kaiser, well, he can't believe it himself. But the Curry Master, well, a bit of hot curry in the field, gives us the thumbs up. And why wouldn't you flash us the thumbs up after this bit of fielding? We saw him miss one earlier. Again, good technique, quick early release. Hit the target. And if you see it slowing down here, and yeah, I think that was definitely out. Even when he put his bat on the ground, he wasn't quite over the line. So some good umpiring again, and we've seen some good decisions. Had to hit the stumps. Again, slightly lazy running, and you can see what a great piece of camera work that is. Well done from all the crew at Spring, bringing you that replay and an excellent piece of umpiring. Direct hits are always close, but that wasn't an easy decision with the naked eye. An important wicket, and the Warriors, they just keep on keeping on. Next one will be down the ground for a single. And haven't we seen the subs hit from the field so many times in the ECS, Rico?
Yeah, I mean, it's been outstanding fielding at times in this Fanco European Cricket Series. And the thing to learn about that, once again, I turn my attention to some of the youngsters watching the game. You saw the batsman being run out there, but he was looking at the ball, not concentrating on his running. And even when the bat did go down, it went down before the line. Should have been concentrating on his running in a straight line, arms stretched out, and the bat being slid along the ground. That would have given him a chance. But ball watching doesn't help. You just got to go.
This one's flicked away onto the leg side. And then they'll just get one. Yeah, it looked like he had an extra few inches to give, didn't he? The batsman, he was just a bit late going, well, do I really need to go 100%? Well, you did. And just getting caught a bit short on that occasion. Anyway, that will be the end of the over. And Barna Royal still not getting their innings going. They're 34 for 4 after 6. Great chance to do my 6 over check-in. And again, you see that 10 and over from here. It'll take them to 74. They'd be hopeful, I suppose, of getting something in the 80s, I suppose, is realistic from here. I mean, they've got another over from Aktadar, which isn't going to be too easy this time. I would be eyeing off something like 75 to 90, something in that zone. So let's say 80. Because we saw the Warriors, if you can get one or two of their big players out, particularly the Prince. They were a bit nervous in that chase. Last match where they were chasing down 92 for victory. Well, this is very, very high. It's going to take some catching. The keeper's gone after it, and he does it. And he does the job. And a nice piece of keeping as well. It was Iqbal, Wakar Iqbal, who was under that. And this isn't easy, Rico, because when you're under the helmet, you've got no reference point. What I mean by that is that would have gone up in the air. He would have lost it for a second. You see, he just lost it for a second, had to find it, but immediately was able to do it. He's running with the flight of the ball, made good position. That is how to catch. He does have the aid of the gloves, but still had to be in the right spot. An excellent catch, and another one goes down for the Royals.
Yeah, he took that very well. And as you said, we've talked about this once before, haven't we, when we've seen some go up and the wicketkeeper has no idea where the ball is. With that time, he saw the ball early, got himself in position, had to make a little late adjustment there, but had good hands to take the ball clean. And, well, that puts Barna Royals here now in all sorts of trouble.
Well, they certainly are. And, well, 34 for 5. Where are the runs going to come from the Royals? In a right royal mess. Here's Aktadar. He picks up another wicket. This is going to be a single out to deep square. Again, pushing the running, but nice bit of fielding. And the Warriors, well, they're up and about, aren't they? And got Desiraj in the chat as well. Hello to you, Desiraj. Nice to see you. He's saying some cricket phrases are there for a reason. Run the first one hard.
Yeah,
certainly needed to, didn't he? And Ali Jr. appreciating that nice catch as well. Also, Desiraj saying Croco hurts his mouth quite a bit when the catch goes wrong, so don't catch like a crocodile. You need to have correct technique. Look after those fingers. Well, this one's blasted, but didn't quite get the contact he wanted. He was ready for action that time. The batsman, he opened himself up. He's ready to send it out of here, but he just sent it down to long off for a single. Aktadar again. 2 wickets, only 6 runs conceded, 3 balls to go in his spell. He's been crucial following these important overs, 5 and 7. Again, well, that time the keeper might have got on the end of the fingers. And tell you what, all action, isn't it? And these Warriors, we saw them make a very good start to the tournament before losing a couple of matches. Not losing their way a little bit, but they're certainly back today. Particularly in the field, I've liked their enthusiasm and the way they're trying to bring some professionalism into their cricket. And certainly has been a polished bowling performance so far. No wides bowled. Want to see one? Here it comes. No, it's not, but it's up. It's in the air. Again, the sun's a factor. Oh, and that was a very difficult one on the boundary. It was the fielder at deep mid-wicket who was content. It was Juraj Singh, I think. Yeah, he's looking straight into the sun. Actually, he did very well to get a hand on it in the end. You're just worried that would be more face than hand would be on the ball the way it was going, but you can see with the shadow there. Again, any level of cricket, that's a very difficult catch. And in the end, well, the Royals will need them, won't they? And that's That's 6 runs. So the Maximo coming at just the right time for the Royals, but they want more. And he does it again. He finishes the way he starts. Aktadar Khan. And can you believe it? He's knocked him over again. He'll finish with 3 for 12 off his 2 overs. So the Royals just go from bad to worse. 6 and out for them. They fall to 42 for 6 at the end of 7.
What a fine bit of bowling that is. I mean, he's just been hit for 6. I mean, he's disappointed because it should have been a catch. We have seen the man down there. He took a great catch. Good Raj Singh in the first game they played today, but different circumstances today with the sun. But yeah, again, I'm going to be critical as I always am. People will say, you're going to be fielding there, you know the situation, the sun's out, get yourself a cap, get some shades on, look cool, whatever it is, but do it. Don't complain about the sun, because this is Spain and we do get the sun. But the bowling there, brilliant bowling, wicked stuff. What I do like about him is that as soon as he delivers the ball, he's got that little hop where he hops right the way off to his right.
Yeah.
And it's quite a big leap. And you saw him there bowling because he's coming round the wicket. As soon as he bowls, he's leaped right the way across. And he's, well, I reckon he'll do pretty good in the Olympic Stadium there when he's doing the what is it, the old hop, skip and jump?
A triple jump.
Yeah.
It's a good event. Here's Deepak Rana to bowl the 8th. Good start, was full, fairly straight. Straight through the keeper as well, but yeah, you see 42 for 6. They're running out of resources, aren't they? This is Taki Mazar. He's on strike. Got Saeed Gulriz Hussain as well out there, but yeah, they're running out of time. Only 3 overs, and now you'd wonder, can they even make it to something like 70 to be competitive? This one will be down for a single, and that's where it's all going to start. You don't want to have too many dot balls at this stage, and sure, you might be worried about going the big shot because you've lost so many wickets, you don't want to lose another one, but it is important that you keep the score ticking. And we've seen 63 win a game, like we said, that very low scoring game back in week 1, 63 to 52. So again, these could be important, especially if you get the early wickets in the second innings. Might be in the game. And this one, well, the stumps are in the game again.
Yeah, big swing there from Hussain. And I think you'll probably find that Mazar is saying to him, look, come on, we don't need to do that here now. Look, have a look at the scoreboard. It's 6 wickets down. We need to try and, well, if we can somehow, turn the dots into singles and play a few boundaries.
Well, this one, fortuitously through the leg side, you have to say it was the big swing. If you missed that, I think it could have been curtains, but again, it'll be a single, so they're all helping for the Royals. We saw the Royals make a pretty bright start to the tournament as well, winning their first match. In fact, won 2 out of their first 3. It's going to be wide. The first one down the leg side. It's been pretty disciplined bowling performance. They'll be disappointed to bowl that one though. But yeah, we saw them win over the City Lions, 86 to 76, and then they couldn't quite defend 114 against Barcelona in match 17. Match 19, they beat the Warriors with only 1 ball to spare. So the Warriors trying to get even in this match, match 64. And they're looking pretty good to settle the score, aren't they, at the moment, the Warriors? Back in that game, the Warriors set the Royals 112 for victory, but they achieved it off the second last ball. That was back in match 19 of the Fancode European Cricket Series, Spain. Anyway, here's the last ball of the 8th. Oh, it's a big swing. Thick edge will run away. They'll get 1. They might get more than that. In fact, they'll get 2. In fact, they'll get 4 because that one just rolling into the rope. That far part of the ground again. This is more fortune than design, Rico. You see, he went with the foot, and again, it's just a little own goal, wasn't it? Just tapped it over the rope, so that will end the over. And the Barna Royals, they're 49 for 6 with 2 overs remaining.
Yeah, we've seen 1 or 2 backflips attempted here by the fielders, and not quite getting it, just going a bit wrong. And once more, could have been important runs. I mean, anything now here, these boundaries.
You like this? There's a comment from Desiraj. He just put the sunglasses emoji and said, "These help," with regards to fielding at the wicket. And you're right. I was very kind on him, wasn't I? But the truth is he did know that the sun's there, and there's a very good chance of him been fielding there all day, hasn't he? Well, this one, he's not going to field this. He's going to have to find it. And it might take a few people to find this one. This across the street. That's a big Maximo. And the Royals, well, they passed 50 in style. They've moved on to 55.
Well, this is what they need. And Hussein, he's had a swing and a miss at a few, but he's made good contact with that one. So Mohsin Ali needs to come back strong here. Is it going to be 6 and out, or is it going to be 6 and 6?
Well, it might be one or the other, the way things have been going today. Well, he tries again. I think he might have gone 6 and 6. Well, clickety click 66. Can you believe it? Consecutive sixes. And it's Saeed Gulrais Hussein who's coming to the party.
It's that special over, isn't it? Over number 9. We always say over 3, the last of the power play, over 9. That's where it all happens. So is this going to be the magical over, which, well, makes more of a game of it, puts them back in it, I think.
Couldn't possibly do 3 in a row. He tries, and it could be 6-6, and I was going to say out, but it just curves over the fielder. And just getting away with that one. In the end, he's disappointed, but he's getting handy runs for his team, and you see these Warriors are a bit nervy, with the exception of Prince, who held it together in their chase in the previous match. So these are all good runs, and look, they've still got 4 wickets in hand as well into the 9th over. Here comes Mohsin Ali. Swing and a miss. Takayuma's missing out. Ali Jr. saying such a weird day. Yesterday it was a runs fest. Today it's a wickets fest. It certainly has been, Rico.
That's T10 for you, isn't it? T10, you just don't know what's going to happen. You don't know what's around the corner.
Oh, I know there's action around the corner, especially as we come to the end of this innings. There's going to be some big swings here. Only gets enough bat on that to get it away. It's not where he intended it. In fact, it's 180 degrees from where he was aiming, but he'll take it. That's Cuatro Carreras Mas. And the Royals, some handy boundaries at the back end of this innings, and they sorely need them.
Well, Mohsin Ali, he's having a look round at some of the fielders and saying, it's just not my day. We saw a catch that went down earlier, and he wasn't very happy with the fielder. Had to go off and receive some attention, and then a few more. We saw that one there, the third man. You'll probably think should have done better with it, the ball before, and this one sliced away for 4. So it's not his day with the ball, certainly, in this this match.
He's gone for 20, and he'd be filthy about it because he bowled pretty well, I think, Mohsin Ali. Last ball of his spell. Well, this is up and away, and that might have carried all the way. Would wait on the umpire. Yeah. And in the end, it's just bounced inside the field of play, so it'll be 4 runs, but still 24 conceded by Mohsin Ali and the Royals, where they're 70 with an over to go.
Yeah, that's what they needed. They needed that magic over, and they've got it, and there's still 6 balls to go in the innings. Well, if they can do something special in this one as well, take them to the late 80s or even into the 90s, and it's game on again.
Well, back-to-back magic would be amazing with 21 runs off that over. So it was one of your magic overs, Rico. 20 or above. And
well, it's Hussein
yeah,
on strike. He's done a little bit of master blasting. So, yeah, he'll be looking to send these ones packing as well from Deepak Raina, the bowler.
Yeah, Raina's been pretty good with the ball. Doesn't give you too much to hit. It'll be full and straight. And so it is. I see some of my predictions coming off. Only took 64 matches, but you see Raina, he just whips around and he's pretty accurate. And he's aiming for a full length, trying to bounce the ball around where the batsman's standing, but on the stumps or outside the off stump, which is to the left of the wickets, as you see it on your screen. So difficult to get those ones away. This one's hit nicely. The chase is on, and it's a nice piece of fielding by the Prince. And there was a bit of wrestling action almost. They had to avoid each other. And I'm not sure how many they got. I feel like that might have been 1 in the end, but what a piece of fielding. And Prince, well, he had the distraction of his teammate coming in, and there was a bit of tunnel ball through the tunnel.
Yeah, through the tunnel, he knocks his man over. McBool.
A head first tackle. You can't do it on the football field, but you can do anything on a cricket field. Here's Rana again. This one, they're going to try and run. He'll be definitely out if he hits. He doesn't hit, but good backing up by Prince again. That was smart because he had to read the play and come in to stop the chance of any overthrow. So, again, you can't blame the batsman taking the run. The keeper, well, he had all 3 to aim at, didn't he? Waka, but not able to hit the target. And again, Prince did well to back that up and prevent any further runs.
Yeah, there's the action again.
Back live now. Next ball swung away on the leg side. The fielder was very slow to pick it up. That's the Sun. Well, you can give 4 runs to the Sun there because the fielder again, he was blinded. We might have to send him some sunglasses because he was very slow to pick this up. Well, Prince is right in front of us. Perhaps he wants to lend his sunglasses, but he's probably not allowed to because they have to be disinfected first, but he could certainly use them out there. Yuvraj Singh has 4 valuable runs to the Royals. They creep up to a competitive total here in match 64. Here's Rana again. This is a swing and a miss, and the keeper, he can only kick it away. He'll get through for a bye in the end. So all action all the time with 77. Walking sticks, as we say. Yeah, we call it walking sticks. 77.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Just, you know, don't want to confuse anybody. It's not even a cricket expression. Anyway, last ball of the inning. 77 the score. And it'll be 78, I think. They'll probably have to try for a second. The keeper's end's where you got to go.
They've got to, haven't they?
And he's not even going to try in the end. So still, he probably wasn't going to make it. But again, it was probably worth trying. I think he was just frustrated that he didn't hit the ball quite how he wanted. So that'll be 1. And the Royals, they'll finish their innings on 78 for the loss of 7 wickets. And well, we saw the Royals in some early trouble, didn't we, Rico, in this first half of match 64, as we saw some good bowling. The Prince, these weren't off spinners. He was off the long run. He was back in a big way. He kept things very tight early. We saw Shazad getting the wicket in the second over. Prince Demand taking the catch, and then the stumps went over quite a few times. That was a big wicket, Saeed, falling, and the Prince announcing his arrival on the stage. But the Royals, the rate was down. They had to keep trying to score. Again, this was one. No one could find it. Needed a police report. There's a missing ball. I had no idea where it was.
There's a couple like that one. There's a couple.
And then, well, Akhtar just does what Akhtar does. And kept knocking over the woodwork. And the Warriors, well, a bit nervy towards the end of the previous match, you'd have to say. But they were keen to put in a professional effort in the field. You can see there were quite a few direct hits. This is a nice piece of umpiring. Just getting home. And then Shazad, well, he had to count his fingers. He had 1 or 2 missing after a crocodile attempt at cover. Then the Royals, just after we saw the wickets falling. It's a nice catch from the keeper. Watch this one. Had to go find it. And then we just saw a few more twists and turns. That's the just rubbing the areas that count as well. That was a nasty little one for the keeper. This is another one we lost. It was in the sun. He did well to get a hand on it. Over went the timber again though, but then a late resurgence from the Barna Royals. It's a late flurry of boundaries. Some good shots and good fortune, you'd have to say. Got them up to a competitive score, so you'll have a similar situation in the last match for the Warriors. I'm chasing a few less. They'll be chasing 79 for victory, but important runs at the end. And look, Prince himself, I reckon he saved 5 to 10 runs in the field just with his intelligence and execution of his skills. And then at the end, well, it was all after you.
The coolest run out you'll ever see, isn't it?
Through the legs. And that's the kind of action you'll only see it here in the Fancode European Cricket Series, Rico. Don't we love it? And so it will be the Ripple Warriors returning after the break. They'll be chasing 79 for victory in match 64. This is the Fancode European Cricket Series Spain. We'll see you then. You're watching the European Cricket Network.
Welcome back. You can see the umpires making their way out. Nilkesh Patel and Safwan Naeem. And the Bana Royals, they've been made to work hard with the bat in their innings, finishing with a score of 78, apologies, 78 for 7, so target 79, and they need a good start, and we have seen some very good bowling from them. They've got some good bowlers that can use this. Well, the one thing that for me they were lacking was somebody who could just give the ball a little bit of flight, keep the pace off it, a bit of spin, an off spinner perhaps. They do have good seamers, but sometimes when your seamers aren't up to the mark, you struggle. Looks like Murid Ali is going to be opening, taking the new ball. Don't think we'll see much change in terms of the batting department from the Ripo Warriors. Prince Liman, he was in very good form in their earlier game. What I liked about his innings is he took his time, he didn't rush. It was only once he got to his 50 did we start to see a few swings and misses from him. But when he kept his shape and played the ball on merit, he looked very good. So he will be on strike. Murad Ali will be hoping that, like so many bowlers before him today, that he can get the ball in the right area and get an early wicket and apply some pressure on the batting team. And certainly if they could get the wicket off Prince Liman, that would certainly make this difficult task of theirs to defend 78 a little bit easier. We're off. It's a nice start in the right areas, on and around that off stump, full pitched, and Prince Liman, like he did in his first knock, just getting himself in line and just pushing the ball out through to the offside. Here we go again. It's more very similar, full pitched up. It's almost like he's trying to persuade the batsman to try to play the ball with a bit more venom, try to get him to hit it across the line. Prince at the moment quite happy to respect these good balls. Remember, they start with a rate around about 8 and over. More width on that one, well fielded. He's strong in those areas, Prince Liman. Now, that's 3 dot balls. We shall see the character of the man now, because a little bit of pressure he's under. Hasn't put any runs on the board yet. See that again, that's a very good bit of fielding. Good timing from the Prince. He does play very well outside the off stump, but doesn't try to really hit the ball too hard, tries to place it. That one, the fielder did well, got down low. So, are we going to see a rash shot from the Prince, or is he going to keep his cool? Oh, that's good, kept his shape. That one a little bit more towards his leg stump. He's just able to push that away and makes a start with this reply. First runs on the board, single to him. So Waqar Iqbal. Has to negotiate his first ball. Beautiful afternoon, sun shining, making it awkward for some of the fielders, as we saw in that first innings. That's a risky little shot. That ball will race away. Two men giving it chase, but they're not going to get to that. And the bowler feeling that this was a little bit too straight to be playing this shot. We can't tell from that angle, but it was a confident looking shot. 4 runs, the first boundary. There we go. That's very nicely played. Gone into position. He did come a long way across, I have to say. I do believe though the ball was still going to take its natural path and go down the leg side, but a very confident looking shot. And what would the reply be from Murid Ali here? It's a fuller ball, and well, nicely played. There's a nice tidy over. There was the one boundary from it, but other than that, just a 1 single. So 5 without loss. Having a look at this field, and remember in this power play 2 men allowed out. They've got long on. It's on the boundary. Did have 3rd man back, and just seeing, yeah, there's still 3rd man is back. I thought he'd only come in to change places with another fielder, so that's what they've got here so far. Swing and a miss. The first ball from the captain, Shafqat Ali. Wet campaigner. Thought he was looking set. In the air and just wide of the fielder, stretching his arms up in the air. We see this again. Look at this. Didn't quite get the timing right, but enough on it to go over the infielder there in the 30-yard circle. 4 runs. Yeah, I was saying about Shafqat, I thought he was going to go on to score big runs, but he got himself bowled. And this time, there's the catch. And he's liking it as well. Hand spread wide in the air, catch taken. And well, Shajal Qisar taking the catch, and an important one because the Prince is no longer there. He has to go back. You see this ball went a long way in the air, but the fielder did very well. We saw him take one in their earlier game. Gets into position nicely, and he wasn't going to let that one go. Big wicket. So the man who literally guided them to that first victory is not going to be there to do it this time round. So the captain, Ali Saeed, I feel he missed out with the bat. Just played one shot too many too early, but his game is far from over for him, and that wicket really changes things. And talk about changing things, so have the Warriors. They've sent in the big gun. It's nicely played, out on the offside. He should be thinking about coming back for 2. Definitely should be thinking about coming back for 2, deciding not to, just taking a single. And Ghulam Saba, we know all about him. He was involved in a fantastic run out as well. Picked the ball up and direct throw. Great bit of fielding it was from him, and now he's got the job to do with the bat. Now we know what he likes to do with the bat. He just likes to hit big. So he's been given the license to thrill, maybe. Slower ball, but ends up being a full toss. There will be a chase on for the fielder, but he'll do well to get there. It does race along there pretty quick. He does, and that's a number of times today we've seen the fielder winning that battle, that race down there. And it's not often that the ball is caught, but today I think the fielding side been winning the battle against the ball. So Ghulam Saber. Short. And well, you can't hold that there to him. Balle, balle, balle. That's what he does best. Just watch this again. How quick he is to latch onto this. Bang. Out of the ground it goes. And good way to finish the over there for the Warriors. 19 for 1. Well, they are the Warriors, and well, Ghulam Sabar. That's exactly what he is. He's out there to fight, and fight he does. There to take the bowling on. So, Waqar Iqbal on strike. Important for him to shine for his team here with the Prince back in the pavilion. Murad Ali to continue, bowling his second. That's a lovely shot, and well, with the Prince not there, he's got to step up a gear, and he did here. That was short, wide outside the off stump, but he still had to put it away, still had a lot to do, and didn't he do it well? What a lovely shot that was. So the score moves along into the 20s now. 23. Waqar Iqbal 11. The 4 balls that he's had so far. Very important for Barna Royals to pick up a wicket before this game gets away from them. And that's good, that's nice to see. Not getting carried away, quite happy just to push that one out and give the strike to Saber. I get the feeling that he's there for one thing, and that is to attack. And being that he's been given the opportunity to do it inside the power play, well, if he can get hold of a few like we've seen him do one ball earlier, it's going to be an interesting challenge. Anyway, here we go. Dot ball. Murad Ali winning the battle at the moment. The curry master. They want to put this one away. A little bit of curry powder. Curry powder power. That's what we want here. Short, and interesting what the umpire, if that was down the leg or not. No signal as yet. And well, just buys. We'll see this again here. Obviously going over. Yeah, that's very well bowled. Good delivery. And that will be, he's one for the over as well. Yeah, if you're going to bowl a short ball, well, that's where it needs to be. Right at the batsman. Well, that's well hit. That's what he's there to do. Over the top it goes. Shaka, shaka. Que fuerte está, hombre. Es un master blaster. 6 carreras más. Toma. Genial. Well, got to be very careful here. Barna Royals. They've got the prize wicket off the Prince back in the dugout, but well, a few more blows like that and this game is going to be racing away from them. Slash is hard at that one. It's gone over third man. Won't go to the boundary. Didn't really have any idea where that went. But as to say, if you're going to swing, swing hard, and that brings up the end of the over. And the score has raced on to 35 for 1. And that's the end of the power play. So we welcome back Mr. Maximo to the hot seat. Welcome back, sir.
Thanks, Rico. And it is a bit of a hot seat. Sun's out. See, the Curry Master's out, so...
No, he's still in.
Oh, yeah, sorry. He's out there in the middle, I should say. Hopefully he is in.
He's out there doing his thing, yeah.
Yeah, he is, isn't he? And there was a big cheer that went up around the ground, wasn't there? As I saw the demise of the Prince. So he was very useful in the first half of this game, but I saw that he fell, and it was an important wicket because he just felt it brings him back into the game. But have some other batting options, and so far we've seen him be effective in this series so far. Get a bit of a cult figure amongst the fans. Oh, this one's through him like a hot curry, as that one was full and fairly straight from Shafat Ali Saeed, who's bowling the 4th over. Again, where are we at? So 35, pretty decent power play. You just basically needed 8 and over, and the innings started. So they're well ahead, about 10 ahead of the rate required at the moment. And this time the Curry Master has to go. And he was lining that one up, but again, the shot wasn't really on for me, Rico. It was a well-pitched ball on the stumps. And I tell you what, might have had dinner on his mind. This one was only going one way. Over go the timber. And a key wicket. Warriors find themselves 35 for 2.
Yeah, and good bowling, the captain. He's got lead by example, hasn't he? And taking that wicket. Key. We know what Ghulam Salbeh, if he's in there for a few overs, what he can do to the score. He totally smashes the ball all over the place. I mean, you see that already was going at 2 runs a ball. But they've sent him back, and now this is going to be interesting, because now we're going to have to see somebody else in this Ripple Warriors team stand up and fight, and it's Mohsin Ali, I think, who's in there at the moment. We know about his abilities. If he can get in, he can be destructive, but it does take time to get into his rhythm.
Yeah, exactly right. And well, he's going to face his first ball, and straight through him was almost a repeat of the ball, which saw the back of Sabah. Again, we've seen some fascinating contests, and this is no exception. And we welcome your company wherever you're watching around the world. It's great to have you with us. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, as well as Rico Vull on ECN. This is match 4 of 5 today. It's match 64 of the tournament. And just the wickets, perhaps bringing the game back to for the Royals. If they've got another one, it might be even Stevens. Again, this one, he was expecting it to go down the leg side, but I curved on him. Again, there was no risk of the LBW where it's bounced, but I tell you what, I always trapped it between his legs, and it would be funny if that had gone onto the wickets. Yeah,
he was dangerously close, wasn't he, just to kick that onto the stumps there.
Yeah.
You see what he was trying to do. He was trying to get inside it and take the wide, but it didn't shuffle enough across, and that could have gone anywhere.
How's this for an over? We've had dot, wicket, dot, dot. 2 balls remain. Oh, this time it's going to get through the keeper again. These are valuable runs. Getting through the keeper. Taki Mazar, former vice.
Wasn't it? Awkward height.
Yeah. But I mean, again, I'm not super critical because it's not. I was just chatting to Rab Samam, one of the umpires, who was keeper himself in his day, and about the complexities of wicket keeping on this surface, because the bounce is variable, but really test your skills. You need to be prepared for the ball to come at any height, basically. Again, we're just in confirmation in the end. It's been given 4 runs. So again, it won't really matter when it comes down to it as far as the game situation goes. But anyway, here's the last ball of the over. Well, he's gone for it. The fielder's coming around, and he holds on to it. Outstanding catch. What a catch that was. It's Shajil Kaiser at long on, and he had all the ground to make. He hit it at top speed. It was warp speed, but the hands were wrapped around the ball, and it's the big wicket of Mohsin Ali. Have a look at this on the replay. The batsman didn't quite make the contact he wanted, but like a roadrunner, he was off, and he has the prize wicket to show for it, and another one goes down for the Warriors.
Well, amazing fight back, and it's been the story of the day, more or less, hasn't it? You just haven't been able to write off any of the fielding teams. And that wicket there certainly does keep this game very much alive. At the end of that over, 39, 3 wickets down. And the captain, well, he's taken all 3 of them. When you can't ask for anything more from him, he's done his bit out there. Now he needs one of the other bowlers to do their bit. The fielders certainly are fired up for this. That was a fantastic catch, and well, too right he should celebrate. He had a lot to do, and he knew the importance of it as well.
Only the 4 runs off that over in the end. They were the 4 that went straight through the keeper. But we have the situations on now. 40 off 36 required. What a catch that was. They're the kind of things when you're defending a low score. Of course, only 78 on the board. But the Royals, they're going to help themselves out in the field. Asadullah to bowl. This is good running. This is what we talked about before. Chasing this kind of a target, you do need to take those singles and push the infielders. Challenge them if you like. And it's good from Waqar Iqbal.
Imran Hussain, the new batsman. It's on strike now. And, well, Waqar Iqbal, the Nepal Warriors wicketkeeper, he's looked okay so far. Hasn't had too much of a strike lately, though. He needs somebody to stick around with him.
This one, swing and a miss. And again, we'll see. These boundaries don't come. This game's going to tighten up. A lot of good chat in the field for the Royals. He's gone for it. I think he might go all the way. Out the way, Rico. That's a Maximo. And 6 of the best, and they were sorely needed for the Warriors. And Rico, I'll wait for you to get your headset back on. But obviously not fancy that one. Was straight at my commentary partner. Look, I was more concerned about the equipment, to be honest, because we can replace you, but the equipment is very expensive. But anyway, Rico, how'd you feel as that one was coming towards you? Perhaps you need a helmet.
Well, yeah, I mean, when you're in the firing line like that, to be honest, we just see this delivery.
This one's hit away again, but just be the single this time. Valuable 6, yeah.
Yeah, I did well there. I chose at the right moment to decide to take off another layer in this sunshine, and as I was doing so, it's one of those, isn't it, when we sat here, we pick the ball when it's in the air, but as it starts to come down, because of this, the marquee we're under, you lose it. You had no idea where it is, apart from that it's coming this way somewhere. So that's just brushing the side of my leg as it went across. But anyway,
well, the wicket goes down, and this time, again, it was a bit of crocodile action from Murad Ali, the egg beater at cover, but he did the job. And just when you thought the Warriors were getting going on this chase, they pick out the fielder, and another wicket goes down. It's now 47 for 4. Asadullah gets the breakthrough. So, it could be a twist in the tail yet. This is what I like about the Royals. They're always fighting. Let us know who you think's ahead in this match. And match 64, we've certainly seen some barnstorming finishes on day 13. Just a reminder, the action all continues tomorrow from 7:30 AM GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe. It's 1 PM in India, as we will have Group A back in town. Some more Catalonia Tigers. Well, they were pretty impressive. We saw some big runs, didn't we? Gracia as well. And lots of great cricket action coming your way. Men in blue, of course. The money man, Abhishek Borikar and co. We're taking on the 11 stars in the first game of the day. And Men in blue playing the first 2, in fact. And see Fateh as well. Let's see what we get from Fateh. You never know what you're going to get. Also Bengali. They'll be trying to avert the slide which has crept into their campaign. Here's a dot to start, and that will be the end of the over. So 47 is the score for 4 wickets. There were 8 runs off that over, and so now requiring 32 off 30. And I've said it before, Rico, it might look easy on paper, but you don't play games on paper. If you think that looks easy, well, grab a bat and head out to the centre of the Montjuic Olympic ground right now, and you'll find your heart will be pumping. There's a lot of cricket left in this match, match 64. Now, I do have some news from the toss for match 5 today, match 65 on the calendar. It's Hira Sabadell against City Lions, and Hira Sabadell have won the toss and elected to bat first. And again, Hira Sabadell without a win in this year's series. Well, they haven't been far away, and they've had, I think, 3 games washed out. So I bet they can't wait to get out there and try and open their account for 2021. All right, Hamza Assar's going to bowl, and he starts with a wide down the leg side. He was lucky to just get away with a wide in the end. That one could have easily gone for 4 or 6. So we're at 31 off 30 balls now. Well, this one's a lot straighter and played back by the batsman. And what's your strategy here, Rico? Are you going for the big shots, or are you just trying to tick it over and take it deep?
Just see this ball and I'll give you my thoughts. I think the batsmen have got to play their own game. Doing what they're doing now, it's just putting more pressure on them, and that rate is just going to keep going up. I mean, at the moment, it's just over a run a ball, and you don't want it to, with the wickets that have gone down already, don't want it to go down anymore. You've got to play shots, and the batsman begging for the wide. You're not going to get it.
Give me something.
You've got to play your shots, and it's going to be interesting because the Ripple Warriors are going to have to find somebody else that can show they can bat.
It was a good decision. It wasn't a wide.
No, it was perfect. Yeah. No way a wide that one.
Yourself there. Here's the next one. Again, good ball, and you just see here.
This is Test match. Yeah. This is ticky, ticky, ticky. There's not even any tacker on this one. It's all ticky.
He's only given away the one run, which was the wide off the first ball of the over. Followed up with 4 dots. Something's got to give, Rico. Again, it was a bottom edge and straight down, and again we've seen 5 dots now, and so, well, I bought a ticket to an arm wrestle. I'm not getting disappointed in this game. Match 64. It's going down to the wire. I'll see you there. Last ball of the over. Again, we no run. So what a comeback after the first wide. He bowls 6 dots, scoring with a fork. And that's the end of the 6th over. It's 48 for the loss of 4. That was one of your magic overs, really, Rico, for the bowler, though. Less than 6. And in the context of this match, it could prove very important. Now need 31 runs off 24 balls. So it goes from 31 off 30 to 31 off 24. So again, this game is tightening up.
Yeah, somebody's got to stand up and fight. One of these batsmen has got to decide, well, you know what, enough of this. Going to have to be positive to win it. And if it means taking the odd chance or 2, well, then we've got to take it.
Well, that is out. And what a part. And the batsman, we can't believe he's going to have to go. And we've seen it a couple of times. And again, it's a direct hit that does the job. Let's have a look at this a bit closer. We'll see it coming in now. And it was out. It was a very good decision. And the batsman, he was upset, but I think he can be upset with himself. You can see his bat hasn't quite made the line. And again, you always feel like you win as a batsman, but I'm sure when he sees the replay, there can be no argument at all. And what a good decision.
Great call, great decision. Bat was in the air as well.
Yeah, bat was in the air. And when it came down, there we go. Some good camera work. You see in slow motion. I'm sure if we can get that slow motion from the side as well, we'll get a clear shot. It was a nice piece of work. And also it saves the run. Yeah, no arguments can be made in the batsman's favour on that time. So, big wicket. Imran Hussein's got to go. Again, we love close contests, don't we?
Well, somebody's got to stand up and fight here for the Warriors. They are the Warriors. But are there any Warriors in that team? Because we've got to see them now. If they're going to win this game, they've got to stand up tall and fight, and they've got to play some shots.
Well, they put their tools down and stop working at the moment, the Warriors. And this is tight bowling from Asadullah as well. He's been putting the brakes on. And again, they have to do something about this. Again, they haven't scored. They tried to get a run and they got run out. So 31 of 22. That's 8 consecutive balls without a run in this innings for the Warriors. Make that 9. And now he's like, wants a run through any means possible. But again, this is the thing. When we're having so many matches, you see so many things that you think aren't possible, Rico. We've seen 9 consecutive balls without a run. Surely it couldn't be 10. Something's got to give here. He'll be trying. Yep. Make it 10. There's a perfect 10. You go from 31 off 30 to 31 off 20. And suddenly that rate goes from 6 to 9. They flipped it upside down in a hurry. Have the Royals. Well, this one, they finally get a run. In fact, they might get a couple. They turn for one. And a good throw, he might be in trouble. He's to put in the big ones. I think he's just got home. And again, it was the big man, wasn't it? It was Maka Iqbal, who, well, it might have been Imran. No, it was Sufyan Anwar. That's what I'm thinking of. Fired that one in and just not in time. So 2 runs, and that breaks the run of dots. So 1 to go in the over, but still, you look at this over. There's a wicket, ... 2. Bit more magic for the Royals. It's the right Royal Magic show at the moment, isn't it, Rico?
It's a right royal mess. If you're a Whipple Warriors player or supporter, they're just throwing this away. Should have been a straightforward victory, but nothing has been straightforward today, has it?
Never happens.
Batting has looked difficult.
This time full toss. There's another gift. It'll just be a single, I think. That will end the over. The Warriors, they've passed 50, but they've made it hard work at the 7 over mark there at 51 for 5. But looking ahead, guys, not that far away. We have the 5th and final match of the day, just over half an hour's time. It's Hera Sabadell taking on the City Lions. Both these teams yet to play today. Hera Sabadell without a win, like we said, but they've listed Anwar Ul Haq and Bakhtiar Khalid to open the batting. Also looked out for Hira Lal. He's been good with bat and ball for that team. City Lions, of course, will probably see Amar Shakur and Mubashir Ali, who's missed out on some runs so far. Ibrah Hussain comes into that lineup. I think he is an influential player if you're playing some fantasy cricket. So you can always catch those fantasy dashboards on our social media at European Cricket, and match previews daily, of course, at europeancricket.com. I have to ask Mark Lovell, perhaps the Day 14 report is already on the website, europeancricket.com. If not, I'm sure it's not far away. So here's Hamza Assar. He's coming off 6 straight dot balls. And what's the equation? We've got 28 off 18, so this is the thing. And you know what I often say in these runner ball situations, which it was just about an over and a half ago, but got to keep scoring. Even if you get 1 off every ball, you can always get these boundaries and get the odd boundary, get the odd wide, but the only thing that get you in trouble is dot balls, and we've seen a bunch of dot balls. This one, it's going to fall in no man's land, is it? Oh, and he's held on. And what a catch that is off his own bowling. Hamza Azhar. He had to go with it. He had to turn around, make a quick U-turn. And again, he fumbled it at the first attempt, but held on at the second. And the Warriors making a real mess of this chase now.
Well, it is day 13. It is unlucky, they say, for some, but it's lucky for some as well. Well, there the bowler, Hamza, he's got 13 on his back. And, well, you thought it's going to be unlucky for him? No, it's not. And how about that? Great bit of action there. And that's good work. They're always the hardest one. You see a lot of teams, a lot of players practicing those sort of catches. And when they come off, they look spectacular. That's a big wicket. And really, can we see the Warriors come back from this? I don't know, you know.
It's going to be hard work, isn't it? But again, as quick as it can twist, it can turn. We've seen a couple of balls lost up in the sky. Maybe that was one of the ones from before coming down. He caught something. Well, it's a bit of a mystery spot up in the sky anyway. New batsman's in, and he's gone straight away. So 2 in a row. And fought off, but the last 2 have been wickets. He finds himself on a hat-trick, and the Warriors, they're in some serious trouble now. They're 51 for 7.
Wow, it's just all going to pot, and it all comes down to what we keep saying. They're playing out the dots, they're not taking the singles, they're keeping the pressure on themselves. And, well, you saw Ghulam Sabah being sent up the order. He made 14 of 8, but once he was out, the others followed. Mohsin Ali, well, he'll be disappointed the way he was out. And then we saw that run out, Imran Hussain, and they just haven't been able to get, well, they haven't been able to get bat on ball, let alone anything else. You just mentioned a number of dot balls here. Somebody's got to come out and be positive and play some shots, and at the moment, they're just letting the ball come to them and trying to play a little paddle to the offside, which is not going to get them any rewards anyway. That's where the fielders are. It's going to take somebody brave. It's going to take a big effort from someone to try and pull this one out the bag.
He's on a hat-trick. We've already seen one today. On a hat-trick. And he's given it a chance to go all the way over the mid-wicket boundary. And how often do you see a hat-trick ball go for 6? But you'll see it here in the Fan Code European Cricket Series. He's come out, Deepak Rana, and he said, well, I think we can still win this game. 6 of the best, Maximo. And they need those runs sorely. Is that just what they need? I said this game's had some twists and turns. Do we have one more for you? What a game. Is he going again?
Deepak Arana.
He sure is. And this one, you can go and find it. It's 6 of the best. So, 2 wickets, 2 sixes, and no one can tell you what is going to happen next in the Fan Code European Cricket Series. What kind of cricket is this? You won't find it anywhere else on the planet. This one was pitched up, and Rana probably saying, why didn't you send me in about 5 batsmen ago? Because he's just come out and hit 2 of the biggest sixes you'll ever want to see. The last ball of the over, and what an over it's been.
He's going to go only one way.
Well, he's going to get a single, I think,
No,
unless it's going to go all the way. So, 6, 6, 4. And if you want more action, you'll find it nowhere else, because that was an incredible over. He went dot, wicket, wicket, 6, 6, 4, and the game swings again. It's 67 now for 7 after 8 overs, and they require only 12 runs off the last 12 balls. Rico, what can you say about this?
Well, it's what I was saying. You needed somebody to come out. You needed a warrior to be a warrior. Go out there and fight. And, well, they found it in this man. The only problem is he's going to be at the non-strikers end now. He needs to get down to the other end and, just do a little bit of this clubbing and finish this game in style. But that's what they need, is positive batting, is having belief that you're going to go out there and win this game, and not go out there and just poodle around and get out and not help your cause at all.
Well, Shadil Kaiser's going to bowl the 9th over, and we saw a bit of magic for him in the field earlier. But now this game can change so quickly. And I've seen a lot of cricket, but I haven't seen a lot of cricket like this. Here we go, 12 off 12 required. Akhtar, he's going to get a single, and that's smart batting. Again, he hadn't faced a ball yet. So again, the only way you can lose is dot balls here if you're the batting team. They now need 11 off 11. So, Rana could be the cameo of the year so far. You're going to be out of ink, Rico. You've been scribbling down all the wickets as well, so hard to keep up. But here we go, 11 off 11. Here's Shadil Kaiser. This is going to be a wide down the leg side.
Clever, clever. Finally we see a batsman using his loaf a little bit. He knew that this was going to be a wide ball, so steps inside, takes the wide, takes the run, and will be an extra ball as well.
Let's see if we can recover from that. Rana has got the hot hand. Again, intelligent, but he'll be out if he hits, I'm sure. And he would have been. But again, that's what we have to do at this stage. You have to take him on.
Yeah.
And that was Murad Ali. He tried to back flick that towards the stumps. But again, smart cricket, because dot balls are going to kill you. Again, maybe you hit the stumps a quarter of the time from there, probably. So it's worth the gamble. And so 9 off 10. Are we heading for the last over? Here we go. Again, they're going to get 1, and that's smart cricket, so it'll be 8 off 9.
Yeah, and well, that's what you need to do. That's what we talk about. No dot balls. Just get bat onto ball, take the singles. And while you do that, what you're doing is you're also applying a little bit of pressure on the fielding side. Maybe they'll make a mistake. Maybe there's going to be shy at the stumps. There'll be overthrows. But most importantly, you're keeping the scoreboard ticking, and you're not applying extra pressure on yourself. Here we go. And we're going to see a big shot here.
8 off 9. So short and again work for a single. Smart, and you're probably right. I know what you're going to say, Rico. Should have a fielder saving the one on the leg side, because again, dot ball will build the pressure just like we saw it happen before. Now this reminds me, back in match 19, it was the Royals who chased down the Warriors' score with only a ball to spare, so they chased it off the 5th ball of the 10th over. And we could have the reverse happen here, although this one could still go either way. 7 runs off 8 required.
That's going to be a wide ball, yeah.
6 off 8.
It's a very good take from the keeper there, Vinny.
What do you think about the action? If you're watching on our YouTube channel, or whether you're watching on FanCode in India, we certainly welcome your company to the FanCode European Cricket Series Spain. And whether you're watching for the first time or you're an experienced watcher on the European Cricket Network, we are sure you're enjoying the action and excitement. So 6 off 8 required. And they can say no to this one. And there you go. You got the fielder in there, and I think this is a key position to have one person either side of the pitch. And you can see that there's no chance of a run. It forces the batsman to do something different. They can't just bunt it down for an easy run. So again, it'll tighten up. 6 off 7. We've got a few people. Ali Jr. saying he wants to see a golden ball. He's saying he loves these close games. Luke's saying great entertainment. It certainly is. Big ball again. One big hit can win the match. It's not going to be it, and that's going to be a dot. Oh, well, strap yourself in. Wherever you are watching around the world. We're going to the last. 6 runs required after 9 overs. The Warriors, they're 73 for 7.
Yeah, I mean, the Warriors to have the right man on strike. And he could finish it with just one shot. It'll be interesting what he does here. Do they still deploy, well, I think it's the right thing to do, the same strategy, which is just to, if it's a run, you take the run, or is he going to try and wait for that one big shot? But you know what, it's going to be very, very difficult to negotiate that from this man. I think he's a very, very good special bowler. This is Anwar.
Yeah.
And he hasn't, just having a look at all my scribbles, I don't think we've seen him ever bowl yet now.
I think so.
Which is very surprising because he usually opens the bowling.
Well, here we go. He's going to have to close today. Again, one big hit can do it for the Warriors. But 6 off 6. Last over. And a dot. Again, you see the margins here. Imagine there's a little bit about on that. That can run away for 4.
Yeah.
But it's going to be 6 off 5. Oh, have you got that golden ball feeling, Rico?
Well, you know, it'll be a beautiful afternoon for her when the sun is out there. So
it's always a good time for a golden ball. Anyway, 6 off 5. Who's this on strike? We've got Deepak Rana, of course. He's got the hot hand.
Yeah, I think the one big shot is there. Ooh.
It's wide. Yeah. Well, I'm tense.
That's good from the batsman, putting him off, doing a bit of movement around. And the bowler then has to decide very quickly what he's going to do. You see a lot of bowlers, those with a little bit more experience will just stop.
Firing it at the stumps is what I'd be doing. That's the safest place to bowl at the moment, I think. The batsman misses, you got to hit. 5 off 5. Here's Sufyan Anwar. This is up, it should be caught. Is he going to find it? And he's put it down. He's put it down. And what a crucial drop that might turn out to be. Not only does it cost them a wicket, it costs them a run. So again, we stay even. 4 off 4. And look at this. You can't blame the sun for this one. It's just the pressure of the moment. And, well, that's a shame. Again, we've seen some things turn around really quickly in this series. My mind goes back to Sanjeev Tiwari fumbling that one behind the stumps. They ultimately won that game on the golden ball. Are we headed for another golden ball here in match 64? 4 runs required. 4 balls remaining. It's Akhtar Iqbal Khan on strike. Oh, and he's got it. Has he got it away? Well, he's got it away for a single. I think that's all they'll get. Oh, and that's a good take by the keeper. That shot off the keeper. And tell you what, I hope he's got a 6-pack because that's bounced very aggressively. 3 off 3. Well, again, what I would say at this stage, Rico, is the Royals. They're dancing with death every time they let go of the ball because one good hit and this game's over. Yeah. But they've just hung in there. There's 3 off 3 required. You just got to keep scoring regardless. Bat on ball and scoring. 3 off 3. This one's away. The chase is on. Oh, he's got to stop it, and he does. They're going to come back for 2. A good throw will be in trouble. And we'll have to wait on the decision. I tell you what, so definitely got 1 run. Wow. And again, we're going to have to see what happened here. And perhaps there's a question about if the ball was taken clean. We see this one as it comes in. And the keeper did well, you'd have to say. And he's just checking. And that looks fine. Oh, again, I'm not sure. Might have to see that one from front on because I was going to say for a second. And he might have fumbled the ball. But again, that's not the best camera angle in the end. Because
at the end, what happens there? That's going to be 2 runs. So very, very important. I mean, it's got to be, I suppose, goes down to the wicket-keeper perhaps didn't take it cleanly and the bails be knocked off. So 2 runs. So let's get back to the action here. So where are we at?
It was a good. So the scores are tied. 2 balls to go. I think it was a good decision in the end because when we saw it, we didn't get a good angle of that, but looked like the ball had popped out of the keeper's glove. So scores tied. Any run will win it for the Warriors. And that'll do it. He's edged it away for 4. And in the end, can you believe it, the Warriors, they did all they could to lose this one. But Deepak Rana, get a cape on that man. He's come in at the end. He's hit 25 off only 9 balls. He might end up with a couple more actually when we settle the scores, but I tell you what, the score was settled on this occasion. And would you believe it? After it was the Royals that won the game off the second last ball back in week 1. It's the exact same result, but the exact different team as the Warriors get home with a ball to spare.
Yeah, I mean, it was everything was going against them. See, there was only a little flurry there at the beginning. And this time round, it was Waqar Iqbal, the man who was playing the shots. Saver came in, played a few shots, and he went. And then after that, it was just wicket after wicket. That for me was a superb catch. He was pumped up then, and at this rate, you just thought, well, they needed somebody to come in and be positive. It wasn't happening.
This is the time really where they hit the wall, didn't they? There's the juggling catch. We've seen some jugglers. And then the wheels were falling off. The walls were falling off the car. There was almost nothing less, but then here came Deepak Rana. Well, he's known more for his bowling. He came out and hit the first 2 balls out of the park and said, guess what? This game is still alive. He got them back to a run of ball, and then there was tension and drama. Now this was the moment, the catch going down in the last over. And again, he won't sleep for a week. Well, the keeper, he always had a hole through him after that throw came in. And this was the moment, the keeper just fumbling the ball. You'll see it got away from him. He just snatched at it. And I think the benefit of that going to the batsman was correct decision on that occasion. Last ball of the game turned out to be the 5th ball of the 10th over. Deepak Rana edging away, so they win 82-78 with a ball to spare.
Well done to the batsman, Deepak Rana. He must have heard me. I was getting frustrated here, just thinking that none of these batsmen were going in with the intent to want to be on the winning side. They were going in just, well, a few words come to mind, but basically just coming in, not doing anything, just flashing outside the off stump. No intent at all, not trying to hit the ball. And Deepak Rana, well, he came in there late on in the end and did the business. And well, we still have another game to come here.
There you go. Don't get the camera on me yet. I'm not ready. But anyway, we're going to go to the fantasy dashboard. It's match 65, of course, the last match of today. And certainly we've seen some close finishes. This could be another one. Here are Sabadell, who are winless in this tournament. They're coming back to take on the City Lions. Both these teams playing for the first time today. And this is all of their fantasy information. If you are playing Dream 11 or playing fantasy sport, then this is what you need to look at. Sikandar Raja, well, he's listed very low there. Wouldn't be surprised to see him bat a little bit higher. He's been good with the ball for the City Lions. And you can see Ibra Hussain, he's the big in for me. City Lions, and they've got him listed at number 3. But here is Sabadell. Well, they've had some good results in the past, but yet to open their account in 2021. Anyway, Rico, I'm going to suggest that we're going to need to have a little bit of a settle down after that. There were certainly a few twists and turns and thrills and spills in that one. And, well, 64. It's a famous number, isn't it? Will you still need me? Will you still feed me? I tell you what, that fielder in the last over putting down the catch, he'll have a lot to think about when he goes home tonight. But anyway, it's good to see everyone out here competing, and we've seen a lot of action and excitement so far in this series. Just recapping that game, the Ripple Warriors, well, they lost Prince early, and always knew he'd be a key for them. Then we had Waqar Iqbal and Ghulam Sabah, the curry master, I should say. They made 13 and 14 respectively, but the rest of the team, well, they couldn't get out of double figures except for Deepak Rana, who came in at the end of the game. And he turned out to be the man of the match, and no surprises there because he scored 25 off 9 balls. Those first 2 Maximos off the first 2 balls he faced. Also, he bowled 2 very tight overs, only conceding 13 in the first innings of the game. Well, that's it for now, but we will see you shortly in about 15 minutes time. Please come back and we will bring you into the 5th and final match of the day. It'll be match 65 between Hira Sabadell and the City Lions. This is Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, and along with Rico Full. We hope you're having a wonderful evening so far wherever you're watching around the world. We'll see you shortly for more Fan Code European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back for the final time today to the Fan Code European Cricket Series Spain. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, and it's time for match 65, the fifth and final match of Wednesday, and Hira Sabadell are going to take on the City Lions. Both of these teams yet to take part today. Let's hand it over to the match referee.
Goal and tail it is. So Hira, you won the toss. Bat first. Hira have won the toss and they are going to bat first.
Well, there you go, the Hira Sabadell captain, Shanawaz Shahzad. He has won the toss, elected to bat first in match 65. I think he'll be putting a lot of stock in their opening batsman, Bakhtiar Khalid, to get some runs, especially with Alumdar Hussain not being in the lineup today. Hira Sabadell, they're without a win, but they have played some good cricket, and we've seen them have some success last year in the ECS. Let's see if they can open their account in 2021 against the City Lions. Well, speaking of the Lions, their captain, Ahmad Shakur, I think he probably would have liked to have batted first as well. It has been a bit of a trend here in Barcelona. They do have one win, but they have 2 losses to go with them. And again, they would like to make their record square at 2-2. So both teams very hungry for a win in match 65. Let's see if we can have another close one to finish out the day. Over to you, Rico, in the box.
Thank you very much, Vinny, for the last one on day 13. Match number 65. And we've got an interesting little tussle here between two teams. Both of these teams been unlucky with the weather. They've had some games abandoned. The City Lions, well, they do have one victory. That's a good game, a good win against Barcelona. They posted 96 for 4 and then restricted Barcelona to 89. So that was good from them. So they'll be looking to roar back into this Fan Code European Cricket Series. But it's going to be Hira Sabadell that be hoping to do a little bit of roaring themselves with the bat, hitting big. So the Lions starting in the field, just having a look around at some of the personnel. So it looks like the bowler for the Lions is going to be the captain. Captain going to start off first. So Ahmad Shakur just adjusting his field at the moment. And well, this one as well, with the information that we have so far, both these teams could be very similar to that last game. You just saw the fantasy scorecard come up there. See some of these players, unfortunately, not yet registering good marks. Just you make a start there. Well, he's just a couple of steps, a hop, skip, and whiz that through. It's a good start, right on the money. Yeah, I mean, close games we've had today. And can we have an epic battle here? And oh, he's taken it. And that's great bowling. What a good catch. He took it on the second attempt. Well, we don't often see a slip involved early on. Or we have here. Just look at this again. Went in and it was escaping. But not for the first time today. We're seeing the catch held the second time around. Here we go. What a good bit of cricket that is. And well, the slip in place, taking the catch. And that was Nasir Ahmed. Good work from him. So it's another duck. I don't believe it. And we can't take any more. We're going to have to put a sign up. There's no more room in the pond. We don't want any more ducks. Well, it's a long, lonely walk back, isn't it? Hira Lal just getting second ball duck as he makes his way back. Flashing at it, but snapped up at slip. And this one is a little bit too wide. Mubasher Shard, the new batsman. Let's look at this action here. A couple of steps and it's all in the shoulder. Oh, just out of his reach. Thought for a moment he was going to get a cordon bowl there. Batsman not timing it at all. So Mubasher gets to the other end. Courtesy of a little bit of luck, has to be said. And once more, it's these left-handers that causing the difficulty. Shanwara Shahzad. Captain to captain battle here. Ooh, and that was even a little bit closer to him. He's got to be careful here. Shahzad. This one judged to be a little bit too wide, so umpire spreading his wings. Nukesh Patel, wide ball. Just get the feeling if Anwar Shakur can just get one in right at his toes, might be surprising. His opposite number. So just going for the same line, angle across him, and that is the end of a very good first over. Just the 3 runs from it, but more importantly, the 1 wicket. So a good start. The 2 batsmen there now, Mubashir and Shahzad. They're having a little conversation with each other. Well, taking their time here, the Lions, to sort out the next bowler. Got to be wary of that. Can't. They have decided that it's going to be Sikinder Raja. And the batsman has a ball to survive before we let Vinny Sandhu back into the commentary station. See if he can. Oh, he's hit him in front, but I think just going down the leg. Right, okay, let's do Hero Sabadell a favour and get him in quickly. Right, in you come, sit down.
Well, you know what happened, didn't you? As I was walking back. I've done it. It's the 3rd time today. They're not bowls I'm giving today. They're courts. I saw it was a slips catch.
Yeah.
Another juggle.
Another juggle.
Had a few juggles, haven't we?
And straight through this time. It's easy as that. And, well, Mubashir Ishad, he has to go. He knew what was going to happen. He saw the first one. He went back and it hit his pads. And this one, he decided just to move out the way of it and straight through onto his middle stump. And that's a very, very soft dismissal. And Raja Sikinder will probably be thinking to himself, I don't think I've had too many wickets that come as easy as that. But that's 2 down.
And you see again, one of the problems the top order are facing today, just losing their shape. Those balls are on the stumps, and especially this early in the innings, you look where the batsman's ended up. Almost another zip code. So Raja doing the job for the City Lions. They can go back to 2-2 record if they can take care of Hero Sabadell here, but Hero Sabadell struggling early. Back to Khalid as new batsman. He wound up on this, didn't he, Rico? And that's the way to start. 4 runs.
That's the way to start. It's I do like this batsman. He hasn't performed yet in this Fancode European Cricket Series. He's not had many opportunities, but when I've seen him bat, he's an awesome stroke play. Very strong on the offside as well. I just hope that he keeps his head here today. And, well, if he bats here to the end, it's going to be a fantastic knock, I can tell you that. And he's going to do his team a massive favour as well. Oh, mix up, gone to the wrong end.
Oh, that was spicy. I was going to say that the new batsman, back to Khalid. Well, I thought he might come out in a suit and tie because he's all business, isn't he? He wasn't mucking around. First ball cracking it through for 4. This one as well. Solid contact. And again, he's one of the players who's got potential. Hasn't really performed so far in this series. Let's see if he can help his team get a score on the board here in match 65.
Oh, he's launched into that. That's gone all the way over. It goes. Kinna Bada Shaka. That's the way to do it. And this is all about movement of the feet, keeping your head perfectly still, and well, just smashing that over the offside boundary. That's a big hit. Nice shot.
Well, they won't mind losing the early wicket if this is what the result's going to be. Here at Sabadell, I'm getting smashed again. He seems a predominantly offside player, which is a bit unusual compared to a lot of the batting we've seen. We've seen batters favouring the onside, but Raj is going to come around the wicket to him now. Tell you what, I haven't seen anyone break a ball in half, but if you keep swinging that hard, it might just happen. Anyway, that's the end of the over. A couple of good runs for here at Sabadell. They're 13 for 2 at the end of 2.
So 10 of the over, but they did also lose another wicket. And once more, pretty slow getting the next bowler ready. It's I think it's going to be Anwar Shakur to finish off. Yes, it is. So bowled a very good first one. This has gone up in the air. It's going to be comfortable catch. Yes, it is. And there goes another wicket. And well, it's all very soft dismissals at the moment.
Yeah, this one had the height, and I thought for a second it might carry because we've seen the balls go up in the air. The breeze often does. Let's let the ball travel a bit further, but he was always in control, wasn't he? That man, Nadeem Razak. Pretty tall guy. He just took a few steps and cool as a cucumber. Came down with it in the mitts. We've certainly seen some interesting high ball results today, but
yeah, we can't take this one. I already said before you got here, the duck pond is full. We cannot take any more. What are we going to do with this one? We're going to put this.
That as well, isn't it?
We're going to put this. Maybe
Shazad,
send it.
The captain going for a duck. That's never great, is it? But
send this one to the Chinese.
Yeah, well, maybe.
Start sending them off that way.
They know what to do with them.
Yeah,
you're in Asia. No.
Okay, no more in the pond.
You know, we're going to talk. This is match 5, and if you're still with us, thank you for joining us on ECN. The next one's going to be a dot. It normally turns to food, doesn't it, in match 5? We've been well fed again today, haven't we? Javier and Sarah helping us out with some sustenance all day long. And let us know what you're having for dinner. Give me some ideas. Maximo's getting a bit peckish.
I'm amazed he's still chasing it. That's so wide, and that Khalid is still trying to get bat onto ball to it. Look at this.
Look at that. Watch yourself on the edge of the pitch there, Bakhtiar. Oh, we do like to watch him in action. I do like the way he holds the bat as well. Set up for that offside. He just loads up and almost inside out the way he approaches the ball. This could be extras, but all backed up. There's a whole pride of Lions backing that up, wasn't there? About 4 of them. And one of them's the umpire, actually, wearing black as well. But yeah, it's good to see. They're the little things you have to do at this stage of the game. Just keep the pressure on the batsmen. They've lost 3 early wickets, and again, the Lions, if they could grab 1 or 2 more, especially the dangerous Khalid, be well on top.
He's played that very well, actually.
Yeah, definitely. Shanjit Singh is out there, and that's the sort of ball we've seen take wickets all day long because the batsmen not giving it enough respect on keeping low, but vertical bat shot, it's good batting.
And there's that short one.
This one was through him quickly, wasn't it? And just surprising with the length. But these two, there's a rebuilding effort required, and we've seen it happen before, especially we see 3 early wickets before. Makes me think back to the Bengali game, for example, when they were 11 for 3 and recovered to post a winning score. These two just need to stick around for a little bit. Again, a nice bit of fielding, but I think that'll be a dismissal. That'll be the end of the over. So pretty good power play for the Lions. They've got here at Sabadell 16 for 3.
Yeah, well, the wicket so far every over. 3 for 1. The end of the first, 13 for 2. End of the second, and 16 for 3. These two, if they can put a little partnership together and play a few shots. I mean, they're definitely going to play a few shots. Well, but Khalid, he definitely is. Just think if they can get 5 overs together in here, taking the singles and playing the shots, they will definitely get the team to a decent score here at Sabadell. But the Lions, they've got other ideas, and first they've got to negotiate this over. The second from Sikandar Raja.
It might actually be Nadim Razak who's going to take the ball now for the Lions. Oh, they've sprung a change. Here he comes.
Oh, there's a change. And it's a good change. I think he's played this one on, has he?
Yeah, I think it's inside edge, and it was well pitched up. And again, the new bowler coming into the attack. It was a bit of a calculated gamble to take off Raja, who's been a pretty successful bowler. But he gets the result, and Charanjit Singh, so he's a little bit away from his body. We'll have a look at this on the replay. Just threw the hands at it, kind of lost his shape. The inside edge and back onto the stumps, and those stumps, they've taken a pummeling today. But a fourth wicket goes down, so it's now 16 for 4 in the fourth over.
Well, the pattern continues. A wicket every over. And back to Khalid going. This is good. Going up to the non-striker, or going up to the striker. He himself is at the non-striker's end. And
I know what he's saying as well.
Just
leave it to me.
Please stay there for me.
Leave it to me.
Yeah.
That's what I would be saying about him at this stage. And we've seen 4 wickets go down, 16 for 4, only the fourth over. And haven't we seen it raining wickets today? There's been no rain in the sky, but it's been raining dismissals. Rico, after we saw an ocean of runs on day 12, it's been all the bowlers on day 13. Been unlucky for batsmen, that's for sure. The next one's a wide, but some of the catches we've seen today as well, and the entertainment, it's unparalleled really. But let me just set your sights on what I think Hira Sabadell should be aiming for, because if I look at the Lions, well, in the 3 games they have been able to play, excluding the 2 washouts, they've scored 76, 96 and 75. So if they can get even scraped to 80, I think that'll be competitive. Even 75. Because this Lions lineup, they're not exactly brimming with aggressive batsmen. Well, they certainly haven't shown it so far. So, again, from this point, you have to tell yourself there's a lot of cricket left to go in this innings. And what have we got? 6 overs after this. If you can just scrape your way another 60 runs, you're right in the game.
The man in front of us here, Raja on the back of his shirt. He's getting very excited, and it is Sakinder Raja, of course. And then I just confused with the. Thought he was bowling. He's getting very excited every time that ball goes to pass that outside edge. He's appealing. Halsey!
Well, the Lions are on the prowl. There you go, around that. They've already got 4 victims. They're in for another kill, the City Lions. So go down to one of the fielders. It'll be your mate, Sakinder Raja, who'll clean up down at long off. But, we like to see it. And both these teams so desperate for a victory. They've been waiting all day to get out there, haven't they? At the 4:30 start local time. Here in match 5, and of course we have 5 matches every day, Monday to Friday at the moment. And we've got even Sunday this week, as we're going to have the ACL 21 playoff for the Spanish representatives. But for now, here's Nadim Razak.
Well, he's given that everything, hasn't he? And it's gone for 4 runs. And look at the space he's given himself here. Look. And, well, it wasn't textbook, but it was effective, wasn't it?
Yeah, you can use the whole bat. That one wasn't off the middle, but he'll get 4 runs and they'll take him. Like I said, if they can push up into the 70s, that might just make the Lions a little bit feverish. It could be an awkward kind of a chase, but if they only scrape to about 50, I think this game's all over. Anyway, here's Razak.
That's well bowled.
End of the over. And so we see the score after 4 overs. It's 22 for 4.
One more to take him to the halfway stage, and you can see back to Khalid there. He's not trying to take a single off the last ball there. He's still trying to play his shot, so he's got confidence in Anwar al-Haq that he can play his way. So we're going to see a change here. So
yeah, just a reminder, Rico. Yeah, we're going to change the bowling, and we're going to see Ibrahim Hussain coming to the attack. But just quickly, ECL 21, the playoff, as I mentioned, this Sunday on ECN. Now the first ball back live, and this has been deposited. It's gone all the way over mid-wicket, all the way for a Maximo. And just what Hira Sabadell needed. Some early punishment for Ibra.
Well, that's not the welcome that Ibra Hussain wanted. I'm going to tell you a little bit about Ibra. I mean, normally he's also one of the players who normally plays for different teams. He normally plays for Catalonia Cricket Club. Obviously, Catalonia are not in this series, so some of their players have been spread around different teams. Comes in the bowley second. Oh, and that's really, really wayward. It's a no ball. The wicket keeper did very well to take that.
Strike one in baseball. There's a nice bit of keeping from Kashif behind the stumps. This will be a free hit.
You can see a little bit of rustiness, not played in a while, Ibra. Obviously apparent. And then he comes back.
And they're going to get a bye.
They do. Free comes back hitting the stumps, but of course was a free hit.
It's difficult to take. Is he going to take it? Call it? Yeah, it's a good call. Good umpiring. And again, being a wicket keeper, where's the justice? You want to go out there. Definitely as a keeper, I'm trying to make no buys a priority. There's nothing you can do about this one. This has hit the stumps. And called a bye because it wasn't hit by the bat and didn't hit any of the batsman's person either. So, again, they'll take him.
Well, this time he has to go. He's got his radar right. It took him 2 balls to do it. And, well, that wasn't very amused, was he, Ibra, here? You see, he's getting the wickets and turns around and says, what do you think you're trying to do?
Yeah, he's hit him twice in a row. And our colleague Michael McCann, sometimes he has words for things which I don't think exist, like broken hat trick, for example, which is when you take 3 and 4 balls, which I don't think so. They just call that 3 wickets in 4 balls. I don't know. This could be a fake hat trick if he hits the stumps again. Because he hit the stumps the ball before, didn't he? That didn't count, though, because it was a free hit. And he's hit the stumps again. Let's see if he can do it again.
It's the Spanish sun getting to you.
Yeah, it is. Making me a bit crazy.
Well, that's a big wicket because then that's Makti Khalid. So with him back now, it's going to be, well, I think it's going to be quite difficult to see here Sabadell get to that 80 mark. And we were saying we'll make it an interesting game.
Yeah, they want to scrape whatever they can together. We've seen 63 win a game before. I was just mentioning the City Lions haven't scored a bucket load of runs. I think he's got him again. He only bounced once before it reached him. Let's have a look at this replay. There we go. There's your fake hat trick. Hit the stumps 3 times in a row. Yeah, and a bit of back pad on that as well. So only bouncing once before it reached him. So it's going to be a legitimate delivery. And then cannoning into the bottom of the stumps again. You play across the line at your peril. And we're on a hat trick. We had one in the first game of the day. Are we going to get one in the last game of the day, Rico?
Well, you know what? While this batsman comes in, Ibra is saying, well, let's talk a bit about him. The very first European Cricket Series, he took 13 wickets and a strike rate of 6. He was the second highest wicket taker in that one. Second time round, he was at top of the table, taking 14 wickets for Catalonia CC at a strike rate of 7.71.
Yeah.
So, you know, we know all about his talents. He's a key player, good bowler, takes wickets and pretty decent bat as well. So,
yep.
As soon as he came on, I knew there was trouble brewing. The first 2 balls, well, we're given those. It took 2 to get going. Now that radar spot on. He's on a hat trick.
On a hat trick, 30 for 6 the score. Fucking Nazir facing up.
Asking the question.
Still got to appeal on a hat trick ball.
Yeah,
it's one of the rules. You got to go. It's going a mile down leg side. It'll be a leg by, but.
Well, if only he could have got it straight, he'd be thinking himself.
Yeah, if he got it straight, I think he's a very good chance of getting a hat trick. But anyway, it's been a good over. Picked up 2 wickets. And this is the last ball of it. Can he snare one more for the Lions? Just be a single, which will finish the over. It's going to be 32 for 6 and the halfway point. Here is Sabadell. Well, they need some serious help getting up to a competitive score, but we saw it in the match before, didn't we, Rico? We saw the bottom order stepping up to the plate and scoring those important runs in the last half of the innings. And look, with 5 overs down, again with 6 wickets down, you're probably struggling to score 10 and over. But even if you can score 8 and over from here, then you get in the 70s. And I mentioned the City Lions, their batting so far scored 76, 96 and 75. So even with the inclusion of Ibra, but he might be a bit rusty, and at least it's something to bowl at the moment. Anyway, 6th over about to begin. It's going to be Zahid Nawaz to bowl for the Lions.
And here comes Nawaz. Batsman moved very early across. Well, they've got to take the singles here. Not sure what's going on here.
Yeah, he's just on the back foot, wasn't he? And they just Feeling like he was going to struggle to get down the other end, but yeah, I do agree. They can't be refusing runs at this stage. And All Huck on strike.
On this time they will go.
And you just have the feeling the Lions feel like they're in control of this game at the moment. They've taken wickets at regular intervals, and back to Khalid. Well, he's the only one to mount any kind of a challenge. He scored 15, but Hark next best. He's on 8 not out at the moment. They're struggling to find the fence and struggling to survive, to be frank with you, Rico.
Mm. Nicely played out. It's taken a long route to get to the other end.
Sure did.
But no danger there.
What a day's cricket. I mean, it's a good time to just reflect on the day we've had as well, Rico, and we've seen some excitement, and Pack Care, large favourites, of course, from this group, and they were bundled out for only 69 in the first game, and saw a cliffhanger in that one. Some wickets falling all around the place today.
Oh, if they go, they'll be in trouble.
It's a very ambitious call. But at least they're looking for it, and that's what they need to do at this stage. Now we've seen so many wickets after a day dominated by batsmen on day 12. It's been all the bowlers. On day 13, it's been unlucky for batsmen, that's for sure. The wides is going to be an extra as well, as it gets through the keeper. And yeah, we hope you're enjoying the action. Let us know if you're watching on our YouTube channel. Let us know where you're watching from, and if you've got any questions, and you can tell us some dinner ideas. We always appreciate that in Game 5, of course. Thinking maybe some Indian tonight. What do you think, our friend from down the road? Just an idea. Anyway, mind on the game. Here we go. That'll be another single. So again, they're ticking, but they're not talking.
Yeah, it's all ticky-tack, isn't it, at the moment? Yeah, I mean, that's not a bad call, is it, dear? Get a nice curry, and you want yours nice and spicy again,
I
no
love it
doubt.
spicy, you know that. Just like my cricket, I like it hot. And we've seen some hot action today. Hat-trick, of course, Ali Imran. How's he feeling? Goes to bed with 2 losses, but a hat-trick to his name. Against another single. So look, I did say if they can scramble 8 and over from here, gets them into the 70s, and more or less that's what they got off that one. Just at the end of the over, they are 39, so they got 7 off that one, 39 for 6. At least they didn't lose a wicket that over. So again, my 6 over check-in. Well, 10 and over gets you to 79, but even 8 and over, 24, yeah, 63 is a bit light on. But they got to tell themselves, if we can scrape 70 on the board, we might be able to get some early wickets and put some pressure on. Especially the Lions, they're coming back from a long layoff as well. So I always felt this could be a low-scoring match. We're going to have Inam Khan bowling for the City Lions, and he's going to bowl the 7th over.
Giving that a good hit. Fielders come in, do the fielding, and at the moment, quite happy to do the tiki-taka, getting the singles. That's not a bad thing. Just trying to rebuild a little, maybe carry on like this, get yourself to the 50, and then have a little flurry towards the end. Remember, it's not that many wickets in hand, and they will know better than us who they have to come. Hit in the air, it's going to go safe over the first fielder, and well,
It's a Doosra.
yes, he's made it difficult for himself. Sekinder Raja.
He ran too far.
He ran too far, and you see there, I don't think he can blame the pitch for that one, actually. I think he just went too far and saw the ball go past him. So that's a bonus, 4 bonus runs there. And straight away, he's saying no.
Leave him there. You know, sometimes he can be too fast. Trust me, sometimes he can be too fast. He went too far, didn't he? Sekinder Raja. Anyway, handy boundary for Hiris Abadel. And a handy wide as well. Hey, hello to Ikhtiar Hussain. He says, hello mates, watching this along with the India versus England test match. Of course, that started today. Day-night match in Ahmedabad. And Multi-Apples asking him, how's the other game going? Well, I'm not sure, actually. I'm sure that Ikhtiar can answer. We've got both our eyes fixed on this contest at the moment. The last game of the day in Barcelona. This one's going to get through everyone.
It will go all the way, and these are very valuable runs. Buys, difficult one.
You just got to get
keeper.
Yeah, sorry, Rico. That's got nutmegged. And again, the keeper. And this is one of the skills. You have to track the ball, and because that looked like it was going to hit the batsman or the stumps, the keeper was a spectator for too long, wasn't able to get across. But if you hear a Sabadell, well, beg, borrow, steal. You just need to somehow find a way to get this score up to something like the 70 or 80 mark. And then they're going to have to be caught. So I'll take them however they can.
And Khan just needs to consider it outside the off stump. It's a better delivery, a little bit short, allowing the batsman to get on top of it. And Anwar al-Haq is doing well at the moment here with Nazir Chatta. And that brings the 50 up, so that's the first landmark really. And he's giving us everything. Balle, 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 liking that. Ginna, sona, ginna, bada, shaka.
Where did that come from, Rico?
Well, he's decided to open up his shoulders there. That's a good shot. These two came together with the score on 30, and they're, well, moving along quite nicely here with that 6.56 now.
How about some of that? Where's he been hiding that one? That was welcome. Knew he was going to try again. This is 180 degrees the other way. Right behind him. He gets away with it. That's a run and useful for Hira Sabadell. It was a pretty good over for them. They finished the over at 57. There were 18 runs off that over. They're 57 for 6.
Yeah, that's nice. Nazir Chatta playing a few shots, enjoying himself. Both of these two look like enjoying themselves, and they're finally getting a little bit of vocal support from their dugout as well. That's nice. Appreciating the effort from these two.
Yeah, so now, look, now you're 8 and over from here. Gets you to 81. So pull out one of those big shots and over. Makes all the difference.
Nadeem Raza has been asked to come back and see if he can put an end to this partnership. And, well, he won't with that sort of delivery. Just looking at the umpires, no signal. So it obviously was on its way down as that came through. It was a full toss.
Look at this height. Yeah, I think they might have missed a trick there. The umpire, that looked to be over the waist to me, and we said today the umpiring has been very good for the most part. But again, Hira Sabadell have been cost a run, and this would have been a free hit as well. So let's see if the City Lions can capitalise on that fortunate occurrence.
Down the ground, it was full again, but not able to get good contact. But does once more rotate the strike. These two, well, that's one thing they have done well. They shouldn't be too. He's a little bit disappointed with himself, but it shouldn't be. He scored a run. It's not a dot ball.
Yeah.
And they're certainly doing far better than what the top order batsmen have done.
There's better length in the block hole. But anyway, that missed call probably just costing him one run in the end because they weren't really able to capitalise on the free hit. Well, that would have been a free hit, I should say. But yeah, nice little rearguard action from these two, and they've needed it desperately. Hira Sabadell after a very shaky start, to say the least.
Wow, and there you go. In the end, something had to give. You could see he was trying to get hold of it, trying to hit a few boundaries, and good bowling. Just right up there. Held this one back. You see him roll the fingers around this ball slower. And in the end, Nazir Chatta, he goes making a good 11 of the nine balls that he faced. And while Hucky's still there, stranded at the other end for the moment, and he'll be hoping that he can get majority of the strike. It's coming this way now. So Nadeem Raza once more in the wickets. He's taken 2 now.
It was a good partnership, these two, the two that we've just seen batting, because they took the score from 30 for 6. They put on 29, so 59 for 7. A little bit more healthy, but still on life support, I think. Hira Sabadell. Again, I think they'll probably end up somewhere in the 70s if they can bat out their overs. Anyway, Razak is trying to finish the job.
And Mahmood just managed to drop the bat on that. Goes out for the single.
Multi Apples, welcome to you. Saying great cricket. Well, I hope you're enjoying it. Again, you won't find cricket like this anywhere else on the planet, or any other planet for that matter. We're seeing some crazy cricket today and some crazy close finishes as well, and you'll see it here every day, Monday to Friday, on the European Cricket Network.
Well, Huck, will he go? He does go. Well, if you're going to feed him there, he's certainly going to go. Well, the fielder running on the boundary there, sticking a hand up. We've seen some spectacular ones taken one-handed, but this one was hit too well all the way over. Fielding the coaches but Shaka ho gaya, 6 runs.
Another one is fortunate to get away with it, I would have thought, because it was around waist height, but the umpire just deciding it wasn't above waist height. So in the end, it'll just be
it looks
the
like
6.
the batsmen are asking the question as well, saying, "Hey, ump, are you still with us?"
Yeah,
There's a bit high.
Day for the umpires as well, you'd have to say. But again, I'm of the opinion of those ones, if they're on the borderline, and I think you've got to call them, because there's no reason you should be bowling that full anyway. So even if they're waist height, I mean, as a bowler, you can't really complain, because you shouldn't be bowling them that high in the first place. So I'd actually change the rule. Oh, here you go. Here's a mixed Massimo's big call for you. I'll wait for this ball though.
Yeah, this is an important over. Ibra back on.
Ibra has been very good, hasn't he, so far, picking up 2 wickets in his previous over. But anyway, it's game 5, so why don't we do Mr. Maximo's big call? This isn't so much about a game situation. This is about a little tweak. Jesus has rejoined us. Hello, Jesus. Nice to see you back with us.
Buenas tardes. Well, buenas tardes and adios is what we say to that. Adios, pelotas, 6 carreras. And once more, full delivery, once more quite high.
Yeah.
Full toss, smashed away.
At least they're consistent, that's all I'll say. Probably there's 3 there I think they might have missed. But anyway, 6 runs, and that's what they should get, especially with the spinner. And that Maximo, well, they're getting him into competitive territory now. There's still 10 balls remaining in the innings. They've got him to 72. Bruh, can he get back on target? So here's my big call. I would change the rule, not waist height. I would say any ball that's over stump height on the full is a no ball. And you take the guesswork out of it, because you've got a fixed reference point, top of the stumps. Come back to you in a moment. He'll wait just the single, I think. And the reason is, so for example, sometimes we've seen some fast full balls, and I saw one on the internet the other day. They're going, well, is this above his waist height? And it's dipped and it's hit the top. It takes all the guesswork out of it. Any ball which passes the stumps above stump height on the full is no ball. Get rid of this waist height, because the waists are different and it's hard to pick up if you're the umpire.
Well, good throw, be in trouble.
Convince me I'm wrong, Rico. How do you feel about that?
No, it's I'm just trying to. I'm thinking of it now with me umpire's hat on, and yeah, I mean, you see what sometimes I know good umpires, and I know 1 or 2 of them are listening. Some tournament referees around the world, and they'll probably, well, hopefully if you're listening, come back on this one. We'll just see this ball from me, bro. And it's going to be a dot ball. Yeah, the good umpires will say when you go to square leg, it's that over comes to an end. So just give you an update on the score. I think that's 74. A good umpire will say when you're at square leg, before the proceedings of the game get started, what you do is where you're standing, so you go back to the same mark, and then you get something in the background, which is your point, which is your mark. Now, if you always stick with that mark, then you know. Yeah? Yep. Now, so, again, I think the square leg umpire, I see what you're saying about the stumps, but I think with those high balls, it's the square leg umpire that has a better view of whether that ball is going to be just watch this, and he's got hold of this beautifully. What a lovely shot that was. Well, he's certainly in the mood at the moment here. What a lovely shot this was. Let's watch this again.
Yeah, it looks all wrists. Watch this. This takes him up into the 80s. And if you don't mind, I'll just send that one out of here.
So nicely hit, 6 runs, and wow, he's
he's
taking on the big bowlers here, isn't he?
Yeah, it certainly is. So yeah, the square leg umpire, in my view, he should still be the one calling it. I'm just come back to that in a second. This one's a bit more fortunate. He's going to get away, and he could get 4 for it.
He does indeed. This is a terrific over, and this is a good comeback. This from Hero Sabadell, and once more, like we saw in the match before with the Ripple Warriors.
Finding a way, aren't they? Big Burrow still.
It's the tail that doing it. Yeah, so I think the umpire that's standing at the bowler's end, unless it's a quick bowler that's bowling and you know the pace of the ball and the trajectory it's going on is going to go over, whether it's the stumps, if you use the stumps, or whether it's the waist, it's easy. A slower bowler is difficult, and that's where I think the square leg has to have that call. And if he's got that fixed point, makes it easier.
Yep. Well, at the moment, I think any umpire can call it under the rules. We'll come back to it after this ball, but they're up in the 80s and they're up and about. Here is Sabadell. And now they're not, because, of course, I've done it again. But again, at the end of a good innings, Anurul Haque finishing with a bit of a flourish.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate this. It's gone onto his back pad and onto the stumps. He made himself a little bit of room, and he'll probably be thinking to himself, well, if I stayed where I was, I would have had a good hit of this down the leg side. But in the end, he's done a very good job for his team, so he should be proud walking back there. Yes. And I'm sure he'll get a bit of appreciation from his dugout because he's done a terrific job.
34 he contributed of 20 balls. We remembered Akhtar to come out now. The score is 84 for 8, 3 balls to go. Yeah, so just to summarise what you're saying, Rico, I still think it should be mostly the square leg umpire's call, but you're talking about them, and what you're saying is completely correct. Picking a spot in the distance that they think is about the height. Now, there are a couple of complicating factors. Is not all batsmen are the same height, right? So you might have a guy that's 2 metres tall, you might have a guy that's 1.5 metres tall. But I'm saying that is still a good idea, but now you've got a fixed point to work with, which is the top of the stumps, which you're looking at anyway. And again, it might be slightly below what waist is, but not by much. And I think that would be just an easier call. Speaking of stumps, there goes another one. So, guess what? Hat-trick alert. Because this over's gone 6-4, wicket. And they're now 84 for 9 with 2 balls to go. And Rico, we had a wicket. We had a hat-trick, I should say, in the first game of the day. Zahid Nawaz, well, he's getting the job done, isn't he, for the City Lions. And he is going to be on a hat-trick. Did get a wicket in his first over. He's obviously making up for it now. And he's got the number 11 batsman. I often say if you're on a hat-trick, there's nobody better to be at the other end than a number 11. It's going to be Fida Hussain.
It's got to be full and straight, hasn't it? Full and straight.
Oh, and I tell you what, they've done well though here at Sabadell. We talked about if they could get somewhere in the 70s. Well, they're already up in the 80s, 84. And here we go. As the sun sets on day 13. Match 65 in the Fan Code European Cricket Series. It's going to be Zahid Nawaz, who's on a hat-trick for the City Lions.
He's taken a long time to get his guard, hasn't he? That tells you a story.
Right, here we go. Hat-trick ball.
And he's wasted it, hasn't he? He's fired it down the leg side.
Have a go. Go on,
he's got to come back. Got to come back. Oh, come on, boys. You've got to come back.
Yeah, well, I suppose what he's thinking there is that the batsman who's there with him is the more likely to punish the last ball, so I can kind of see what he's doing. But you put some pressure on yourself, don't you? Because now we're at 85. Here we go. Last ball of the innings. And they're going to have to run it hard. They'll get 1. They should be turning for 2. Again, probably wrong end. And they're going to get back for 2 in the end. And I think the striker's looking for another one. And he's going to be run out because the other guy was already in the dugout. But regardless, it was only ever going to be 2 runs. Geez, we've seen some funny run-outs, haven't we, at the last balls of the innings. But anyway, it'd be filthy if your fantasy team failed because of one of these run-outs, wouldn't you? Anyway, that will end the innings. According to my calculations, they'll finish on 87, all out.
Well, that was his first wicket. I haven't seen too many taken in the slip area. The one that comes to mind is one that Mohammad Jafri put down very early on in this series, but that one was taken at the second attempt. And then, well, that brought into crease that Baktir Khalid. He played some nice shots. We know he's a classy player. But what he couldn't do early on is put any partnership together. One being played on. And, well, that was a nice shot. Good flurry. Gave himself plenty of room. And then, well, going for one shot too many. Yeah, big player, and that's been the story. That one staying a little bit low, a bit unfortunate. Had to make his way.
Yeah, to say the least. Ibra, an important addition to this City Lions lineup. I'm sure he'll have a part to play as they chase 88, 2 fat ladies for victory here in match 65. That was the end of Fakir Nazir Chatta. A good partnership. 29 at a crucial time. It was the bottom half of the Hira Sabadell lineup, you'd have to say, did most of the damage. Despite losing wickets and losing the last one off the final ball of the innings, they have dragged their score up to 87 off the very last ball. Let's just go through this innings over by over. 3, 10, 3, 6, 10, 7, 18, 9, 8 and 13. So you said 18, 9, 8 and 13. A good finish off those last 4 overs. They scored 48 runs off those last 4 overs after they only scored 39 in the first 6. And, well, we talked about them just getting a good score on the board. And mention again the City Lions. Mentioned that with the bat, they haven't been particularly successful so far in their 3 matches. They've scored 76, 96 and 75. So again, I think it's all set up. We always say, don't we, Rico, these chases between 80 and 100, they make for great cricket matches, and we could have one more close finish here on day 13.
Yeah, I think it's going to be the case if we will have, Vinny. I think we said right at the beginning, both these teams are very evenly matched, and we just needed Hira Sabadell, somebody to stand up tall once more, like we were saying when in the previous game with Ripple Warriors, somebody to stand up, play a few shots, and get them to a average, fairly healthy total. And they've done that. They've given themselves something to bowl at. They've given City Lions something to think about. And well, it's going to be interesting. And once more, that power play will be key. Pick up a few early wickets, and it's anybody's game.
Yeah, interesting to say the least. So please join us in about 10 minutes' time. We'll be beginning the chase for the City Lions as they chase 88 for victory. And we certainly enjoyed your company today on the European Cricket Network, wherever you're watching in the world. It's Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full in the commentary box. So join us in just a few minutes for the chase in match 65. You're watching the Fan Code European Cricket Series.
Muy buenas tardes. De última vez, hoy, día 13, in the campo de Montjuïc, the campo olímpico. Welcome back. The last time on day 13, we were on match number 65, and it's, well, going to be a very even contest, I think. 87 was scored by Hira Sabadell, and once more, thanks to some good rear guard action, and Wael Haq making 32 off 22, and then other than Maktir Khalid, who are up the order, coming in at number 4, made 15 of 9 before really he got a mid throw his wicket away. But Wael Haq did some good rebuilding, took the singles early on before playing some big shots and helping his side to get to 87. So 88 is the target. And the Lions, well, they've struggled with the runs themselves. So they've got to search deep, and they will need somebody to come up with the good partnership and play some nice shots of their own if they are to end this match 65 on day 13 with a victory. Just about getting ready to start. It's like the bowler doing a little bit of stretching. So no excuses if this one is a wide. And it looks like it's going to be Hira Lal to bowl this, the first over. And, well, you could put odds on this being a wicket. The ball crashing into the stumps, first ball, golden duck, because we've seen enough of it. So we're going to see a change in the tide. Here we go. So it's Ibra Hussain. Starts with a single, so it's a key player. This is the first game he's playing for them. He's been in the squad but unable to play the earlier games because of work commitments. He's already shown his strength with the ball. Swing and a miss outside the off stump. So Hassan Shafiqat. Just making some adjustment to the field straight away. Back hard towards the bowler, sort of half stopped it, but the batsman and the wicketkeeper sharing a little dance together before the wicketkeeper let him go. So Charanjit Singh said, "Can I have this dance please?" And Ibra obliged, and then goes on to get himself in his crease. Oh, he's hit that well. He's going to race away. His fielder has to get down to that. Doesn't. And, well, that goes through to 4 runs. Got to use your hands here. Got to commit. You've got to get your clothes dirty. If you don't, it's going to go through for 4 runs down there. And, well, they chased it, but it's gone. Fielding the course. The gitti sigi. But fielding error ho gaya. Chokka ho gaya. 4 runs. So Ibra is off and running. That's the first boundary for the City Lions. And he's got his man. And Ibra going for a similar shot this time. The ball maybe staying a tad low, but going straight through onto the stumps. That's a very important wicket. We just see this again. Yeah, just straight through. Hitting the off stump halfway up. So Ibra makes 5 runs, including 1 boundary for 4. But has to depart, and not the start that the Lions wanted. A lot of shabash at the moment from Hira Sabadell. Mushbar Ali, the new batsman coming in. Ooh, that's very well bowled. Beating him outside the off stump. Let's watch this. Nicely bowled, just moving away. Good bit of work. That's nice. And that is the end of the first over. So it's even Stevenson. If my memory is correct, I think it's more or less what Hero Sabadell were on themselves. Well, Hero Sabadell were 3 for 1 at the end of the first, and the Lions 6 runs, 1 wicket down. Well, the sun coming down now. And Vinny, I see you using the good old trusted clipboard to do his job. I think some of the fielders are eyeing you up and may want to borrow that.
I might need to. Yeah, he one hand to catch. We've seen that already today.
That's well hit. That's a nice positive shot, and well, it was hit well enough that even in that area of the field where the ball tends to get stuck, it's managed to find its way to the boundary. Good shot.
I tell you what, I struck again though on my way back, didn't I? With an early wicket. Ibra, I thought he'd be a huge key for the Lions in this chase, and to me, from what I saw walking back, he was getting across the line all the time, and he's playing a bit of Russian roulette if that's the way you're playing, and straight one getting him. So a big wicket for Hero Sabadell. They've got the runs on the board in this match.
He's hit in the same area again this time, but not going as far. They did push the man back from inside the ring, and he's just indicating there, if you left me where I was, I would have had it. I would have.
Always the way, isn't it?
It's easier said than done, as we found out here. We have seen some magnificent catching, but we have seen a few that have gone down as well, and some extremely easy ones.
And we're on Hock to bowl. And beats him outside the off stump. So you see, dot's all important, of course, in a chase of this size. For this over, it was 82 or 54, so want to start with the rate. Next one, chopped away. I think they'll just get the single in the end. Yeah, just quickly about this chase. Look, you basically need 88, don't you? So call that 9 and over. You want to be around that rate, don't you? So 18 after this over. They're just a couple behind at the moment. I think 1 or 2 boundaries will fix, but you don't want to fall too much off the pace, especially with that early wicket. The batsmen just need to be aware of what's required.
Yeah, and of course we know all about the talents of this bowler. We've said there's been 3 hat-tricks already in this Fancode European Cricket Series, and this man, he's the one who started it all. That ball, good bowling, and we have to go back to that match. It's match number 9, Hero Sabadell versus the Ripoll Warriors, and that was when he took that hat-trick, but still ended up on that occasion on the losing side. That's well hit. It may go all the way. It does indeed, and that's one way to deal with it. That's one way to get yourself back in line with this run chase. Nice shot right at the end of the over. So 18 off 2.
Well, I said it, didn't I, Rico? They want to be going at 9 and over. And again, the big shot. And hey, presto, what do you know? 18 off 2, that's where they need to be. Yeah, and Ronald Hark. A couple of close calls for the batsman, because especially that penultimate ball just went over the stumps. But he gets the treatment with the big Maximo off the last ball, so just got a feeling we've got a close game on our hands here, Rico, as the sun sets on another day of exciting cricket action on the European Cricket Network. We passed the halfway point of the tournament today, and we've got some exciting news hot off the presses as well. I can tell you that in a second, but we'll see Hiralal continue.
It's a good start. Hiralal bowling, he's second, and the last of the power play. Short. And he's pushed that away. Oh, and we almost saw another fantastic grab. And it's Bakhtir Khalid there. What a grab that would have been. He looks the part, then he's got the cap and the shades. Well, he needs them out there. This was well hit. And look at this. Almost stuck. And what a catch that would have been.
Well, it would have been, but it saved some runs for his team as well. Have to say, saving 5 potentially, or at least 3.
Yeah.
It looked to be 4 or 6, so great work from the fielder in the end. Wasn't able to hold on for a classic.
This one just dropping short. And they're banging into each other.
Everywhere.
A bit of bumper cars there as well.
Oh, it wasn't it? A bit of pinball, human pinball. It came from everywhere. And yeah, well, you see the desperation of the fielders. You can understand, can't you?
Well, something's going to happen this over, isn't it? Short, and that has been sent way over, out of the ground. What a big hit that was. Ginnasona, it wasn't the best of deliveries, but he wasn't going to miss out on this. He's muscled that to the boundary. Mushbar Ali. He was looking for it when he was looking for it, and he got the ball in the right slot, and off it went.
Well, I often say I get hungry in match 5 of the day. Well, Mubasher was hungry. And hungry for runs, hungry for the big boundary. He's come up with it. They need a wicket here at Sabadell.
Well, there goes another one, and they do say that it's this time of day that the Lions come out to feed. And, well, they have. They've come out, and they're feeding well here. They're eating up these deliveries and sending them out of the ground. 6 more.
Well, it's a feast. And tell you what, he's not missing out. You can't blame Hirilal. He's tossed it up there and said, well, have a go if you like. Take the risk. Ooh, next one's pushed through, though. And again, this is poor fielding.
Oh, dear, oh, dear.
Poor fielding and just putting out the boot in hope. And often we see some fielding behind the wicket. Often they're hidden back there. And I think he's looking for somewhere to hide. Isn't he there, Mehmet Akhtar? And gets through for 4 runs.
Yeah, the end of the over, and a very good one for the Lions. That certainly accelerated them on to 36 for 1. And with that power play now looking quite good. 10 and over, we always say you want to be going at more or less, and they're on 36 here. And just to remind you, 88 is the target. If you have a look at the required runs, we're just under 8.
Yeah, so you can see that over 18 off it. They doubled their score from 18 to 36. Hirilal wasn't a bad over by any means, but a couple of good shots, but also a couple of lapses in the field. Had a bit of everything that over. We had the Bakhtir Khalid almost miracle catch. Did save the boundary. Looks like we're going to have Fida Hussain to bowl the 4th over for Hiris Abadel.
San Shafqat on strike. Both these batsmen have made good starts here now. And, well, don't get too carried away. Yes, it is good. They've played some good shots. They found the boundary, but they mustn't forget about the singles. You get a couple of dot balls here lined up, and you know the pressure all comes back on you, and that rate goes back towards the 10 mark. So take the singles as well. It's not as if either one of these has to stay on strike. They're both batting pretty well. It's in the air. This is going to be a chance. Fielder's got to do well to get to it and makes it look simple. That's a very good catch taken there, and that's Hirilal. You know he's a key player. Key with the ball and key out there. He's done very well there. You saw he made good ground, got himself there early, and then made it look comfortable. So just say there was probably not any need to be going after it then that way. Could have quite easily have taken the singles, but Shafqat deciding he wanted to carry on playing those exuberant shots, but finds himself back in the dugout.
He certainly does, and Hirilal, he's cool as a cucumber under there, wasn't he? Might look more like pineapples actually with their uniforms, Hiris Abadel, but was in the air a long time, but he knew exactly where he had to be, had good soft hands under it, good catching technique. Hasn't always been the case today, but again an important wicket. This one's shortened, absolutely bludgeoned, and that has gone a long way. It was too short, it got the treatment. Maximo, and 6 more runs to the Lions.
Well, he absolutely nailed that, didn't he? I mean, that's just, if it weren't for that netting, it would still be going. What a terrific shot.
That was middle of the bat on the ball, if ever I heard one. And that one's going to take about 5 throws to get it back to the centre, Rico. And again, despite the wicket, they're still attacking, and that's the way you approach a target like this, especially if you're confident in your attacking ability. And again, you're waiting for the ball that you can score off. So that was short, and he was able to do it. It's just a bit of an issue with his equipment here. And the 12th man's going to come out and sort it out for him. He's going for a helmet now. I think his life flashed before his eyes. And we do, of course, encourage the use of helmets and protective equipment in European cricket. So, just despite putting that one into the next county, he's realised, well, might be a little bit safer covering the old brain and surroundings. So that's good to see. But, well, the score spiralling out of control. 42 for 2 at the moment. Halfway through this, the 4th over.
Not quite timed this one. Be picked up easily. Will do the work, and we will now have the new batsman, Nasir Ahmed, on strike.
Wazza, who's joining us. He's raining cricket balls. He's in the middle of the night where you, Wazza, where you are. I think it's 2:30 in the morning. Tell me if I'm right or if I'm wrong. We've got Nate. Oh, we got Nate asking me about my breaking news. Actually, I might spill it at the end of this over. That's good. It's good to see someone's paying attention anyway. And Nate's saying they'll need to swap insurance after that collision between the fielders. Maybe. Oh, Nate. An American that has a sense of humour. Now, I've seen everything, Rico. It's nice to have you with us, Nate. Been missing you a bit today. And saying, oh no, the fielder should leave the football to Messi in Barcelona for that effort behind the wicket. Well, he's got all the call. Got to get him on the commentary one day, Nate, I reckon. This one's wide down the leg side. Yeah, so we do have a bit of breaking news. Rico, I don't think even you know about this, Rico. I just saw it on my phone. Flashed up red alert. It was flashing. It was buzzing. It was doing all sorts of things in my pocket. And I pulled it out, so I do have some breaking news for you. And actually, you'll like this news as well, Rico. I'll tell you why in a second.
Breaking news I'm going to like.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think the viewers will definitely like this if you're still with us. Thanks for being here. Here is not quite the last ball of the over because of the wide, but it'll be a dot.
Are you going to tell me that one of the local curry houses has sent you a message saying they're going to send you a free vindaloo or something?
Rico, I know you like a bit of time off when you can. If you want to go and order my dinner from that nice little Pakistani restaurant around the corner, I think it's Raj there. I'll tell you what, I don't think I'm skipping dinner tonight, although I was well fed today, but I've got it on my mind. Anyway, I'll give it to you after this ball from Fida Hussain. And this is dropped down, and they think about a run, but they're not going to get it. That's the end of the over after 4 overs. It's all the 4s, 44 for 2. Now, ECL 21 qualifier on Sunday. You know that. 3 matches, and they start at the same time as usual. They start at 7:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe. It's 1 p.m. in India. But I can tell you, after those 3 matches, we have rescheduled 2 of the matches which were washed out. I'm not quite sure which 2 they are. And those games will start at 4:30 a.m. GMT and 6:30 4:30 p.m. and 6:30 p.m. GMT. That's 5:30 and 7:30 p.m. in Central Europe. It's 10 p.m. and midnight in India. But Rico, the reason I said you'll be happy is because you've got the weekend off to go visit your family. So that's good news for you. It means that's something for you to do on Sunday night. You can listen to me.
Yeah, I'll bring you back. I'll bring you back some throat lozenges.
It'll be a late night and an early morning, but that's what we want to do because we want to put on as much cricket as possible, and it's great that we're going to reschedule 2 of those matches on Sunday. Breaking news, and breaking news here: the game's developing into a bit of a contest as we see Ikram ul Haq.
Yeah, I mean they've got to be careful here, Vin. I mean, if we just saw a few dot balls there before your breaking news announcement, and they're back to just plodding it around. They don't that intent seems to have disappeared. They've got to be careful.
I already know this is a golden ball game. That wasn't breaking news. This is going right down to the wire. Don't worry about that.
You ever made your call today? Well, that was interesting, and that was an absolute beauty. You beauty. That's what you got to say to that. What a lovely piece of bowling. Well, nobody picked this one, and look at that. That was just pure class.
He's put everything behind that as well. The bat, the pad, the head, the body, and all he can do is sink. It's just a little bit of straightening, I think, perhaps down the line, and they needed a wicket here at Sabadell. Look, when you think of how disastrous this game was going for them, let's rewind back to the 5th over of the first innings of this match. They were 30, and they'd lost 6 players. They were 30 for 6 in the 5th over. They recovered to score 87, and really now, well, it's even Stevens for me. They fall to 45 for 3.
Well, that's another one that we're going to send away to the Chinese restaurant. We got no more room
Another
for ducks
duck.
here today. We just haven't. But you know what? We've seen some good bowling. You know, we talk about Kuldeep Lal. We talk about Abhishek Borikar. That was classy for me. That was a really, really good delivery. And to beat the batsman there, I mean, look at the batsman. It was like he was down on one knee.
He was trying
like he was being knighted, wasn't he?
He wasn't playing a slog, to be fair. We've seen the stumps disappear with some outrageous stroke play, but that was all defence. Got around him. Now, here's the man for the situation. I think this is Amar Shakur, who's come out. He's the captain of the team. And he's wearing like the big floppy hat. The old Richie Richardson special, isn't it? The big floppy hat, as we call it.
Yeah.
And he's left-handed, starting with a single, but the equation, well, it's tightening up a little bit. He got 42 off 33 required. So a bit of magic from Ikram Ul-Haq. And I just had a feeling about this game. It might be a close finish. It's shaping up that way at the moment. Well, this is down the leg side. And this time the fielder, well, he gets behind it. Using the hands, he's got the memo. So that'll be 2 extras, and again, they'll take him every way they can at the moment.
He's got a little bit of the Adams about his action, hasn't he? He's really, it's all that shoulder. You got the feeling, it looks painful, it looks like it's going to pop out. And I tell you what could have been painful there. I mean, the batsman playing that shot, and I thought the wicketkeeper was going straight into the bat there. I mean, it's hard to tell how close he was from where we are, but I don't think he was that far off.
And there you go. This one again. That was a bit high, but umpires, they've been consistent with the application of that rule. Just going back to the chat. Actually, I got Waz's time wrong. It's of course with the daylight saving. Of course, it's 3:30 a.m. So I forgot to account for that. I'm sure the clocks will be going back soon on the eastern states of Australia. And we got some confirmation from ECN European Cricket Network. Come back to that in a second. Oh, that could be out. Maybe just kept his foot down.
Yeah, let's have a look at that again. It was certainly good work. Let's see. Obviously, it's looked good from this side. Let's hit side on.
Yeah, let's have a look. I thought for a second he may have lifted his foot. It was a nice bit of keeping, you'd have to say. This just dragged it out. Just got it back in time. And the keeper, well, did he keep the ball? Let's have a look. Oh, he didn't have the ball, so he wasn't going to be out. So I gave him too much credit. But anyway, I think regardless, I think he was safe. So those games, it's going to be City Lions versus Hira Sabadell. And then Hira Sabadell versus Barna Royals. So it'll be these 2 teams again on the weekend. So this has been a close game, and I won't say it again. And the reasoning for that, and I like this, it'll mean by replaying those matches that no team would have lost more than 1 match to rain. So that's good that they've given priority to the teams that have had more games rained out, getting first priority, and obviously we try and make up the matches as many as we can anyway. That's the end of 5 overs. The 50s come up. It's 50 for 3. But there, so a bit of extra cricket on Sunday. So normally we're just Monday to Friday at the moment in Barcelona, but Sunday action. You're now going to get, hey presto, 5 matches on Sunday.
Oh, that's
and night matches.
Night
Exciting.
matches as
Maybe
well.
under lights.
We'll have the lights on.
24 hours a day soon.
Just wondering whether they may have to change the white kookaburra to a pink one.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Maybe,
now you're getting a bit too fancy, because they've played night cricket with white balls for quite a while.
Just thinking with the floodlights, white lights ball going in the air,
Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
Anyway,
We've seen some pink balls before.
let's get back to this
Back
one.
in
It's
Singapore. Where are we?
Interesting poise. There's 2 under 8 required and over. 50 for 3. Change of bowling.
Shazad coming into the attack. 38 off 30 required. It's good running, and I like to see that. Important they go for every run.
Yeah, so can the captain make something happen here?
And Master Nate saying, we better hope for a great cricket to distract us from the sadness of a day of cricket without Senor Rico.
Gracias, mi amigo. That's well, you know what? I'll be there. I'll be here in mind. I will, certainly will. In fact, maybe I'll give you my jersey just to keep in my chair next to you, Vinny, so you don't get too lonely.
I'll fly at half mast.
I'll give you my cap and my jersey, so you know you'll always think I'm there, and of course I'll send you the odd message now and again.
Well, you would have had a day without me on Monday, but it rained all day, so that was my day off. No, this one's down leg side. There's a big appeal. Maybe there's a noise, but the umpire, there might be a conference here, and I don't know exactly what he's conferring about. Let's have a look at this one. This looks like it's missed everything, and there might have been all kinds of sounds there, but I think in the end, I think there's not a conference.
Yeah, just going straight through.
Yeah, because
if you ask me,
what happens down here, when you're the keeper, it's easy to get excited because, look, there's all sorts of things that can make a noise, and it's probably the batsman hitting his own pad or just the ruffle of the swing of the bat, but there was nowhere near anything, and we'll see if but it's a good way to actually try and stop a wide. And there's a call in the end.
Well, we're just waiting. The umpire's coming back to his spot and see what's happening. He's giving him out.
Well, sometimes we say that's ECS. We have a look at this one down the leg side. Well, it wasn't miles away from the bat, but did feel like it went past the bat. And, well, again, look, the batsman walking straight off, which is to his credit. But, again, I wonder what that conference might be about down the leg side. It's a long day for the umpires as well. But we've had a lot of good umpiring. That's one that perhaps I think the batsman can consider himself unfortunate.
I mean, the umpires, give them credit, they did the right thing. There was obviously something for them to clarify, they did, and everything for them pointed to the decision as being out. And well, the men in black, they've given their verdict. They've seen something that we haven't, so a wicket goes down and this game gets even more interesting.
Oh, sure does. Kashif Shafi, the new batsman. Well, I'll tell you what, there's been a couple of ones today that you don't really know how to describe them, but what I will say is for the most part, the men in black, they've done a very good job during this series. We've seen some very good calls. This game's shaping up to be quite a contest, isn't it?
Floated up, that's well hit straight, we'll just take the single. Very important now that the batsmen that are coming in sort of build this innings around Mubashir Ali. He's going to be key from here on in. He's the man on strike here now, and he'll know the importance of his knock. Just will feel if he can just, well, I suppose play 5 big shots and this game is in the bag, isn't it? And he's got the ability to do it. Just got to pick and choose the right ball. And he hasn't done that. It's in the air. And Hiralal, a tremendous effort from him, diving forward. And, well, that's commitment for you. Unbelievable effort from Hiralal.
What a good effort it was, wasn't it? It just curved away from him at the last moment. He was off to the races. And watch out. You don't want to be the blade of grass, which is under Hiralal. We've seen him do it with the bat and the ball, but also in the field. Such an important player. That's the kind of effort we love to see here in the Fancode European Cricket Series. The last ball of this over.
It's good contact. Is he going to go through the gap? And oh dear, it's Bakhtir Khalid once again. Misjudgment from him. Maybe in his case he has to take those shades off. Totally missed it here, and all he had to do was get a hand on it. Missed it. It goes through before, and the captain is not happy at all.
Only 7 off that over, including that boundary off the last ball. So what do you think, guys? We've got ECN, European Cricket Network, one of the monkeys behind the desk typing. It's nice to have you with us, ECN European Cricket Network, saying Rico, day-nighters are played with white balls. You know what I'd say back to that? It's not day-nighter, it's a night-nighter. But anyway, we'll come back to that. And Wazza saying that didn't really see an edge there. And Luke saying batsman did the right thing. No complaints, just walked off. Well, that's what you got to do. You have to respect the umpire's decision. Look, there's going to be some you don't agree with. They're human, of course. And like I say, for the most part, the umpire's been very good. And well done to Shakur, captain leading by example. Says, good effort by the keeper. Down the leg side, it's never easy. And the ball's behind the batsman, but it'll be 2 handy runs. And let's have a look at the equation. It's now 29 off 24. And with 6 wickets in hand, what was the situation in the last match? I mean, the Warriors just got stuck in glue, didn't they? With about 30 to go. Saw 10 dot balls in a row from one of the bowlers. And this weight's under control, but at least another wicket. Be very interesting. It's already very interesting. Here's Ikram ul Haq.
With that down towards the backward point area. We'll take the single. So that's 3 runs this over so far. 2 wides. The single there. That's all they've got to do here. Just keep putting bat on ball, taking the single, and hope that this man here, Bashar Ali, can hit a few big ones. I mean, he skied the last one, and here Alal almost made a fantastic grab, just well, 30 centimetres out of his reach. But what's he going to do here? Is he still going to try and go big? Yes, he is, and they're asking the question this time. All eyes once more on the umpire.
Well, this is a nice piece of bowling. Nice piece of wicket keeping as well. Let's have a look at this. He's well back in his crease to start. You see a step forward here. Keeps that back foot grounded. It was always grounded. So even though it was a nice piece of keeping, it's also smart from the batsman. A nice bit of camera work as well. Whoever's on that camera side on, doing a great job.
Yeah, Charanjit Singh, he's had a good game up until now, isn't he, the wicket keeper?
Here's Ikram again.
A little bit wider and stays inside the guidelines for the umpire. So that's a dot ball.
Yeah, well, this is tightening up.
Bit of gold dust.
Oh, it certainly is. And certainly Ikram ul Haq, he's a real competitor, keeping his team in the game. Big swing. And again, the keeper. Can't do anything about this one. It'll be a bye. I think it'll be a bye. Never know.
I think got a little bit of bat. Maybe
edge
we'll
on
see
that?
from the I think a little bottom of the bat.
Yeah, fair enough. But yeah, 2 to come here, and it's a score 61. So they need 27. And wow, really tightening up. 20 balls remain. What do you think if you're watching on ECN?
There we go, that's another one. And he does like them when they go all the way through. And why shouldn't he celebrate? Look at this, beautiful bowling. Yes, Toma, I've got my man. There's another, he's loving that. A little bit of Rafa Nadal about him there in his celebrations, I think.
Well, you've got to hit the target, and that's worked for the bowlers today. And isn't he happy?
Oh, Rafa the man. That's what I like, he says. And that keeps his game very much alive. Another wicket. The big man is still there. Mind you, he's lost his touch for the moment. He's just dealing in singles once more. The big hits have disappeared. Another batsman coming in.
Yeah, so Kander Raja's coming out though, but he's a pretty accomplished player. And we have seen him batting a bit higher for the City Lions in the past. Just wonder if he'll just have a cool head in this situation. As we see the equation, City Lions 61 for 5, a ball to go in the 7th over. So requiring 27 off 19 balls. It's the last ball this over. Big swing and a miss, so there you go. And that will make the score 61 for 5 after 7. And Rico, this one is nicely set up. 9 and over required, 27 off last 3. But just a reminder to everyone watching, we will be back tomorrow for day 14. I'm sure the match preview, if it's not already up, it won't be far away at europeancricket.com. Don't forget to keep up to date with all the highlights and the fantasy dashboards, the match summaries at our social media accounts at European Cricket on Twitter, Instagram and Facebook. But please rejoin us tomorrow at 7:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe. It's 1 p.m. in India. Myself and Rico will be with you once again for a very exciting day of action.
Yeah, sorry, Vinny. I'm just having a look here with Sabadell, having a little bit of conference, trying to decide who's going to bowl. They've got to be careful here as well because of the time. I mean, time is dragging on here. Of course, the umpires will keep a tight control on it, but you can't waste too much time. You've got to be ready with your bowlers.
All right, it's going to be the captain to bowl.
It's hit hard and it's going to go all the way. Balle, balle, balle. How important is that one? The first ball of this, his second over, goes over the fielder for 6 runs. And, well, he's found his rhythm once more.
Yeah, as long as he's there, Mubashir Ali, you think that he'll get him home, but we've seen things change in an instant. It's a good last over from Ikram Al-Haq. He went for 4 runs. I've decided that's a magic over for bowlers, 4 or less. Okay? No, it's not the right time to bring that up, but 6 and a miss. Yeah, I've decided if 20 or more is a magic over for a batsman. I've decided now. It's not. I'm not going to even ask your opinion because it's been decided. I've written it down now.
Hey,
4 or less. That's a magic over for the bowlers. Okay, now I want your opinion. To be honest.
No. 4 or less, no. 4 or less, I think, is a good over. It's not a magic one.
Oh, no, what's a magic over for a bowler? If 20 plus for a batsman's magic, what's magic? What do you think on the YouTube chat? 2.
No. 2. Yeah, 2.
No.
2. Come on. I'm a bowler and I'm saying that 2.
2.
4. I mean 4. If you could bowl a bad ball, it's gone for 4. You can't call that a magic.
How about 3? I'll meet you in the middle. All right, 3.
Ooh, this is like discussions about the golden ball now, isn't it? It's the same sort of thing now.
Discussions over 3, isn't it?
And I thought that was going to go through. Big old swipe. It's there, or it's if it's there, it's gone, isn't it? In that one spot with Mubashir, but anywhere else, he's not getting bad onto it. And I just think if they just had a bowler that could just get that radar homed in full on that off peg, that they could see the end of him, and that probably could signal the end of this match in favour of Sabadell. But he's still there scratching around. And the captain, he's not scratching around. He's hit this big. That's a biz away. Super 6. As it smashes into the scaffolding and stands behind us and lands conveniently at my feet. There you go, buddy.
Didn't even see that one coming.
Well, that was a massive hit. 6 runs, and that's the second Maximo in this over, and that certainly is going to take some of the tension away. Well, you said Sekinder Raja, you can be useful. Well, you don't get more useful than that. That's a big hit.
He's a weapon at number 7, that's for sure.
And that'll be a wide ball.
And yeah, that was a huge one, wasn't it? Just watch this one. I think it bounced off the keeper's pads down the leg side. Watch this. Onto the stumps, and he's very lucky that his foot remained grounded because that would have been out.
Well, he's out to prove a point, isn't he, Sekinder Raja here. We just watch this ball. Asking, no, they say a little bit chal mere bhai nahi tu itte reh kitte chalna. And yeah, I had to prove a point because he was the man on the boundary in front of us who overran the ball and went for 4, and they wanted to replace him, and he stood his ground and said, I ain't going anywhere, I'm staying here. And now he's out there, and well, wouldn't it be fitting if he's there at the end and he wins this match for him? I think he'll go back and have a word or two to say to the captain and his teammates.
I think you're probably right there. That's the end of the over. 75 for 5 after 8. And looks like this one's going to the wire. Meet me there, Rico, because 13 off 12. And although we've seen both these two can clear the boundary, if they were to lose a wicket, or if there's a couple of dot balls, we've also seen quite a few dot balls because they're kind of all or nothing at the moment, aren't they? Going for the big shots. And as we approach 6 p.m. in Barcelona, just a reminder to all of you, we'll have 5 matches on Sunday, beginning with the ECL playoffs for Spanish representation at the European Cricket League. And then 2 more matches, including these 2 teams. And what a rematch it'll be, because we've seen how even they are. We've got Jamie Bundy, hello brother Bundy, saying, forget magic overs. A maiden is a superhuman over. Well, I would agree with that. 100%. 5,000%. There's all sorts of percentages you see in the chat. Well, thanks for staying with us. Of course, I know there's plenty of cricket being played at the moment, but it's great that you're here with us on the European Cricket Network, and you're definitely seeing a good game. And this one, I'll bring it back to a run of ball. Yeah, 12 of 12 now. And, wow, could we have, dare I say it, golden ball, but I think with these 2 there, only 2 hits away from glory.
It's hit hard. I think it's going to go all the way. Oh, no, it's not. There's a big man out there, and it's Hiralal taking the catch. And how about that? Just brilliant work from him. We saw him take one earlier, then diving forward to take one. That is fantastic. And there you go, big wicket.
Well, is it ever? And talk about the man. Come the moment, comes the man, Hiralal. Well, he missed out with the bat today. but he's been very competitive. He bowled a good first over, went for a couple in his second, but I tell you what, come the moment, there he was, and that was definitely going for 6. Not only did he stop it, he caught it, and an important wicket. So, you see, Mubashir Ali, he's got to go. He played a very good knock for the Lions. He got them within touching distance of their target. He went for 37 off 23 balls, including 4 Maximos. Next one, the equation now, they'll get 1. I think that's all they'll get, so well, that'll make it 11 off 10 balls. Well, wherever you're watching around the world, you might just want to settle yourself down because we've taken all the way to the end of day 5. Almost 10 hours of cricket action here on the European Cricket Network, and we're still entertaining you. This is Sikandar. Well, I think he might go all or nothing. Sydney or the bush, as we say in Australia.
Wow.
Never understood that. He means he's going for glory. All or nothing. And who's the bowler here? We got Mahmood Akhtar.
Mahmood Akhtar, yeah. And he's lofted on a long, long way. And there's another one for you. That's good hitting. Qué fuerte esta hombre. Vale. Él no tiene nada de presión. Esta hombre está muy frío, pero también está muy fuerte. 6 carreras. Míralo. Qué grande.
5 to win. Where's that one gone? I've got no idea.
It's going to go down for 4 runs behind square. And it has gone all the way 4. So follows up that 6 with 4. And they're almost there.
Well, they've tied the scores. I was going to say before that ball, Sikandar, I said Sydney or the bush. I don't know if that was Sydney or the bush, but I can tell you it was massive. He lined up and got that right out of the middle of the bat. And Sikandar, well, they said he was a danger man, coming in quite low, but the situation suited him. And now the score's tied, and it's going to be the Lions roaring to victory in match 65. Of course, we've got a rematch between these teams on Sunday, but don't forget to join us tomorrow from 7:30 a.m. GMT. 1 to win. He's not going to get it. And there's still 1 ball left this over. Yeah, 7:30 a.m. GMT, 8:30 in Central Europe, 1 p.m. in India. If you do want to stick around, we've got highlights of this game, and it's certainly been an entertaining game, and almost might have a little bit of a looky ahead to tomorrow's games as well.
Yeah, shout out as we get ready to this ball to all the ground staff, all the great work they've done here. Roberto, the man. That will be it. It's coming our way. The sun's in my eyes, otherwise I would take the catch. And that's the way to finish a game, with a big hit, and the two of us bumped heads at the same time. You probably heard that on your viewers would have heard that. That was a bit of bumped of heads. We are social distance normally, I assure you, but with that ball coming right in the sun, I thought, well, I'm going to get out of the way of this one.
What a way we finished. I have to disinfect my head now after we clashed headphones there, trying to stay a respectable distance away. But there we go. So the final score is 93 to 87. The Sydney Lions with 6 balls in hand, winning this one. Sikandar Raja gets them home. But let's go back to the start of the innings. A fairly cautious start. The first over just went for 6, but then 12 and 18. The last 2 overs of the power play, as Sydney Lions look to make light work of this target. But then there's a couple of moments, and I'm sure that Mahmood Akhtar would like to have that one back. He was right in the hot seat at the end. And Hirilal, he kept his team in the game. Some very good fielding. This one beat him all ends up, didn't it? But Shanawaz Shahzad, and this was another one given out down the leg side. Well, maybe it was the appeal that did it. The umpire, after an eternity, came back and gave the captain, Amar Shakur, his marching orders. But then some of this fielding, they were trying their best. They set higher standards for themselves here at Sabadell. The bowlers right on target. Ikram Ul-Haq, well, he was dancing a happy dance. They were singing a happy tune. This is another one. Hirilal, he could only watch that one go over his head. But just when it was required, the partnership came, but then it was broken, and that kept them alive. And then Sikandar said, well, over to me, and he hit a massive Maximo, and then that last one almost squirted away for 4. And then this one, well, this one was almost the end of us, Rico. We got a bit too close for comfort, but then in the end, Sikandar Raja, we told you that he was a good player. And he was showing it here in match 65, carrying his team to victory. Let's go back to match 61. It was the first match of the day. And what a boil over that was. Pakai Care, they got rolled for 69. And despite losing all 10 wickets and leaving 9 balls on the table, it was Paxalona that went down. They weren't able to get to the target of 70. They fell 15 runs short of the total set to them by Pakai Care, 69 to 54. Ishak Nazir played a lone hand for Barcelona. And with the ball, Ali Imran getting the hat-trick. Who could forget that? Then Pakai Care came out again, and again, this was no easy contest. They put a 106 on the board, setting a chase for the Royals. And although Shajil Kaiser tried valiantly, his 24 of 9 balls was a lone hand. Well, Hamza Asar as well had 21 to his name. But Sufyan Anwar, 4 wickets for 23. He turned out to be the man of the match in match 62, then match 63. Wow, the Warriors, they look to be in control of the chase, and then they hit a brick wall with about 3 or 4 overs to go. Barcelona setting them 92 for victory, and the Warriors getting it off the second last ball. Prince Demand standout in that game. He scored 67 runs, and just before this match, 64, it was the Warriors again who got up with a ball to spare. So that was another one. It was Deepak Rana, the hero. Who could forget when he came to the crease? The Warriors again were stifled in their chase, and he came to the crease, 25 not out, 9 balls, winning the game off the second last ball. Akhtar Iqbal Khan chipping in with the wickets as well. So then we had this one, match 65, and what a match it was. We always thought it was going to be an interesting target. These games where the scores are between 80 and 100, always so interesting. And you see there, Mubashir Ali, 37, and Rajas Kando, and Sikandar Raja as I call him, 22 not out off 7 balls, coming in at the end and striking it over 3 a ball. 3 Maximos out of his 7 balls, as well as a boundary 4. And they were the main contributors. We had the openers, well, they looked promising, but they left before too long, and then a bit of a collapse. They made hard work of it, and they had 6 balls to spare. So it looked comfortable in the annals of history with the ball. Well, Ikram Al-Haq, he was the standout for me. 2 for 10 off 2 overs as well. Fida Hussain, 1 for 8. Other single wickets as well to Mehmood Akhtar, Shanawaz Shahzad, and Hira Lal, who hats off to him for his fielding. It just shows you missed out with the bat, but you can always contribute in the field. So there we go, Rico, and as we reflect on today, well, we've seen a lot of things. We've seen a team bowled out and win. It's only the second time I've seen that in the ECS. We've seen a hat-trick. We've seen some sun causing chaos for fielders and some missed opportunities as well. And, wow, if you can think of it, you'll see it here in the Fancode European Cricket Series. Yeah,
and of course, a lot more to come. It's been a wonderful day here today. It's going to be a great one tomorrow. We'll be starting off bright and early, so Central European time with Men in Blue versus the Stars. Men in Blue, they've just impressed me more and more. The more games they've played, starting to bat well now, and with Abhishek Borika bowling, anything is possible. And then we also have the Tigers coming back. They're playing 2 games, and that group is wide open. But you know, as the sun comes down, we have to say a few thanks. Thanks to Robert and the ground staff. And today we have some of the youngsters here as well helping out. Just looking to my right, we've got Gurang Navanashi. He's out there doing his bit now. It's great to see him. What a lovely lad he is. Great to talk to him about his cricket. But yeah, to all the guys here, the ground staff, so Devinder Singh Kaur, Javier and Sara, who have been fantastic all week, well, all series, providing us with refreshments. It's been an excellent effort, so well done to the Federation of Catalonia Cricket, great stuff, and also well done to European cricket team here, Sam Williams, Max Bai, Handy House, Stefan Gooch, Mira Dowd and Barry Eaton, all doing fantastic work. The team in blue, the men in blue, and also it's been a hard day once more for the tournament referee Shubnavjot Singh and the umpires and the men in black. It's been a testing day for them. They've come through. They've been doing a fantastic job all the way through the series. It's not an easy job, but they've been doing outstanding. It's been a great day, and I'm looking forward to another fantastic start tomorrow here, and I'm sure the sun will be shining on us once more.
We certainly hope so. You saw there a moment ago, the table was Pakai Care. They didn't have it all their own way today, but they look the favourites to progress from this group. But you just see, despite the fact that the other teams, perhaps even some of them out of the running for qualification, doesn't mean that there's no shortage of entertaining cricket. Looking ahead to tomorrow, of course, we have Group A back in action. Men in Blue playing the first 2 matches against the 11 Stars, who will be seeking their first victory in the European Cricket Series. Then the Tigers will be back, and they were pretty dominant, as we saw yesterday. Also Bengali, they've been on the slide after winning their first 4 games. They'll be looking to get back in the winner's circle, as well as Fateh, who had a disappointing day in their last showing in the Fancode European Cricket Series. So there you go. So the breaking news tonight is we've got 5 matches for you on Sunday as well. So stick around. There's not just Monday to Friday this week. There's also 5 matches on Sunday. The European Cricket League playoff between Manaj and Lamanga Torrevieja as well. as 2 rescheduled matches, and that was a very entertaining match, and I'm glad that that's one of the matches here at Sabadell versus City Lions, which will be scheduled for Sunday night. So we'll see some cricket under lights here at the Montjuic ground. Rico, thanks again for a great day. It's been great to be in the box with you. And we'll have a walk back and talk about life, won't we?
Won't we just? And what a walk back is going to be. I mean, yesterday we were talking about some amazing batting skills. Today, complete opposite, we're going to be talking about some fantastic bowling and some even wonderful bits of fielding as well. It's all happening here at this Fancode European Cricket Series. It's excitement, it's entertainment, and it's no wonder you're all loving it wherever you are. Thank you to you, our global cricket family. We love being here for you. We love what we do, and we love the fact that you enjoy it too.
Yeah, one thing's for sure, you never know what's around the corner in this series. So on behalf of everyone at the European Cricket Network, it's been great to have your company wherever you're watching around the world. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. Have a wonderful evening. We'll see you tomorrow for more Fancode European Cricket Series. Good night, everybody.